what problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. Like, I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization or understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
well right now is how we navigate technological adolescence, climate change, the spread of
5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life.
How do we connect?
That is the beginning of the change that we
Is everything going to work? Of course not. But you have to try, you have to innovate, you have to take risks to find solutions to our problems of today.
Please welcome to the stage, multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Collision 2023. How is everyone here feeling? Yes! Okay, there's about 2,500 of you in here right now, and I feel like we can do slightly better. So can we try that once more? How are we doing on day 2? Awesome. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed the first day as well as Collision After Hours and got a chance to see Toronto's nightlife. What an amazing city to host an international conference in. We are so happy to be welcoming attendees from over 118 countries, from South Africa to Mexico and Australia to Nigeria. You have traveled great distances to be here with us today in Canada for a week of discussions about the future of tech and beyond. Now, those discussions will continue across our other events at Web Summit in Lisbon in November, and then in 2024, we're off to Qatar for our inaugural event in the Middle East, and back to Rio, Toronto, and Lisbon. We hope you'll join us in one of those amazing places at least. But for now, we continue with day 2 and an amazing lineup of speakers here on center stage from True Ventures Chief, Airbnb, and Canada's own Shopify. We also have the pitch semifinals and the godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton. So let's get things started with our first speaker. AI is already changing many aspects of how we live our lives. In the coming years, it has the potential to drive one of the greatest social, economic, and scientific transformations in history. Our first speaker will reveal how Google's AI research lab is progressing towards a world in which artificial intelligence technology helps solve the biggest challenges facing humanity. Please give a warm Collision welcome to Google DeepMind's Chief Business Officer, Colin Murdoch.
Hola, good morning. I'm Colin Murdoch, Chief Business Officer at Google DeepMind. Google DeepMind is a world-leading AI research lab, and it's my job to take that amazing AI research out of the lab and put it to good use in the world. And really importantly, to do that in a way that's safe, ethical, and inclusive. Over the next 20 minutes, I would like to tell you some of the remarkable ways in which AI is changing our world today. And importantly, also talk to you about how we must build AI responsibly. I still vividly remember, even though it was more than 10 years ago, the first time I met Shane Legg, one of the co-founders of Google DeepMind. We were in Google DeepMind's London headquarters in a glass-fronted office, sitting around a long rectangular table. And Shane Legg had a laptop in front of him, which he span round to show me the image you can see on the screen now. It was of the Atari computer game Breakout, and what was incredible was that DeepMind's latest agent, AI agent, was absolutely crushing this Atari game. What was even more remarkable, it was crushing all Atari games, and it had only been trained on the raw pixel input and the score. As I left the office that day, and I walked back down the 170 steps into Russell Square Tube Station, which is just opposite the office, I remember absolutely buzzing at excitement, imagining the potential for this technology in the world. That was my AI eureka or light bulb moment. And I feel like in the last 6 to 12 months, the world has had a sort of collective AI light bulb or eureka moment. And partly for that reason, I don't think there's been a more exciting time to be at the forefront of how AI is changing our world. For those of you that don't know Google DeepMind, our mission is to solve intelligence, to advance science, and benefit humanity. And our early research focused on games like the Atari games I just spoke about, or the games of chess and Go that you can see on the screen now, because they were the perfect proving ground to develop and test our algorithms. And they spurred huge breakthroughs in fundamental AI research, which has now given us the tools we need to tackle some of AI's, or the world's, biggest challenges. And when we think about some of the world's biggest challenges, climate change is right up there. It's a huge global challenge that we've got to bring to bear the full force of humanity's creativity and expertise to help solve. And I believe AI can play a really important part in that. For example, Google DeepMind, we're using AI to help forecast weather more accurately and in a more timely manner, to help companies and communities around the world better respond to the more extreme weather conditions and the devastating impact that can have. We're also helping to optimize the world's infrastructure, in particular, the digital infrastructure that underpins today's digital society. So computers get very hot. If you can imagine a whole data center of computers, that gets very, very hot. So at the core of data centers are actually very sophisticated cooling systems. And it might be surprising to know, but a lot of the energy that goes into running a data center actually goes into keeping it cool, which is why experts and human experts have spent years refining these systems to make them energy efficient. And with that in mind, it was a really incredible breakthrough when a team at Google DeepMind was able to develop an AI system that improved the energy efficiency by 40%. I think that's a really incredible breakthrough, and one I'm very proud of personally. Now, staying on energy, this is actually an image from inside a nuclear fusion reactor. Scientists have long dreamt of cleaner and greener sources of energy, and nuclear fusion, the power that powers our stars, is one really important contender. It involves smashing together atoms of hydrogen at really high temperatures and pressures, which then releases huge amounts of energy, which can then be, for example, used to turn water into steam to generate electricity. So here on Earth, the way scientists tried to reproduce this are in these large donut-shaped nuclear fusion reactors called tokamaks. And inside the tokamak are very, very hot plasmas of hydrogen, extremely unstable. If just a couple of atoms hits the outside of the tokamak, the whole process breaks down. So around the outsides of the tokamak are huge magnets, and the voltage changes in these magnets thousands of times per second to control this plasma. Now, this is this perfect sort of control problem that we like to solve at Google DeepMind, and it looks a lot like the games that we used to work on back in the early days. In fact, we developed a controller based on deep reinforcement learning and simulations that can control the plasma in a tokamak. And we didn't do this alone. We worked with an amazing organization called EPFL, who have a world-leading fusion lab based in Switzerland. And the great thing is, they actually allowed us to deploy our AI system live on their nuclear fusion reactor. Of course, we were extremely careful, but the great news is it worked really well. In fact, it worked incredibly well. It was able to sustain the fusion reaction for much longer, longer than ever before, and also shape the plasma in a way that made it more efficient. I think that's another incredible example of how AI is changing our world. Now, if climate change is one really big, important challenge, I think another is effective, affordable healthcare. And it turns out that understanding some of the smallest elements of biology here can make a huge difference. Proteins, the building blocks of life, like you can see on the screen here, are essential to understanding disease and developing treatments. Understanding their three-dimensional structure, which is key, is a really hard problem, though. In fact, it takes years of painstaking work and millions of dollars of specialist equipment to determine the structure of just one protein. If you're a PhD student, you're going to plan to spend an entire PhD determining the structure of a protein. But why can't we do this on a computer? Because in theory, we have all the information we need in the 1D sequence of amino acids that makes up a protein. Well, to tell you more, I'm going to show you a video with John, Professor John from the University of Maryland, and some members of the Google DeepMind team who are expert in this area.
We've discovered more about the world than any other civilization before us. But we have been stuck on this one problem. How do proteins fold up? How do proteins go from a string of amino acids to a compact shape that acts as a machine and drives life?
When you find out about proteins, it is very exciting.
You could think of them as little biological nanomachines.
They are essentially the fundamental building blocks that power everything living on this planet.
If we can reliably predict protein structures using AI, that could change the way we understand the natural world.
Well, as you heard from John and members of the Google DeepMind team, proteins are the building blocks of life. And if we can understand more about their 3D structure, we can understand more about disease, we can create better treatments, and maybe even understand life itself. The challenge is, as you heard in the video, scientists have been trying to do this for a very long time on a computer, almost 50 years, which is why it was an incredible breakthrough, incredible, when 2 years ago, a team at Google DeepMind created AlphaFold. Because with AlphaFold, we've gone from years to minutes, and in some cases even seconds, to determine the structure of a protein. In fact, it's so fast, that we've mapped all 200 million proteins known to science. And we reckon we've saved, order of magnitude, 1 billion years of PhD time in the process. And this is already having real-world impact with some of the scientists you can see on the screen. There's a great team at the University of Oxford who are using these protein structure predictions to accelerate their work into developing a malaria vaccine, which has the potential to save hundreds of thousands of lives every year. Another amazing team at the University of Colorado are using AlphaFold predictions for a bacteria that's linked to antibiotic resistance. And we take antibiotics for granted, but in the US alone last year, there were about 2.8 million cases of infections involving antibiotic-resistant bacteria. And this particular bacteria is sat unsolved for about 10 years. AlphaFold solved it in 15 minutes. So I think this is another incredible example of how AI is having a huge impact in the world today. But what about the future? Well, at Google DeepMind, we believe in something called artificial general intelligence, or AGI. Rather than building an AI system that works on one problem, we would like an AI system that can solve multiple problems. Like us humans, it can take learnings from one setting and apply it to another setting, to build a deeper and broader understanding of our world, because we think that will create more creative and transformative solutions. Now, we're not there yet, but we're making some important research steps in the right direction. I'd like to talk you through a couple of examples. On the left, you can see the game of chess. On the right, you can see an illustration of a video on YouTube. We first created an algorithm we call mu0 to crash games, like the game of chess, and it quickly became a chess master almost overnight. We then discovered it could be used to compress videos on YouTube. So we go from a chess champion to YouTube video compression, generalizing. And when you know the 700,000 hours of content that is streamed on YouTube every minute, you can begin to get a sense for how impactful that is. Helping more people in more places around the world stream the content they want. Another example, on the left you can see Google's Lookout app. People that are partially sighted, this is really powerful. They can take a picture of something and ask a question about what's in that picture. We deployed and developed a model we called Flamingo. And Flamingo can be their eyes in this app. It can understand what's in the picture and help answer their question. We then understood it could generalize to YouTube Shorts. So when you upload a short video in YouTube, Flamingo is able to watch that video and create a description of it. That description can then be used by the search algorithm to find that video more readily for you. And with about 50 billion views of YouTube Shorts videos every day, that's an awful lot of time and effort saved in finding the video you would like to watch. Now, these are just a couple of examples, but we believe if we continue on this path, we'll develop algorithms that can't just solve one problem, but can solve multiple problems, can bring to bear a much wider set of understanding, can combine understandings from one domain and incorporate them into another to create incredibly powerful AI systems that we think can help create more creative and transformative solutions. Because often when you solve one problem, it highlights another problem. And the dream is, with something like AGI, we'll be able to explore and solve this problem space at a pace, efficiency, and effectiveness we almost can't dream of today. Now then, let's take a look at some robots. So these robots are playing soccer. I think they're doing a pretty fantastic job. And here's the thing. Humans didn't program these robots to play soccer. They learned themselves. And they just had one task, score a goal. And they learned these incredible behaviors, learning to walk, learning to kick, learning to block. And I actually think they're doing a really great job. It took about 2 weeks for them to learn this. They built on things that worked and threw away things that didn't. And they've created this kind of mini all-star team that I think is really fantastic and fun to watch too. Now this is perhaps a bit of fun, but you can imagine these robots as they get more advanced, coming out of factories and working in areas like mining, for example, or on dangerous construction sites, or even helping in disaster recovery. There they go. But as we imagine these coming out of the lab, it's really, really important that we, there we go. It's really, really important that we think about doing this in a way that's safe, ethical, and inclusive. Because we want to build systems that are highly capable in a responsible way, or what we call pioneering responsibly. And what you can see here is members of one of our internal review committees. Because a really important way to do this is to get the right internal and external review of our work. This is a group of a whole range of different specializations. You've got machine learning researchers sitting alongside ethicists, sitting alongside policy experts, engineers, and many others. And they really pressure test our ideas all the way from research and to the real world, identifying ways we can make that research more effective, identifying where we need to change our path, and identifying where we need to bring in external expertise. The AlphaFold example I mentioned earlier is a great case study. So we invited over 30 external experts in to come and scrutinize our work from a whole range of different areas. For example, biosecurity, biology, pharma, research, a whole range of areas, to make sure we're maximizing the benefit whilst mitigating the potential downside. But here's the thing, not one organization can do this alone, which is why we work with many organizations, including governments and regulators, so we can share insights to make sure regulation gets introduced that can be both effective, allow innovation, allow for these amazing breakthroughs, but also, really importantly, mitigate the potential risks. Another really important area is making sure we're building systems that don't amplify existing biases. That means we have to bring in voices from across the community. The people building and deploying AI have to represent broader society. It's incredibly, incredibly important. And one way you can do this is by investing in education and community efforts. In Google DeepMind, we've invested over £50 million and counting in scholarships and sponsorships with amazing organizations like the Women in Machine Learning and the African Deep Learning Indaba. I ask all of you to consider deeply, when you're developing or deploying or using AI, please, please focus on building a strong and responsible community. I still vividly remember when I met Shane Legg 10 years ago. I had my AI eureka moment. I feel like in the last 10 years, the last 6 to 12 months, we've had this collective AI light bulb moment because it's driving huge impact in science and in business. And I know there are even bigger breakthroughs on the horizon, and their impact will be enormous. But it's really important we do it in a way that's safe, ethical, and inclusive, so we build a positive future for everyone. But if we can do that, if we can be responsible stewards, then I have great hope for our future. Thank you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
The market across U.S. tech sectors is becoming increasingly volatile. What would or could the neighbor to the north do differently? Canadian cities Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal score high in Startup Genome's global startup ecosystem rankings. Investment dollars available to tech companies in each province grows every year through government funding and VC firms. Let's now hear how Canada is fostering even greater tech innovation. In conversation with John Ehrlichman from Bloomberg, please welcome Canadian tech superstars, the CEO of 1Password, Jeff Shiner, and co-founder, president, and COO of Cloudflare, Michelle Zatlin, and the Minister of Innovation, Science, Industry for the Government of Canada, Francois-Philippe Champagne.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All right. Good morning, everyone. Yay.
Good morning.
This is Collision, right?
You've arrived, Minister. You've arrived. And welcome, everybody, and thanks so much for joining us. And thank you to all of you for being here as well. And, you know, we've got an innovation minister and 2 innovative entrepreneurs. So I think we could start by, there you go, high fives all around. Come on.
I want to go with that.
As well. But, you know, I think for those who have been here for the last day, they've heard a lot about technological disruption and the excitement around it, but also some of these key themes that all of you are deeply familiar with, especially privacy and where we go from here. I guess I'll start, well, Minister, I'll start with you because here's your opportunity. You've been very busy thinking about opportunity, but also protecting Canadians. What do you think the opportunity is to collaborate with business right now at what feels like a very big moment that everybody is just getting their head around?
Well, I think there's a big buzz. First of all, good morning, Collision. How are you doing this morning? Good. Everyone is recovering. Everyone is there. It's great to have you in Toronto. Great to have you here in Canada for, I would say, the premium conference in the world. I'd say, John, you know, I've been talking to tech entrepreneurs, to CEOs, to people who have been changing the world. And I think there's 3 things that I think people here should remember. Why Canada? I would say because of the talent of the people. And honestly, if you look around, Canada is one of these big magnet for talent. And you may have seen yesterday, we announced that if you are in the tech sector, there's a new stream of program that you can apply to get permanent residency. I don't want to sound like a dad, but before you go to a party tonight, the word you need to remember is apply, apply, apply. If you're not Canadians, we want you here to contribute to the tech sector of the future because, yeah, I think we can spread the news because we want to have the best and brightest, and we know today, John, that we are in a talent economy, and I think Canada is playing very well with that. The second thing I would say, and you see amazing, smart people next to me, is the strength of the ecosystem. You know that if you're coming in Canada, whether you're going to Waterloo, you're going to Toronto, or you're going Vancouver, Edmonton, Montreal, you pick your city, you know that you're going to join an ecosystem which is framing the world, whether you're talking about AI, whether you're talking about quantum, whether you're talking about cybersecurity. And the third thing, I think, which makes us unique when I talk to them, is this, I would say, cooperation and collaboration that exists with the Research Institute. You know, we've gone from research to applied research to really integrating that with the smartest people we have. And I think that is creating the talent pool, the ecosystem, and the collaboration with the Research Institute, I think makes Canada, to be honest, if you look at the world today where there's a lot of challenges, I think this is the land of opportunity.
Michelle, you've been nodding your head a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Congratulations, by the way, for all of your success with all that is happening here in Canada right now. You know, would there be the opportunity, starting over again, to be fully based here in Canada, or does it have to be that simple?
Oh, well, okay, so actually, I totally agree with everything. I was nodding my head because the minister had a lot of really smart things to say. The one that I'm going to add that, or the and to everything is, so the internet is 30 years old. It's only 30 years old, and it's becoming more important, not less important. What's really interesting about Canada is Canadians are incredibly literate with online technology. And if you just look at how much time us as a country and a population spend on time, it's really, really high. It's up 30% this year, and so the country is incredibly digitally connected, and that is a huge part of the future, being everything digital first, the AI, understanding technology, and so it's just a really good population that is well informed. And so if you think about the next generation of entrepreneurs like Jeff or those sitting in the audience, absolutely you can start a company here. And there's been so many examples of that, and meeting a lot of founders here who are going to change the world, which is amazing because of all of the ecosystem and the collaboration here and because of the smart talent. So I absolutely think you can. And when I started Cloudflare in 2009-10, I don't think that was the answer. Like, I don't think that was really that possible. Of course, there was exceptions to that and people did it, but it's a much easier decision today than it was back when I started my company. And I guess that's progress. And that's, I think, why so many people who are working on this in Canada, they should be really proud because there's been a lot of progress. And there are so many entrepreneurs today, and there will be more in the future who are changing the world.
Oh, that's true. Jeff, let me let you you get in here before I even ask another question, because we've opened a big box here of different ideas. What your thoughts on both what the Minister Michelle had to say?
Yeah, I mean, what the Minister, what you said is absolutely right. It starts with the universities, it starts with the talent, it comes up with the accelerators, like Velocity at University of Waterloo. But there's an additional benefit that I think we have here in Canada that is somewhat unique to us, and that is there's a worldwide view that we have, and we start with that worldwide view. Obviously, as you said, apply, 100% correct. And that benefits us from a business perspective.
Do you think that could benefit, the announcement yesterday could benefit your business in some way?
Again, I think it benefits a lot of the businesses. We need talent. Talent is always difficult to get. Even in tough economic times, good talent is still difficult to get. The other interesting part about that from my perspective is there's two sides of what makes a business. There is the idea, the innovation. But there's also the need to turn it into a business, to actually have a sustainable business. And that part can be overlooked at times. And so having that view here in Canada of responsible growth, being close enough to, you know, the Californias of the world where you do want to have the relationships, you do want to look at the ecosystem there, but then still having that view over here of, yes, you need to have a business, you need to have a you know, responsible, sustainable business side along with that idea and that innovation is something that I think is, it's not uniquely Canadian, but it's certainly in our ecosystem here and certainly a strength of ours.
Well, it's so funny you said that, Jeff, because I have this funny story where often when you start a company, it's all about the tech and the innovation, and it's like so cool. But what's even cooler is if you build a great business around that awesome tech, because businesses are so much easier to compare. John, you cover companies every day on your show. You want to know what your revenues are, what your gross margins are, operating expenses. And if you don't have a good business model that has built a real business next to the tech, then you lose that. And so the cool is when you have great innovation coupled with a great business, that's when huge potential gets unlocked.
And to add to what Michelle, and by the way, we should all celebrate Michelle because she was one of the tech pioneers, and we want more women in tech, and obviously I think we should all applaud that someone like you, Michelle, has inspired so many young tech entrepreneurs, not only in Canada but around the world. But to your point, Jeff, it's funny, I was asked once to meet a game developer from Korea. And they said, Minister, he's done very well. I didn't know his name, to be honest, because I'm not too much in that. But they said, like to meet you. So he came and he said, Minister, we really want to invest in Canada. And I said, let me ask you why. Well, he said, when we develop a game in Korea, I can only sell in Korea. When I do it in the United States, I sell in the United States. When I do it in Canada, because of diversity and inclusion, I sell to the world.
Wow.
That's where I want to be in Canada. To Jeff's point, I think that's one of the uniqueness is that when you come to Canada, you find the world. And if you want to design a product that would be appealing to people around the world, this is a place to be.
Yeah, the world is changing quickly. I think for those who have been attending different panels over the last 24 hours, it's AI, and more AI. And so I don't want to wait until we're into our final minutes here to bridge all this together, because we're talking about business and government and collaboration. But Minister, you right now, it's no secret, have been working on Bill C-27 for some time, which is all about issues surrounding privacy, even before we were talking about ChatGPT. What's the collaboration process like on that front? What kinds of conversations are you having with industry? Because it seems like every day the terms of that seem to change based on what technology is leading us or what AI tools we're talking about.
Well, that's a great question. And again, I'm so happy you asked the question before we were ahead of the curve. I mean, if you look at the digital charter we introduced in Canada, this was months before ChatGPT became a topic around the world. And the reason is that we wanted to give more power to the people with respect to their data and make sure they would respect their privacy, because that was the fundamental piece in order to have responsible AI. Now, since then, you may have seen that we're pushing that in Parliament. You may have seen the European Union also introducing their new laws. But one thing you need to know is that Canada is at the forefront of this voluntary code you've been hearing. Because we know that in the European Union, it's going to take probably until 2026 before there's anything. So I will tell you, if you want to scoop, Canada is likely to be the first country in the world to have a digital charter where we're going to have a chapter on responsible AI, because we want AI to happen here. We want development to be here. We want it to be responsible. And you may have seen also on the voluntary code being developed with the European Union and the United States. Well, guess what? Canada's in the drafting. You may not have seen us in the front page of the New York Times, but actually we are there with our friends in Europe and the United States, because we think that this is going to be the best stopgap measure. You said it well, things are evolving quickly, but we need to give trust to the people, and we need to have AI that serves the people. And those who pretend that AI will be whatever it is, I'll give you one analogy and I'll finish there. Remember when it was the time of cloning? We have a precedent where humanity said, we're going to put boundaries around that. We're not going to clone human. We're going to make sure that the science and the technology will respect a number of principles. That's what we need to do with AI. We need to give back trust to people so that we have responsible development of AI, and I hope it's going to start right here in Canada.
You know, it's electricity, internet, AI, three of the greatest inventions in the last century. That's how big of a shift AI is. Like, I really think it's going to transform so many things. And what I think is interesting that doesn't come up enough in the conversation is because we learned a lot with the internet the last 30 years, we saw a lot of good, we saw some bad. We saw how important privacy is. We didn't have that for the first 30 years of the internet. We kind of saw how things went off track. So we learned a lot. And what's interesting is entrepreneurs, industry, government, nonprofits, academics come to the table to talk about some of the problems we've seen over the last 10, 15 years of the rise of the internet in everyone's day-to-day life, and the good and some of the bad that we see. And it's interesting to see how we're taking that knowledge to shape the policies. And what I always say is, if you're in tech, pay attention to the policies. And if you're a policymaker, like the minister, pay attention to tech, because the people who do that get to shape the next 30 years of history. Because laws and rules are getting changed right now, because it's this groundswell of these huge things that are changing the whole landscape that will make all of our lives better for the better, but we got to protect the downside.
Why don't I throw in another buzzword, you know, the cyber threat, Jeff, getting you back into the conversation as all this fast-moving technology is in front of us. You know, I think those, you know, worst-case scenarios amplified by, you know, much more profound technology is what a lot of people are worried about. And then who do they turn to? Do they turn to business? Do they turn to the government for assistance there? How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, and I think when we look at it from a security and a privacy point of view, what's important to understand is AI can be tremendously helpful, can be tremendously beneficial, and it's something we need to invest in. It's something we need to continue to build. And I'm really happy to hear that that's a focus of ours, but we do need to understand the implications. One of the biggest implications that I see in AI is that AI often takes a lot of data and generates a conclusion, generates an opinion, and that opinion is often stated as fact. And so you need to start to understand what information of yours, whether you're an individual or business, is out there, because it's no longer where you look up a business and you'll get a list of links, and do I click on the business link or the negative news report? It's an opinion stated as fact, and there's not an understanding of how that opinion was formed. And so I think more and more we need to look at it. We need to, again, say AI, tremendously beneficial, tremendously helpful. You look at even, you know, I was watching Thomas and GitHub yesterday, and the performance improvements you can get even from a development perspective. But we need to understand and do that responsibly, because there are opinions that will turn into decisions that will impact individuals and businesses without an understanding of how they're made.
I mean, I guess, oh, sorry, go ahead, Michelle.
No, well, I was just, you know, I was thinking about your question about like cyber, and that's something I know a lot about. So just to give you some data. So yesterday in Canada, my service, Cloudflare, helped stop 2.2 billion cyber attacks on behalf of Canadians trying to do things online in Canada.
Imagine.
So, okay, so there's two ways you can interpret that data. Oh my God, there was 2.2 billion cyber attacks yesterday against Canada, and across the world it's a lot more than that. So that's one kind of the half glass empty fact. The glass half empty, like full, is actually, it's pretty cool that a company spotted the opportunity, said, hey, I'm going to build a service that actually can provide the solution to stop the issue. And it basically just kind of works. And so what I love, back to like the entrepreneur conversation that we were having earlier, is there's a bunch of founders here. It's like, as the world advances, people are going to find these things of like, okay, because of the rise of AI, of course these things are going to happen, but people are going to say, well, I'm going to help build a service and a business to help address that. And it's back to like, entrepreneurs are going to innovate to put this society forward with good policy, and that's a really great recipe, plus the talent. And so I think we have to be careful of not getting too wrapped up in just the bad side. It's, okay, what's the opportunity? Can I help go build a service that stops that or makes it easier or better? And all of a sudden, out of that, you get more innovation.
So, Minister, then when you're crafting the policy and trying to make it the right policy, as Michelle is alluding to, but not stifle innovation, like what do you do?
Well, the first thing, and thanks God we have Michelle and Jeff. You know, thanks God, Michelle, for you yesterday. And Jeff started 1Password, so trust me, I have it on my phone. If I can do it at my age, everyone in this room can do it. I would say the first thing, you need to listen. But what I like about what Michelle said is that I think what I want Canada to lead is the confine of AI, cyber, and quantum. Because it's no longer just cyber. You need to couple that with quantum. And I'd say, you know, for a lot of people around the world watching, people thought that AI would be very specific in some area of industry. But in fact, what we're seeing now is AI is cross-industry. It's going to touch every aspect of our lives. And if you couple that with quantum technologies that are happening, Obviously, we need more cyber, I would say, to protect that, because I see that as kind of a pyramid where the fundamental pieces are going to be AI, quantum, and cyber. Now, we want to lead in that front. We want to work with the tech sector. But my point why I'm so keen about the digital charter in Canada is that if you want to lead internationally, you need to fix your own house first. And one thing that we have, which we're blessed, is that with the people in this room, think about that. Canada was at the forefront when we create GPay, the global partnership on artificial intelligence with France. So we already have a leading position. The world is looking at us to lead. The way we can lead is with the tech entrepreneurs who are going to find the innovation, the solution to that. But I think what is fascinating is the confine of cyber and I would say quantum and AI, because that's where we're going to take and we're going to need the best brain in this room to tackle that, because it's getting more complex to the sense of, Michelle, I'm always optimistic. I'm going to look at the glass and say we can fill it, but we'll need a lot of brain power in this room to make sure that we have the solution to protect the industries of the future.
Policy is a priority, and I know a lot of people are interested in that, but there's a lot of entrepreneurs here. There's a lot of startup stories, a lot of people who are not just looking to learn about the opportunity in Canada, but the tools you need to get to where you've gotten with Cloudflare. What would be some of your advice to everybody who's here, hearing about this new chapter of technology and wanting to build today? And if they're building here in Canada, even better, what would be your advice?
Well, come find me. I have a lot of advice. I have a lot more gray hair than when I started Cloudflare, I'll tell you that. But also it's been like the ride of a life and such a huge privilege and honor, and I love that I get to do what I get to do every single day. But I do have, there's some things that I would definitely put in the would do again camp that solve a real problem, which is what Jeff was saying. It's one thing, to build cool tech is okay. Solve a real problem with a great business around it. That is the best, because it's got a lot more lasting power. You can attract people to come work for you. You get to meet people like the minister, and then you get an insight in the policy, and all of a sudden it just feeds on itself, and it becomes a flywheel, and then all of a sudden you've got a real big company, and it's pretty cool. And so it all starts with solving a real problem. And so I think that is being really crystal clear on that. The second one is the same of the strength of Canada, is it's all about people. And always optimize for people, like talent on your team, investors, if you take investment, customers, treat them like people. Business gets done between people, both internally and externally, and so you got to treat people like people. I know that sounds silly. Some people don't.
Good.
And they don't see it as a repeat game. It's like, oh, I only need this person for this one thing. I'm never going to talk to them again. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. You just never know. And you need folks to come work at your company. You need them showing up every single day, doing the best work of their life. You can go much further with a great team rowing in the same direction and great investors when you have a shared vision. It is incredible what you can accomplish. So always solve for the people. And the third one that I'll just say, and I think this is actually whether you're an entrepreneur or just anywhere in your career, is, and I saw our team earlier today, we did a little team breakfast, and I shared this story there too. It's the rate at which you learn is your best friend in your career. And this is one of these things where it doesn't matter if you don't know every single thing. Let's say you're not an AI expert, and you're like, I have no idea what anything is being said today. Well, first of all, the fact that you're here, like, go look up some of the things and the terms, and all of a sudden you're going to know more than other people, and you keep putting yourself in these conversations, and pretty soon, 5 conversations later, 10 lookups online later, you know a lot more than you did the first conversation. And so this rate at which you learn, this constant curiosity and thirst, will serve all the entrepreneurs incredibly well, and anyone in their career that's looking to grow, because as the minister and Jeff pointed out, we have a lot of growth ahead of us. There's a lot of things that you're going to need to learn about that you don't know today. So don't shy away, almost run towards it and say, I don't know anything you just said, but man, I'm going to go look up all those acronyms this afternoon, and tonight at dinner when it comes up again, you're like, actually, I know what that means this time. And you just keep using these dots, and you all of a sudden have a thread.
Jeff, do you see some of what Michelle's saying as the building blocks to sort of the bigger question around innovate or innovation?
Yeah, so innovate and innovation is, again, when we look at the technologies are tremendously important, and they're exciting. But at the end, you have to solve a customer problem. You have to have a business problem. And so listen to your customers, look at what frustrates you, and how you would use the technologies to solve that, because that's the application of the technologies in a way that is really going to make a meaningful difference and have value. And so when I look at it, from Canada, we've got everything we need. We've got the foundations in the universities, we've got the accelerators, we've got the support of government, we've got the funding that companies need, we've got the talent pool. What you need to do is go out there and say, what is the challenge that exists today that I'm passionate about and I want to solve, and then leverage the technologies to go about and solve that problem.
We're almost out of time, but Minister, there's so many areas of technology. I know there was a delegation here from Quebec, and there's startups in just about every facet of what technology represents. So how do you prioritize those areas as a government, you know, whether it's a greener economy or, you know, some of these AI initiatives or in health, so that everyone who is trying to build in all these areas feels like the government is there supporting what they're trying to do?
Well, totally, and I subscribe to everything what Michelle was saying. I love about being a lifelong learner, because this is so true. I think time has accelerated. Don't say that to anyone in physics, but it seems to me that time is accelerating, because the way we're thinking today has nothing to do with what people 2 generations ago were thinking, and we've seen it. I think the message for everyone in the room, we live in a world of generational opportunities. To your point exactly, I always say when I meet CEOs, don't tell me what you're going to see your business in 2 years. Tell me where the industry is going to be in 30 years. That's where I want to be. Electric vehicle, this is a once-in-a-lifetime generation. We've been driving combustion engine cars, I would say, for most of us, and now we're shifting technology. You see that once in a lifetime, huge opportunity. You think about the aerospace sector. Well, by the way, we're going back to the moon. Think about a challenge, and we're thinking also about hybrid propulsion. Well, we can green every industry. My mission, my vision is to be the green supplier of choice. And I always say to people, seize the moment, be ambitious, and make sure that Canada, with all of you, will be the brain power of the world, because we can together solve the problems of the world.
All right, a great conversation, and time flies, so we're out of it. But thank you, Michelle and Jeff and Minister Champagne, and thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Collision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That was great. Well, there are unique opportunities and many challenges to marketing in the metaverse. This next session is an exploration of strategies for creating immersive and engaging experiences that drive results in this emerging landscape. Please welcome to the stage from the street, J.D. Durkin, and the CMO of Unity, Carol Carpenter.
All right, welcome, welcome. Great, I'm really eager and looking forward to this conversation with Carol Carpenter, the CMO of Unity, all about real-life 3D engines, incredible technology that is both aspirational, has its start in gaming, Carol, as we know, but really is a part of our day-to-day community, whether or not we even realize it. So let me start there. First of all, for people who might be a bit unfamiliar, Carol, what are real-life 3D engines, and where might we see it in our day-to-day, even if we don't realize it?
Yeah, so Unity provides a real-time 3D engine, and you probably do see it, like you said, and you don't know it. So some really clear examples, you'll see it in Mercedes, their car line, 2024. It's powering the interface within the car. So, you know, when you're interacting with the music and the entertainment, you'll see it there. You'll see it in places like, how many have flown through the Vancouver airport? There's a digital twin that they've created using this real-time 3D engine, and it helps them with things like weather, which you experienced yesterday. I think many experienced yesterday. It's a predictive model, so they can actually determine, do we need more security? Do we need more flow through the airport? How do we handle weather? It's a really exciting time.
A lot of people will hear this conversation and the word metaverse comes to mind. This is something I knew that would be your facial expression. You and I have talked about this before. What is the #1 misconception of the metaverse, and how should people view this conversation with all the metaverse-related headlines they've undoubtedly come across, especially in the last 2 years or so?
Metaverse, it's like that word that we all kind of groan because it's been so overused and so misunderstood. We like to talk about the real verse, which is really the next generation of the internet. It's immersive, it's social, it's connected, it's engaging, it's real time, and it's often 3D. And it's just the way that we interact. And it's just providing everything we do in real life, but in the digital world.
What are a few of your personal favorite uses of this technology today?
Well, you mentioned games. So games is like our core love, and I have to say, I'm pretty excited about V Rising, which is made with Unity. I'm also excited about Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. How many have played? Hopefully you've played.
Any gamers? This is definitely a gamer-heavy audience, right? To some degree.
Zelda fans out there?
Lots
okay.
of fans. There we go.
And you know, I'm also really excited about. I mentioned to you some of the social impact work that's going on, where people are using real-time 3D, whether it's through augmented reality, like Augment Therapy, where they've created a solution for pediatric cancer patients, so children, so that they can understand what is it like going through radiology, what is it like going through treatment to reduce anxiety. So lots of great. Those are some of my favorites.
And could you talk to me a bit more about what does the user experience actually look like for them? I think when people think maybe of sort of this technology, it's very headset focused, and for people who may not have actually had that experience, they may wonder, what do you actually go through as you're trying to get a sense of what the technology actually means for you, especially in terms of those really incredible examples you just laid out?
Well, it can vary, right, from a PC to a headset. We're really excited. We've partnered with Apple on their Vision Pro, and that's really, they call it spatial computing. It's a mixed reality where, yes, there is a headset, but at the same time, you can see what's happening around you in the real world. It's phenomenal, and I hope that everyone here gets a chance to try it because it's less invasive, it's less awkward. It's part of how we could have it on, and we could be talking to each other, a little weird, I know, and at the same time seeing other applications at the same time, so it could augment what we're doing. You wouldn't need that pad of paper.
What would
you could
I
have your notes right there.
It would just be right there.
You'd have your notes over to the side. You might even have your stock tickers on one side. And you might even be playing a game on the side while you're talking to me. Probably not the best. But.
So is there an aspirational time horizon by which you see technology like this more widely adopted, not just by the corporate clientele you talked about, but in terms of day-to-day use for any of us here in the audience?
I think it's already happening. So when you say time frame, it's happening slowly. First of all, content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. And you can see it even in e-commerce and in your shopping experiences. Amazon, Google's experimenting with 3D in search. Like, it's happening all around us. And then some of these, examples we're talking about here is like, we all need a little bit of, I call it augmented reality, right? You're traveling and you're trying to figure out, like, okay, where's my boarding pass and what's the weather in Toronto, at the same time as you're getting on the plane. I think there are really strong use cases for having that information be much more accessible.
Are there ways for, let's say, a small business owner or a solo entrepreneur? And I ask that question through the lens of, in my experience, that oftentimes is the type of individual who might attend Collision or attend Web Summit. What does this mean for someone who may have an aspirational goal for a business and may not yet understand the link between how this technology might even serve them?
I'll give you a few examples,
Please.
Okay? One is you're a small business owner and you want to open a business. What is that business going to look like? How do you design your physical space? How do you design your virtual space? You could design your physical space using a lot of the tools that are out there from other companies or from Unity. You could visualize it. What is the customer experience going to be? So it gives you an opportunity to think about, how am I going to create an experience that my prospects and customers are going to experience that's immersive and engaging and isn't just, for example, another retail shop, right? So the good news is there are many free tools out there, including Unity. We provide free options so that anyone can start to delve into this area and do some creation. I mean, I think that's what's really incredible is over time, as hardware has gotten more progressive and more powerful, I think if any of you saw the Google DeepMind gentleman speak, like what we can do now versus what we could do 10 years ago, pretty amazing. Hardware, software, a small business owner can do all of this today, and you couldn't have done this previously.
I love technology. We all love technology. Perhaps one of the pitfalls that sometimes we recognize, I kind of miss people. I miss the human component. And so I wonder what this looks like from your lens. How do we make sure we don't lose that human component as we continue to embrace 3D real-life engines as more of a part of our day-to-day?
I agree. We cannot lose the humanity around this. And technology sometimes has a way of, creating that separation. I think about it like it's not creativity versus AI or creativity versus technology. It's creativity and AI, creativity and technology. Like, how do we bring them together? It's a little bit like I tell the marketing team, marketing has become, I think most industries, the marriage of art and science. Like, how do we bring that together? We still need creators. We still need the ideas, and technology can help us accelerate or help us bring that to fruition. But we still need the human part. And so, what can we do? I think most people have a little bit of, I would say, skepticism, and we should have healthy skepticism about anything you see or hear on the internet. I'm sure we all know about all the false information that can be out there. And I think there's a healthy amount of just experimentation that we all need to go through to get comfortable. Like, I don't know how many of you have played with ChatGPT. Like, you've just got to experiment and try a few things to figure out, like, okay, making sure, like, where is the humanness? And is this legit? Or do we need to work on this a little more?
What is most misunderstood about the space right now?
Real-time 3D or generally?
Well, let's start with real-time 3D, and then we'll move into more of a general sense. I think especially for people that maybe only have a casual relationship with some of these headlines, I wonder if in your work at Unity you come across popular misconceptions.
Well, one popular misconception is that it's hard. It's hard to create, it's hard to, and it's really become so much easier, as we talked about, with the advances in technology and the advanced hardware and software. It is something, it's much more accessible than it ever has been, and we're committed to making it easier and easier. It's still software, there is still some learning curve, there's still physics involved, because in the real world, there's gravity in their physics, so there's that element. I think the other piece of it is that it's expensive, and it doesn't need to be expensive anymore. It's not as expensive as it used to be to get involved and create this way. And then the other piece is that I think we all just need to embrace it. It is inevitable. We live in a 3D world. This is what real life is. I hope you all are enjoying meeting each other and networking. That's why we come together. How do we do this, and how do we augment it, not replace the human aspect?
Can you talk to me a bit more about the note about it being expensive? And how do you see that continuing to evolve? Is that because there are more players in the space, the natural hand of the market of competition inherently drives the price down over time, the technology is improving, as it gets more widespread, maybe it becomes less expensive? What does that look like for people that might want to learn more, but that price point might be something they have to take into pretty serious consideration?
When it comes to devices, that for sure, I think we're going to see those price points come down, as adoption increases. So there's a volume aspect to it, an adoption aspect. The software today, like I mentioned, a lot of, many of these software tools are free. Some do require a little bit of payment if you want the professional version, but it is what you can do today and create 3D worlds, create 3D models and simulations of your business. How many of you just saw the, not to talk about the gentleman who spoke earlier, but he was showing, I think it was from Google DeepMind, and we work with them. They use Unity technology to do protein folding. Okay, I'm not going to try to explain what they're doing, but it is highly compute intensive. Wow. what would have taken reams and reams of servers in the past can now be done with PCs and normal compute and with software. Protein folding, imagine that. And that's to advance, obviously, healthcare and healthcare solutions.
So you talk about healthcare, you talk about gaming. I mean, this has seemingly limitless possibilities in terms of its application.
Yeah.
Are there particular avenues for the future that you think are sort of most exciting to you? I mean, at least in terms of importance. Healthcare, to me, and as you laid out that example earlier, that to me really seems to be one of incredible personal importance for families.
For sure. So healthcare, imagine, you don't want your doctors to train on real life people. You want them to train through using technology to simulate those severely complicated operating procedures, right? So that's a really kind of straightforward example, I think. The area we haven't talked about that I'm really excited about, and it's somewhat invisible, I think, to consumers, is in the area of manufacturing, which is, smart factories. So we work with Hyundai on what does a smart factory look like? How do we instrument so that we can troubleshoot and do predictive maintenance without either having the plane in the air or getting ahead of things for safety and cost and efficiency in the manufacturing environment. And I think when you look at those use cases, think about the oil rig out in the middle of I know big oil, not great, but think about it. We all drive cars, we use rubber, et cetera. Those oil rigs require a tremendous amount of maintenance if you can do predictive maintenance. Or the Bell Canada person climbing the telephone pole doing work. If we could get ahead of that and have no power outages, wouldn't that be a better thing?
I mean, safety is a really big piece of this.
Safety and continuity of services for all of us, for sure.
Are there industry leaders that you're most impressed by right now? Other names in the space? You've litigated the case very well so far in our conversation, naming big names, but I wonder if there are other industry leaders that really stand out to you at being at the forefront of this technology that some of our members of the audience might not even realize.
Well, I'll tell you one I'm super excited about is Space Force. So it's a branch of the US government, okay? And what they're doing is they're creating 3D models and using that to advance space exploration, okay? So I have to admit, I'm a big kind of nerd when it comes to astronauts in space, and probably if I weren't sitting here, I'd love to be an astronaut, but I'm probably, too short, not fit, and have terrible eyesight. So it could never happen. But think about it, all the simulation and all the predictability you want before we send people to Mars or before you send people up in a rocket. Wouldn't you want to have all of that worked out as much as possible? And so really excited about what we're doing there, and a lot of it's around reskilling and up-training a lot of the folks in the armed forces to create software and applications for space exploration. I'm really excited
I could do an entire center stage conversation with you on just SpaceX, Space Force, NASA, and how this might apply.
And we could talk about for all mankind.
I love it. Are there concerns this might become more invasive and that these applications might go too far?
I mean, the big talk here, as I've walked the floor, is around AI, right? AI requires a tremendous amount of data to create predictive models. And let's face it, our data, personal data, work data, it's fairly, there's a lot of concerns around privacy and security. So I think we have to be responsible, and it's on companies like Unity and others to be responsible. We published our ethics around AI. I think everyone should have a healthy dose of concern around this, and at the same time, we have to embrace the parts that can help us, but also just be cautious. I mean, AI is trained on data and models that we as human beings create. So if we have bias, that bias is transmuted into these applications and models. So we need to be careful. We have to be cautious, and we have to check ourselves on this.
Finally, Carol, what most excites you about the future of 3D creation tools?
I want all of us to be creators. I want the fact that, AI is going to make it easier for each of us to become a creator because it's going to speed up the process. It's going to make it easier for us to say, I want a match 3 game and I want a big mountain scene, and I can type that in. And I'm not an engineer, and I can be a creator of a game, an application. I want us all to have that opportunity.
And I believe we have something that we want to show the audience on that note.
Yeah, I'd love to show you and stop talking for a minute. Let's take a look.
Okay, that was very cool. So with the remaining seconds we have left, absolutely, for the team at Unity, real quick to summarize what we just saw there, Carol.
This is AI at work. We just announced Muse Chat yesterday. Please go sign up for the beta, give it a shot, give it a twirl, give us feedback. It's only going to get better with feedback from the community. Super excited. I want everyone to be a creator. This is one way.
This is just one way. My special thanks there to Carol Carpenter, one more time, the CMO of Unity. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Okay.
Can we get another round of applause for JD and Carol? That was great. All right. To automate a task reliably, it's necessary to understand the solution first. Or is it? Does AI free us to create groundbreaking solutions, or are such notions a mere hype? What does it mean to automate beyond human expression? And what are the opportunities and dangers involved? To answer these questions, please give a warm welcome to Chief Decision Scientist at Google, Cassie Kozakov.
Hello, Toronto. Let's answer this big question that is on so many people's minds. Whose job does AI automate? Now, I know that a lot of you have gotten excited about AI recently. So I'm going to say something a little bit spicy. Got a level set, right? What is today's AI revolution about? Well, I propose to you that it is, in fact, not about AI at all. See, if you were excited by generative AI, if you were excited by AI in general, a year ago, 5 years ago, then you were excited by AI capabilities. If you've only just gotten excited about it in the last 6-7 months, what you're excited about isn't actually AI. It is user experience design. This AI revolution is actually a design revolution. A lot of these capabilities have been around for a while at their core. In fact, that T in ChatGPT, that stands for transformer, the first paper on transformers was published 6 years ago. Researchers, engineers have been excited about this for a while. But there is another group of people who were not part of this revolution. And these are the folks who've just joined. And who is that? That is users. This is a new way for people to interact with AI as a raw material. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Cassie Kozarkov. I serve as Chief Decision Scientist at Google, where I've been working on things related to data and AI for almost 10 years. I trained my first machine learning model about 20 years ago, so it's been a little while for me, but this talk is not about me. This is my colleague Paul, and it's certainly not about Paul either. This is Paul's wife's Aunt Dora. And Dora is a computer. And how do we know this? Because we have her marriage certificate from 1950, where it very clearly says that her profession is computer, and to make this even sweeter, her husband's profession is listed as engineer. So this is one of those early times in history where a computer managed to marry her engineer. I'm sure I don't have to point out to you that computer is not a job that you can get anymore, right? No one's got that on their CV, on their resume. So what happened to Dora's job? Who automated Dora's job? Well, I think we know the answer to that. The people who automate jobs automated Dora's job. And who are they? They are the engineers, the tool makers in our society, the inventors. We are a tool-making species, and whenever we can find a way to do something smarter, better, faster, cheaper, in a way where we don't have to keep repeating ourselves, engineers want to get at that. And the title of this talk is, Whose Job Does AI Automate? So let me just answer that for you in the first few minutes. As a delicious comeuppance here. AI automates the software engineer's job. Doesn't automate it away, but it changes it fundamentally, as I'll show you in a moment. But when you fundamentally change and improve an engineer's job, then what you get is more capabilities to automate all the other jobs. That's what's going on these days. But let me explain this to you straightforwardly. So what are computers like Dora for? They take inputs, they turn them into outputs. How? Via some code in the middle, via a recipe, a model. And the difference between AI and traditional programming simply boils down to where that recipe comes from. So where does it come from in traditional programming? Well, in order to automate a task, you have to understand how to do that task. As a traditional programmer, you have to then communicate with the universe, come up with the instructions through, I don't know, divine inspiration perhaps, and then carefully write those instructions as computer code that the computer can understand to then take the input and turn it into the output next time. Where does the recipe come from with AI? Not from instructions. Instead, you say, here are a bunch of examples. Now you figure it out. So in one slide, this is the essence of the difference. We're not explaining what we want with instructions anymore, but rather with examples. And examples have a fancy name. We call them data when they come in electronic form. So where we give the machine a bunch of examples, and then it's the machine learning algorithm's job to pull out those instructions itself, to form the recipe, so that we can take inputs and turn them into outputs. When we do it that way, that is AI and machine learning. So that's the whole thing. And why would you want to do this? Because if you want to, for example, figure out whether an image has a cat in it or not, it's really hard to say, this is catness. Let me write the instructions for what to do with each pixel, one by one, to figure out, should I call this cat or not? Or I could just give it a bunch of examples of cat, a bunch of examples of not cat. Okay, machine, now you figure it out. So this, in one slide, is what this is all about. But understanding today's AI has a little layer that we haven't been talking about over the last 10 years. Like, I've been talking about AI for a while. I think this is my 7th time on a stage related to the Web Summit conferences. So what were we talking about before, and what has to change now? I've been using a little analogy, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, so if you want to take a quick photo of this, I find this analogy super, super helpful for understanding the AI space. Now, this is the version for the past 10 years. So your data are your ingredients, and of course, as any good chef will tell you, if you got terrible ingredients, you're not going to expect much success in the kitchen. Your algorithms are your appliances. The models are the recipes, And then finally, the predictions or outputs, those are the dishes, the chocolate chip cookies, if you will. And what researchers have been working on is how to build those appliances. What applied AI folk work on is how to create those recipes that are innovative, that work in a large-scale kitchen, that solve problems with data that have never been solved before. Okay, this is the old thing. It's been around for a while. What is the new layer today? It is the way in which, instead of having those one-size-fits-all cookies that are solutions to an enterprise-scale problem, we are now putting these in users' hands as raw materials. You figure out what you want to do with them. Turn them into a Valentine's Day basket, spray them with gold paint, make an art piece out of them, whatever you like. This is about raw materials for your creativity, for your productivity. And the fact that people who don't know all the programming stuff, all the engineering stuff to build the system in the first place, can now take it and use it in creative and interesting ways, that's the revolution. Because once you put this in individuals' hands and you say, look how easy the interface is, it's just like writing a text message, off you go, make yourself more productive, make yourself more creative, have fun. What a flourishing in human potential you can get there. So the best way to understand today's AI is as a tool and as a raw material rather than the finished product. And this is some weird thinking because in the past, you're used to taking the outputs of AI systems. You might not even notice you're interacting with them. Like you go on Netflix, you get recommendations of what to watch. That's AI serving you recommendations, but you got a very simple choice, watch it or don't. You're not going to take what comes out of that and do cool stuff with it. Now, we've moved to it as a raw material. You're going to build on top of that. You're going to do very individualized things with it. What kind of task, though? Getting back to the point at hand, does AI automate then? Well, if we see AI as this whole progression to augmented individuals, if you will, to individual creativity and productivity, which tasks are on the cutting board? For this, I feel like I am bound to introduce a new word, because we don't have good words for this. We think about whole jobs. That's the wrong way to think about it. See, for every task, there is a thinking piece and what I like to call a thunking piece. And thunk being like that dull thunk of a brick hitting the ground, that mindless, brainless task. Or think of it as you want to go through the door. You could, use your head as a battering ram and thunk, thunk, thunk on the task. Or you could do a little bit of thinking and see what you're dealing with and realize that maybe the door handle is the solution to the problem. That's the thinking bit. And then once you've thought and you've seen the solution yourself, then to actually execute and pull on the door, there is more thunking again. AI does not automate thinking. It doesn't. There is a lot of strange rumblings about this that sound very odd to me, who's been in the space for 2 decades, but it doesn't automate thinking. It does automate the thinking component of a task. And you might be like, well, hang on, Cassie, hang on. What about art? Are we not automating creative stuff there? Look, if you think that we are replacing the thinking that artists do, I think you've missed like a whole century of art history. So let's go and look at a quick minute of art history for you. So this piece is a very famous piece called Fountain, 1917 by Marcel Duchamp. This is an iconic art piece. There was a big thinking component here, which is why this is such an icon, where the artist had to think about what needs to be said in the artistic conversation. What is important? What are the ideas? How do I capture this and convey it to others? And then he could have actually gone and learned how to work with porcelain, and he could have carved and sculpted this himself. But he didn't. He took a ready-made urinal, he signed a name on it, not even his name, and brought it to the exhibition. So who was the artist there? Are we going to say that it is the toilet manufacturer that is the artist? I would argue strongly against. The thinking component was knowing what is worth saying, knowing what is worth doing. We are thinking when we are coming up with ideas, when we are solving problems, when we're being creative, when we're interacting with one another, not in a we've pre-planned our speech and we're not, we've sort of checked out of the conversation, but when we're having true conversations with one another, we're focusing, we're reacting, that's when we're thinking. When we're inspiring and being inspired. All of that remains, and I believe that that is the best of how humanity can spend its time. And it is often when we are thinking that we're distracted from our opportunities to think, to solve the world's most important problems. Anyone who says, hey, there'll be nothing left to do after AI, after automation, after productivity revolution, hasn't seen just how much is suboptimal, I'll call it suboptimal in the world. As long as we have medicines that have been undiscovered, diseases uncured, inefficiencies, as long as we have climate problems, as long as we have a future to invent, there is plenty to think about and plenty to do. We're going to have plenty to work on. And to somebody of the past, if you show a person driving a forklift or operating a crane, that looks godlike. Think about what that means for a moment. There will always be stuff to do. There will always be ways to participate. But also secretly, there's this rumbling about this concept of secret cyborgs. I don't know if you've heard this. This concept is essentially that people would love to get their thinking automated. Once you see the solution, you would love to say, okay, now someone else do it, now AI do it, now machine do it. You'd love to do that. But you're scared that your boss will find out. That might be the biggest problem. That management has not learned how to manage thinking. Only how to manage thinking. What you can measure easily. What you can observe easily. How many hours has someone sat in a chair? How many times have they done a repetitive task? Whereas thinking is something you can't force. You can only get in the way of it. I don't believe that there is a person who can sit and think truly at your full creative potential for 9 hours a day. You need that space in between. And we should be okay with that. We should be stepping up as managers and as teachers too. And thinking about how to lead in a society where there might be some space around the thinking. And that's okay. Now you might be saying, okay, but what if we let AI do the thinking? On philosophical grounds, I completely reject this notion. AI cannot think. AI can automate, and AI can execute decisions. When you are not the one making the decision, and it looks like the machine is doing it, there is someone who is actually making that decision for you. Whoever built the technology, that is the person doing the thinking. And I think that we've been complacent. We've allowed our technology to be faceless. Even if I have a cup that someone designed stupidly, has a hole in the bottom, I pour coffee in there, it goes all over me. If I react to this, I'm like, stupid cup. It's a dangerous reaction. The better reaction is, who designed this thing this way? Let's have a conversation about that. Is that a right and useful design for users, for society? Now, with a cup, it's bad enough, but at least it's easy to do, to go from the object to the person. But what about these large-scale systems? Well, let me tell you, there are definitely people who are making subjective decisions, designing these things. We need to start seeing them. We need to stop allowing technology to be faceless. When we program the traditional way, how do we get the task done? Some human being has to agonize over every single line. So you want to automate a task, it takes 10,000 lines of code, 100,000 lines of code. Either you have to write them all and think about them all, or some other human being has to have done that and you take the package and plug it in. But when it comes to AI, there are actually only 2 lines behind all that fiddling. Optimize this goal on that data set, go. 2 lines of thought that can scale up and affect millions of lives, billions of lives. These 2 lines require as much thought and respect as those 10,000 or 100,000 lines of code. And if we don't see the people who are doing this, if we say, the machine makes the decisions, it's some bunch of mathematics, of course it's objectively correct, how will we hold them accountable for quality, for wisdom? These 2 lines are fundamentally subjective. What is success? How do we make trade-offs? What's good? What's worth doing? What isn't? Which mistakes do we tolerate and which mistakes do we not? Very subjective decisions right there that require a lot of decision skill. And on that data set, which examples do we want to teach with? Which examples are inappropriate? What kind of world are we describing to the machine, and is that the world that we want to build later? This is a way to amplify the impact of decision makers. So let AI stand for amplified impact of individuals, of users, of everyone who's going to use it to be more productive, but also of the people for whom this is a grand lever. I hope that we will step up and understand that thinking is our responsibility. And the people who design these systems, I hope that we will hold them accountable for bringing the best of humanity to that design rather than the worst of us. So, I'll leave you with that thought. This is about thinking, and we will all have space to think more in the future. It's time that we took our skills at it seriously, learned to become better designers, better decision makers. And let's step up to it and build a better future together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Cassie. Switching gears just a little bit. Hands up, who has watched Prison Break or The Walking Dead? Many of you, nice. Okay, well, you'll know our first speaker. Our second speaker is a successful investor and entrepreneur who has backed the likes of Peloton, WordPress, and Fitbit. Both have platforms at their disposal. So how do you use that platform, and how do you use it for good? To explore how one can use their influence to mobilize large audiences and foster meaningful impact, please welcome to the stage Tony Conrad, founder of True Ventures and board member of the Skate Park Project, as well as actor, director, and ambassador of the International Rescue Committee, Sarah Wayne Callies, in conversation with Zachary Karabell from Time.
Good morning, Vietnam. Good afternoon. We're on that liminal cusp of the morning and the afternoon, so we will usher you in to the second half of the day, talking about how people use their prominent platforms for good. I was thinking before we came out for this that, you know, through much of the 20th century, the idea that you would use a platform of celebrity and or fame to then extend that into causes domestically and globally would have been somewhat alien, right? You know, Cary Grant did not feel that it was his responsibility to take a stance on things that were going on in the world, morally or not. And while it's certainly true that people of means and wealth have for quite a long time, toward the end of their wealth accumulation, thought that it was necessary and vital for the health of a society to start putting some of that money to greater social good. Andrew Carnegie setting up the Carnegie Corporations, Henry Ford setting up the Ford Foundation. That too as an imperative of, with great power and with great means comes great responsibility. We can call it the Spider-Man theory of social good, is a more recent phenomenon. So we have two people, both of whom come at this from a somewhat different perspective, and I will turn first to my right. Everyone here is to my right, not necessarily politically.
Definitely.
And ask you about how you got involved in, one, being a spokesperson for the International Rescue Committee and feeling like you have this platform of celebrity and that there is an imperative and a responsibility to turn that to ameliorating some of the harms and wrongs in the world.
Sure. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon in our liminal space, as you said. I mean, I got involved with the International Rescue Committee because my grandfather was a refugee and I was a donor. And they came to me when they decided to start their spokesperson program. And they said, we looked at the donor rolls and it looks like you're already a friend, and do you want to get more involved? You know, one of the best pieces of advice I got very early in my career, before I was making more money than I needed to spend by the end of the month, was brought to me by somebody who suggested the concept of tithing, which I think is often associated with a religion. In my case, it isn't. But the idea that you take 10% of what you have accumulated and you return it to people who probably need it more. And that just became a sort of principle of our lives. And when it comes to using a platform, I think maybe the Cary Grant thing is interesting, because I bet Cary Grant had a studio saying to him, we don't want your opinions, this is bad for our movies, and there was a lot of silencing. And maybe part of what's happened right now is that silencing has been removed, and so people have a chance to talk about what matters to them.
I mean, Tony, you come at this more from a venture capital background and a money background. I mean that purely descriptively. And I think some of what Sarah said about a studio saying we don't want to hear you also pertains to a lot of companies saying, you know, do your thing, build your company, don't do anything that's going to distract the attention or create unwanted. But you've made a real endeavor over the past years to channel some of your efforts through True Ventures elsewhere.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to be thought of as the money guy, but
it's just comparative.
I guess it's a blessing. You know, one of the first things the principles I've always had is that you have to exercise the muscle of being engaged in communities and things that are for the greater good. And if you don't start exercising that muscle, no matter if you're, 15 years old or, in my case, much older, chronologically advanced, as we like to say, you just don't develop the skill set around doing that. So it's always been a core belief of mine that we've also now have extended into our fund at True Ventures. We do a lot of things on the platform level where we focus on different ways to bring underrepresented groups into the benefit of the ecosystem of technology and startup culture and entrepreneurship. And so I think it's an amazing opportunity for us from where we sit to impact students, to impact future investors, and also to invest in companies that maybe represent a much more inclusive look at the way the future should be.
So give us one core, good nugget, an example of something that you feel that you've done that really embodies that specifically.
Yeah, so I'll give you a few different nuggets. On the student level, we've had over 200 students that we've brought into a fellowship, and the emphasis on that is definitely to find first-generation college students, and often students that are a little bit younger. So traditionally in our industry, people would reach out to, kids that have gone to Stanford or MIT or Harvard or whatever, and we're certainly not going to discriminate against those kind of students, but we're trying to cast the net a little wider into places maybe that aren't as high profile, and certainly targeting students that are first generation college students in their family. On the investor side, we realized years ago that we weren't actually as engaged with different groups across the ecosystem of entrepreneurship that we should be and be supporting. And a lot of it was just not in our network. And so we turned to our own founders and asked them to join a program we call Spoke, which is a Scout program. And the people that are in that program that are learning the apprenticeship, so to speak, the craft of investing and being part of this community are people that come from different backgrounds, a broader, more inclusive set of backgrounds. And then the last thing, we put over $1 million a year into nonprofit focus organizations with the exact same emphasis on, gender, race, background, those kinds of things.
So Sarah, a lot of your work in this realm has been international, as in, not domestic in Canada or the United States. Why that focus in particular? I mean, why the using of that platform for issues in Africa or Asia or wherever the rescue committee's work might be?
So, small asterisk that we are the International Rescue Committee, but there are 12 relocation centers inside the U.S., and I've actually done a bunch of work trying to bring our new friends into the country and make that as smooth a transition as possible. That's an interesting question. I think there are other things that I'm involved with that are sort of more domestic, but it feels like our life is globalized, and I think what we're experiencing right now in the vastness of the refugee and the immigration, I don't quite want to call them crises, but the scope of what's going on is, in a lot of ways, a product of what's going on here and what has happened over generations and centuries in the West, right? Whether we're talking about climate change having outsized impacts on countries that haven't consumed the majority of the resources, or whether we're talking about the vestiges of colonialism that have destabilized parts of the world at the benefit of the West for centuries. And, for instance, and I apologize, this is going to be hugely reductive, but Africa was doing great. And then people came on boats from all over the world and took the soul out of Africa and then left. And so it feels to me like an international approach is a small part of the sort of reconciliation process with what's been done to some of those places over the last few centuries.
And how does, this is a bit of a meta question. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, thanks.
It's hard
nice
for us
of you.
to hear the audience. Yes.
Well done, Sarah.
How does celebrity translate into influence and power in a specific way in those areas? Like when you go into an area, what do you feel the translation is of basically your platform into tangible effect?
So some of it, listen, on the one hand, I want to say very tongue-in-cheek, people love celebrities telling them what to give a shit about. And I find it can be really obnoxious, which is why I think in some ways the best thing that I can do is amplify the good work of the educated and intelligent people who are doing it, not sort of say, let me tell you what's actually going on. The best thing I can do is amplify the work of the IRC because they have been doing this for 90 years and they have a staff devoted to it. Interestingly, I have a sort of odd career in that a lot of the shows that I've been a part of have been, even like the first show I ever did was Prison Break, and it was more successful internationally than it was domestically. So I've had the very weird experience of, for instance, sitting down with a group of women in Domi's camp in 2013 in Kurdistan in northern Iraq. And I'd asked for a women's meeting because it was a primarily Muslim population, and there are a lot of things that women won't say with men in the room. And it occurred to me as we were talking through our translator that they were treating me like a physician, like I was their personal doctor because I'd played a doctor on TV, which is so absurd. But we were actually able to learn things about what they needed, about the lack of menstrual products in the camp, and we were able to then liaise with MSF and other organizations to solve that problem. So it's a weird thought that I can, in some small way, be of service because I've been on TV. That's preposterous, and there are people better suited to it. But if I can step into that for a minute, why not?
And I think that's, a wise way of looking at it, that it's a currency that may be
I didn't earn.
questionable, but it's real.
If you can spend it like money, you might as well.
Exactly. So Tony, you've made more explicit, I think, effort to focus domestically. At least we talked about that, and with the Tony Hawk Foundation as well. Is there a reason to sort of be local before you're global, or?
No, not at all. In fact, first of all, I've always admired people that are involved in what I'll call more global focused initiatives, which are so massively important and critically important. What I found for myself, I was part of an environmental agency board about 20 years ago, and it's a great board. It's an organization I still love to support, but I didn't feel a connection to it in the way that I wanted. Right? It was too esoteric for me. It was I couldn't see the impact of the work that we were doing or I was doing. I knew it was contributing, but I couldn't feel it. And then Tony Hawk approached me about joining his board of directors. And, I started looking into it. And what I loved about it was how local it was. And it was dealing, definitely mostly domestically. We do stuff in Afghanistan and other places as well. But it's mainly focused on small communities, within our borders. And I could feel a connection to that in a different way, and I could see it in the youth that it was supporting, and I loved that, and that really turned me on, and it, my energy level on it was just so much more engaged and just so much more committed. And so I think the lesson, I take from that is that there's not, one of these approaches is not the right or the wrong. They're both equally important. But I go back to what I said in the beginning. If you don't start exercising that muscle early on, if you're not taught to exercise that muscle early on, you will, in fact, not have a muscle to do it. It's not a thing that you should wait until you're wealthy or you're in a position of influence. It's something that you should be doing day one, period. And if you do that, then you'll understand how to navigate in these arenas.
Well, and we used to be taught that, right? That used to be a part of our curriculum, this idea of community service.
Right.
And I think it still is in a small way, but it was I'm not quite sure when it changed, but the idea that you would volunteer at a soup kitchen on Sunday after church, or that you would do something with your time, even if you couldn't donate more than the price of a pizza. That used to be more kind of baked in, I think, to our education and our social fabric. And I think what you're saying is brilliant. You have to exercise it from the beginning like a muscle.
Yeah. I think some of the, we certainly want to avoid anything political, but I do think some of the political divide around these terms, woke and all this kind of stuff, what it does is it starts to drive a wedge, between, basic things like, what's the role of education? Should being involved and being engaged in the community, be a part of the curriculum or not? And of course, I think it should be, right? But I think there's others that probably differ on that now. And I think that's one of the unfortunate things where it's almost like it's not politically correct to actually be engaged often in these small, local initiatives.
Okay.
And what we used to call more of civic engagement as a thing and as a meaning.
It's loaded now.
By the way, I would love to see a Tony Hawk skate park in Afghanistan today, because I think if the Taliban
Let me tell you the coolest thing about Tony Hawk.
Things
I want to tell you the coolest thing about this skate park in Afghanistan. Just 1 second on it. It is 90% girls.
Yep.
90% girls.
It's so
skating
cool.
in the skate park. Now that is amazing.
And they need it right now.
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about the pushback that one sometimes gets, right? For the, the using other means for other means, basically, because that's what we're talking about, and that should be fungible, but it's not always. And there can be some legitimate ones, right? I was on CNBC for years, and sometimes people would come up to me and say, what's your investing advice? And I said, my best investing advice is not to take investing advice from someone you've seen on TV. And I think that there are times when people say, stay in your lane, right? Yeah. You're a successful actress, and you should be, but you have not, that's the pushback. So what do you say, what do you push back to the pushback?
Well, this is work I would be doing, whatever I was doing with my life. So this is complicated and the time is so short, but I think basically the same rules should apply whether or not somebody knows your name or not, which is that I think in a functioning democracy, we should probably all listen more than we talk. And we should probably all listen really hard to people who have demonstrated a certain level of education and research and devotion to what they're talking about, which is to say, there's a lot of opining, and I think it's making noise, and it's making it hard to hear the people who I have the most, at least, to learn from. So I would be saying the things that I would be saying no matter what I'm doing. But again, I feel like my job is to amplify the good work of the people who do this for a living, who are truly educated and know what they're doing, rather than sort of yammer, and I'm sure I've done this and I apologize, but sort of yammer about, this is my opinion, because my opinion about acting and directing and surviving as a woman in Hollywood, I've got 20 years to back that up. My opinion about the refugee crisis shouldn't matter as much as those who work for the international aid organizations that hopefully I can amplify.
And for Tony, in a similar way, I mean, I know you're saying you should start these things younger, you should cultivate the muscles of engagement and civic engagement and giving back from an early stage and not just turning around later in your career and going, well, now I can. But surely there are people in venture funds or backers who will say to a founder who would say, you know, no, I want to take 15% of my time or my company's time and have it serve my community. I'm just using that as hypothetical, where someone would turn around and go, no, that's not what we're investing money in you to do. We're investing money so you build this company that has more value.
Honestly, like I try never. So the thing we do at True is we're always the first institutional check, or most 95% of the time we're the first institutional check. I would never ever have that framework in my mind.
No, you wouldn't, but others would.
And I would say to other people that's a little misguided. That's kind of like the adage that you need to, put in a 100-hour work week or an 80-hour work week, and that's going to be more productive. We all know it's not, right? You have clarity of thinking when you have space, and I think these things when you take, Google famously did this, right? And I think they certainly have done pretty well, and if you look at it objectively, I think being able to take out 10 to 20% of your time and apply it to other things and other interests, passions, whatever it might be. Those are really, really healthy habits for a human being, and it's a really healthy habit for, I think, creating cultures that actually produce great results. And that's ultimately what we're investing in, the human, and hopefully it intersects with results.
I like that. And in the ample time remaining, what is for each of you something that you feel is vitally, critically important and deeply under-examined or focused on, that is an issue today that we should be paying more attention to in the light of all of us trying to create the future that we want and not the future that we fear?
This is not a sexy answer, but I would say civility. I think the attrition of civility is at the root of a lot of discord. And so I think, being a nice person, being able to listen to somebody who you disagree with and say, I disagree with you, instead of flying across the table, spitting with your claws out.
Yeah, for me, this is not a checklist thing. And it's not something that you're supposed to do or you should do or whatever. It should be something that you want to do. It's like fundamentally important that you understand how it contributes not only to your platform, but to you as an individual to be engaged.
I would say civility as a way of describing the imperative in any society of dealing with difference is absolutely sexy and totally vital. So, I think we should all embrace that.
That was a very civil answer. Thank you.
And thank you all for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That was awesome. Okay, with the increasing prevalence of AI and automation, the ability to exert control over your brand and processes has become more important than ever. This next speaker is from one of the hottest AI startups of the moment. Founded in 2021, this generative AI writing tool has a valuation of over $1.5 billion. Please welcome to the stage Jasper AI co-founder and CEO Dave Rogenmoser in conversation with Wired Global Editorial Director Gideon Litchfield.
Hello, everybody. So we're going to talk about AI, just like everybody else at Collision. Dave, for the benefit of a cynical journalist like me, please explain what is going to be so transformative about generative AI for the marketing world? Like, what is the most audacious vision of how this technology changes your business?
I think right now, AI is used to generate content. It was just text, now it's images as well. And it's pretty good. It's getting better quickly. That's kind of the state of it right now, and I think people are like, is this kind of all it can do? We're just going to get a ton more content flooding the internet. And I don't think that's the case. I think in the future, every marketer is going to have a really powerful, really smart co-pilot and sometimes autopilot marketing assistant. And this assistant is going to tackle every part of the marketing journey, every part of the marketing flow, not just the middle part, which is kind of the content creation. And so it's going to help you with strategy. It's going to help you with planning. It's going to help you with research. After that, it's going to help you actually generate high-quality content for the people you're trying to reach. It's going to help publish it to the right channels. It's going to help watch how it performs and optimize that. It's going to have a feedback loop that keeps learning and getting better and better. And so I think it's like the day-to-day of a marketer. And we'll still need marketers. You know, marketers not going away.
I was going to ask, what's going to be left for marketers to do?
Well, I think they're going to show up and they're going to open up their computer and they're going to have reports of what this assistant has done and how it's performed and where it's maybe allocated different resources. It's going to have suggestions that the assistant and the co-pilot brings and says, hey, I wasn't sure what to do here. Here's some suggestions, and you'll be able to click a button and approve that, and you'll be able to decline that, and you'll be able to tweak this thing here. And then sometimes you're just going to be able to set it on autopilot and just say, hey, listen, like, under these parameters, go, allocate this spend across these different channels, go update this message on our website. We'll be looking for opportunities there. And so I think marketers are still going to be so needed, but they're going to be freed up to do more of the strategic thinking, more of the higher level work, and less, logging into ad campaigns and writing all the content and all that stuff there. But they're still going to be really, really necessary in the future. But I think it's going to be a lot more fun. You're going to do more of the fun stuff and less of the tedious stuff.
So that's the thing that I hear a lot when people talk about AI. It's going to free us up from the tedious tasks and make everything more fun. One of the concerns that comes up, and I think this is not just in marketing, it's in every profession, is a lot of the ways that people get into a profession is by starting at the entry level and doing the stuff that is not quite so much fun. And that might be in marketing, it might be in law as a paralegal. So is there a risk to people who are starting up in whatever profession they're in that there's no path to entry for them anymore?
At some point, that could be the case. It seems like there's an endless supply of new, not as fun tasks that show up. Even as you move online and move digital, now there's a whole set of tedious things that kind of pop up there that, digital was still supposed to solve there. So I don't think we've seen any diminishing of any of that stuff here for kind of, new entrants and new people that learn. I think for the new people that are coming in, they've got a head start, and I would be learning these tools. And you've got a bunch of people that are very skilled and trained and learned all of the skills that, are maybe going to be less useful in the future. The people that know how to really work with AI are going to have a real leg up. And so I would say learning those from the beginning is going to be a huge head start.
All right. So, okay, that's the vision of the future. What does it look like today? How much change are we seeing already from tools like Jasper for the way that marketing is being done?
We're seeing a lot of people, particularly prosumers and SMBs, like historically, but now starting to see large companies adopt these tools. We're seeing them be able to be much more creative. Like there's this one customer we have, his name is Jim. A few years ago, outside of a grocery store. He got hit in the head and developed a serious brain injury that turned into aphasia, where he had a hard time communicating, recalling the words that he wanted to share. And he was an academic, he was a copywriter, and he had to kind of step back from that. And he was kind of locked in his own head. You know, he still had these ideas, but he couldn't quite share them with the world until AI comes, you know, into play here. He hears about Jasper like 2 years ago, starts playing with it, and all of a sudden he's like, man, I'm freed up to enter into these spaces that I couldn't enter into after that head injury here, and share these ideas. And he's like one of our most like prolific like trainers of the community and writers, and he's incredibly creative. He actually got into art school as an AI artist, one of the first AI artists here. And this was stuff that, again, was already in him, but just couldn't be expressed. And so I think we're seeing a lot more of that. People that have good ideas are starting to be able to share those more. It's not all about having traditional marketing skills or copywriting skills or, you know, content generation skills or whatever. I think we're getting into more of a meritocracy where like the best idea can win because you've got more tools that help people share those. And so we are seeing like better campaigns, higher performing marketing campaigns, better ROI, more on brand, more in control. And like we're starting to see this become like a real staple inside of these companies where it's not just this toy, it's like this is actually how we generate revenue for the company.
Why is it increasing effectiveness and ROI? I mean, if it's simply speeding up or automating the task of writing copy, how is it also getting better?
I think one example is personas, and a lot of companies are trying to target multiple types of people, and each person has a different benefit or angle about why they would buy the product. You know, if you're security driven, you're going to want to hear about the security benefits. If you're a marketer, you're going to hear about the ROI. You know, like every company's trying to do that, but it's hard to put yourself in the mindset of that, of all these different personas. Jasper's incredibly good at helping you create whole marketing plans tailored to different kinds of people. If you want to talk to moms differently than dads, great. Jasper can do both of those effortlessly and really well. Also, a lot of, you know, let's say with performance marketing, Facebook ads, Google ads, having lots of variations is incredibly important here. Most marketers, you know, get excited about a campaign, they create 10 headlines, they launch it, one of them's the best one, they get back, they got a bunch of other stuff they got to work on, step one runs forever. Jasper will help you generate 100 new headlines every single day with different angles and testing new things and learning from the data. And so you're just going to end up with a lot more good content that you can test out there in the different channels there, which ends up producing great ROI.
Right. So part of the promise, and you're kind of tilting towards this already, of AI is that it allows you to personalize content a lot more. Maybe even down to the level of the individual person that you're sending something to. If you're able to personalize more, you also have more opportunities for it to go wrong, for it to make mistakes. You need more content moderation, right? How do you handle that? Because then you need more people to check what it's doing.
We are big proponents of humans checking, you know, the work of Jasper, and so we think Jasper is really great at generating rough drafts and, you know, continually getting better and better. I'd say it probably takes 80% of the work out, but you've still got to fact check these tools. You've still got to really read them and say, is this really hitting the mark? And I think the job is still on our customers to know their customer deeply, know the pain points, and like help craft the messaging for them. And so yeah, you can't set these things out in the wild on their own. Maybe someday, again, there's more of a kind of an autopilot, but I still think we need like a human in the loop, checking and making sure that the message is on brand, secure, the tone of voice is correct, and all that stuff there. And I don't think that's going away anytime soon.
I mean, this is part of the broader kind of problem with AI that we've seen of hallucination or confabulation, that when you put it to work on anything that involves facts, it doesn't actually know facts from unfacts, if that's a word. So it runs the risk of getting things wrong. Do you see advances in AI that are going to make that better?
Yeah, there are. It's a hard problem to solve. Right now at Jasper, a big thing that our customers want is they want to upload knowledge base, and they want to be able to say, hey, I just want to feed it all the facts about my company and have it go retrieve those as it generates. And it's actually working. And we've built systems that allow people to keep Jasper more focused on the facts that they have told Jasper to talk about here. And again, it's not perfect. There's still some of that in there. And if you kind of get outside of that knowledge base that you've hooked Jasper up to, there is more hallucination. But we are seeing hallucination decrease over time. And in the case of the knowledge base, like it's actually really, really good. And so I don't know that that's going to be a big problem in AI in a few years. I think AI might actually be able to just leap over that and solve that.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I'm hearing some people say that they've seen examples where an AI is trained on, let's say, the content that a publication puts out or the knowledge base of a company, and maybe it makes fewer mistakes or it's a little more on target, but fundamentally the structure of the way large language models work is still that they don't know what is truth and what is not truth. They just predict words. So it seems to me like you're never actually going to get rid of this problem altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are going to have to go back to fundamentally how are we building the models. Right now we're sort of doing it in like a second layer on top of the model to help kind of guide that. But I agree with you. I think there's probably different ways to build these models that help control this that is pretty experimental right now.
Yeah. So obviously I think OpenAI scored a bit of a coup because it managed to get ChatGPT to represent the general term generative AI in the same way that Hoover got, represented the vacuum cleaner. But, there's Jasper, there's OpenAI, there's Writer, there are various other companies that are in this space. How are these different models differentiating themselves from one another?
Well, I think when ChatGPT came out, kind of the onus was on us, and we've been around 2.5 years. We were,
and you were using ChatGPT as part of. I mean, you built Jasper off ChatGPT at least.
Yeah, the APIs that ChatGPT runs on, GPT-3, GPT 3.5, GPT-4. Those are models that we still use today. We don't use them exclusively. We use some of our own models, and there's a bunch of other kind of good models popping up, and we're pretty model agnostic. But those are good APIs for sure. I think ChatGPT is a more generalized tool, broadly used. You can code with it. You can write poetry with it. You can do like a lot of stuff. And we've actually seen that kind of be an on-ramp for a lot of people. Obviously, they're like testing this out for the very first time. With Jasper, what we're trying to build is something more tailored for businesses, more tailored for marketers, more tailored for teams. And so if you're a hobbyist and you're just going to use it to write some Christmas cards and some emails, whatever, ChatGPT might be great for you and flexible enough and all that. But we're seeing more of demand for, hey, I want to get my whole team on there. I want it to be on brand. I want it to train it on how I want it to speak. I want to have controls over kind of who you can use it, how they can use it. And I want it to be custom-built workflows for marketing use cases there because, I don't want to remember all these prompts and all that stuff there. And so we've kind of seen this whole new world open for Jasper with these larger companies. They're still a little bit nervous about security and a little bit nervous about these things, for good reason. We're seeing them say, hey, I would love to have a tool that we can get some more control over, and that's really where Jasper has started to push into and push up market.
Right. A thing that I particularly worry about as a journalist is even before generative AI, the internet was already getting filled up with, frankly, just garbage content produced by content farms that contains misinformation or just dubious information in general, that also pollutes search results. It becomes harder and harder to find reliable information that you're looking for in Google because there is just so much rubbish out there. And it feels as if generative AI just pushes that up a whole other step, and that people might be using things like ChatGPT or Jasper or other tools to generate content for the sake of hits that then just makes our general information ecosystem worse. What do you say to that worry?
Well, I certainly want to be in the business of creating good content, and we've always kind of preached that. We said, hey, listen, you can create fluff content. Frankly, it's not going to work that well anyway. Your reader's not going to enjoy it. It's not going to rank well in the search engines. It's not going to hold up over time. And so I really am a believer that the best content wins. And
no, that doesn't feel like my experience, to be honest. It feels to me like the internet is full of a lot of really bad content.
Oh, no, it's full of a lot of bad content. But if I search for, an article on generative AI, there's, whatever, 1 billion articles. I'm still only going to see the top 10, in Google, and I'm not clicking to page 2. And likely that there's some really good content in there that's, likely a lot better than the other billion articles that are on page 2 and beyond there. And so I think we've got search engines, we've got, ways of distribution, you've got Twitter, you've got places that the best content tends to rise to the top, and bad content, while there's tons of it, doesn't really show up anywhere. And so I'm hopeful that the best content will continue to win, and that we'll continue to find ways to elevate stuff that actually is meaningful, actually is good, actually solves the reader's problems. And we're certainly building Jasper in a way that We're not building for the content farms, the people that just want to do that, like go somewhere else. Like we want people that generate high quality content to be used in Jasper.
Right. Is generative AI content actually cost effective? Because we see the amount of compute that is required to power just a general query. I think there was some statistic that I forget about how many more times expensive it is for Google to serve, or for Microsoft to serve a search query using generative AI, a chatbot, than it is using a regular search. So is it that, are there cases in which it actually doesn't make sense cost-wise to use it?
Yeah, I mean, for generating marketing content for businesses, it's incredibly cost-effective, and the cost of generating this content for these companies is far lower for even really good content than it would be if it was just a person writing all of it. But yeah, there's lots of use cases. I think consumer, it's harder. I think for like Google search engines, like that'd be really hard cost-wise to like make the economics work there. But I think the costs are getting dramatically cheaper like over time, and so and our customers, the cost benefit is like really clear.
Yeah. One of the other side effects of the AI boom is that there is this giant shadow workforce that has emerged for training models, also for content moderation. In some cases, these moderators are having to look at a lot of really toxic stuff, or in other cases, they're simply just being paid pretty poor wages for fairly mundane work. And it seems like even once you've done a lot of model training, there are always edge cases. There's always stuff that needs to be moderated, always stuff that needs to be improved. So there is this large economy now of people who are being paid to keep AI, to make AI look good, to make it look impressive. You're obviously part of that economy. How do you think about the welfare and the well-being of those workers?
Yeah, when we first launched Jasper, we had someone full-time on our team that was just looking for all of the bad actors, was looking for certain keywords of people that are generating content that like we don't want to be associated with and proud of. And we found like that's a really hard job. And looking at that stuff all day like sucks. And so we started to have to rotate people out. We started to kind of build tools that allow you to kind of do that without having to get into the muck and all of that. But like that is real, and it's important work to like help push the value of AI forward there. But that is real, and so I think we've tried to be really thoughtful about like our team members that do that, and how do we like protect them, and how do we keep them.
Do you outsource this stuff?
We do it all in-house. Yeah, we're not outsourcing any of that right now. Again, some of the more model companies have to do more of that than us. But yeah, we've had to be really thoughtful about how we ensure the mental health of people that have to do more of the dirty work behind the scenes there. Because it's not easy, but it is important work.
Right. Since we're almost out of time, I'm going to end with a lightning round. Google versus Microsoft. Who's going to win in search?
I would have a hard time betting against Google at search. That's their thing.
Right. And Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. Who's going to win the cage match?
Musk is a unit. I mean, he's a big dude. So I've just put the weight over the skill.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. I was betting on the fast, agile little guy. But
it could be. I think Zuck's got he's actually trained to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, well, we'll wrap it up there. Dave Rogenmoser, thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
How we doing? Still keeping it in there? Day 2, going strong? Yes, okay. Well, finding a co-founder for your startup is one of the most critical business decisions you'll ever make. The co-founder dynamic can make or break a startup, and a solid founder is the first thing that early-stage investors look for. To find out what makes the perfect co-founder, our next session brings experts from different facets of a startup. Please welcome to the stage General Partner of Race Capital, Edith Yeung, co-founder and CEO of Aptly Board, Mehdi Basiri, and Tanis George, the author of the Co-Founders Handbook, in conversation with Jeremy Habashay from Valor Economico.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Well, so, Tanis, I will start with you. You are the author of the Co-Founders Handbook, so lots of experience here, but what are the key qualities or attributes that make a good co-founder for a startup?
So the most important thing that I've learned as I interviewed hundreds of founders is I realized that alignment in values was a unique factor that ended up being extremely important as the glue. So ensuring that founders ensure that their values are aligned, that they really have the same belief in what they're building this business for is an extremely important factor.
Edith, from an investor perspective, what are you looking for when you're picking a company to invest?
Yeah, so when we first meet the founders, and particularly if there are two co-founders, usually I would ask 7 different things and started with, what are your history? Why do you come together as the founders, unless you met them when you were born? What are the value? I absolutely agree. It's something that I think it is actually the most important as the glue. What is your skill set? What's your temperament? What is your network? And all these things combined, there's no like one thing particular, but sometimes you'll be surprised. A lot of co-founders, especially when you meet them separately, they may tell you a different story. So it's really about understanding, and on top of that, I think that particular focus on skill set, a lot of the investment that we do at Race Capital is very developer driven. So it's not surprising to meet somebody who's two developers, but still, we usually will look for somebody still got to sell, right? If you're an enterprise, it would be ideally to have someone that one is really great at sort of selling and product, the other one is engineering. But if you are in a more B2B or B2C, then it's really all about growth. So it really depends on the exact, because it varies by the nature of the company.
And Mehdi, you started Aptly Board with your brothers. And what are the challenges of working together with your family? Is it a good idea to bring like friends to your company? What was your decision when you picked your brothers?
I think in our case was a lot of blessing. We are very close family in many sense before we started our Aptly Board, and we were complementing each other a lot in terms of the skills. And very early days, we kind of decided that we're going to each focus on a certain area of the business. So that really helped us to not get each other toes. But I agree with the folks. I think like mission of the company, the value that you share are extremely important, and that's what keeps the co-founders together. So in our case, it was a lot easier because we grew up with the same value. We grew up with having a lot of similarity in our thinking. So that made the process a lot easier.
Great, Tanis. What do you think about people that try to start a company without a partner or alone? What are the advantages and disadvantages of having co-founders in your company?
Well, ironically, the answer to that is the same answer, which is a sharing of responsibility. So if the advantage is you get to share responsibility, and the disadvantage is that you get to share responsibility. And so I think going in, making sure that you really know and define each other's roles, and being able to go in with that, then you're able to effectively navigate all the requirements that are going to come your way as an entrepreneur during that journey. And I think that's a really important piece, is to recognize you get the benefit of sharing, but at the same time, you need to be mature and intentionally work through that sharing of responsibility.
do the requirements change? Do you have something new in this field, or we are always looking for the same kind of requirement when we are starting a company?
You know what? It'll depend on your business. You know, your role as a founder will evolve as a startup. Obviously, your company evolves. You never know what's going to be thrown your way. So I think you need to be prepared and not feel I signed up, say, as the CEO, and that means I have to be the CEO for the rest of the time. I think your company and the journey that you're on will begin to define what you do, and don't be so attached to that role. Be willing to be malleable and be willing to figure out where you're best suited, and always focusing, most importantly, on the success of the company. Co-founders are a team, and it's really important to make sure that you remember that and then do what's best for the company.
Let's say you reach this goal of building a team, real team, then you met someone like Edith that will decide if you're investing. So Edith, how you will decide, how companies can show, or how founders can show they are prepared, or they have this kind of qualities that you are looking for?
By the way, I think that not every such amazing company need to have co-founder. There are many great founders that we have invested, in our case, GoodNotes, which is the #1 note-taking app on the iPad last year. Steven is a solo founder. Versus we have Databricks, 7 founders.
Wow,
if you treat co-founders like a marriage, there's a lot of argument there. So in some sense, there's no one size fit all. I think I absolutely agree with what Tanis was saying earlier, which is, especially for the first couple of years, is rolling up your sleeve. You do whatever it takes. There's no, I'm supposed to be this person who's do sales. I remember my partner for Race Capital, Alfred, when he started BEA, he said that I was the last guy to take out the trash because we can't afford to pay for it. So in that sense, I think it's all about doing whatever it takes, but at the same time, being a founder is to recognize, I don't want to be so Asian where I have to be the best at everything. Forget it. Yeah. In fact, I should focus on things that I'm great at and hire the right people to do what I sucked at. So having that sort of open-mindedness where you recognize your fault and your greatness, that's how you can build a good team.
Mary, can you share some experience working in your company with your brothers and how you manage this kind of challenge? Like maybe not picking the trash, but how some experience in the hard time with your brothers?
Certainly. Like, Applyboard grew to over 1,500 employees in the past 8 years. So wow. I do pretty much remember from taking the trash, washing the dishes when we were like 6 years ago. I'm serious. So I fully agree with that. Like, you really need to be able to roll your sleeves up and do whatever it takes. It's responsibilities for co-founders is not the JD that you write down. It's pretty much everything and anything that needs to be done. And that was like really our, I would say, like, work with my brothers, that always we were ready to jump to a fire and take it whatever it needs to be done, irrespective of the work. But also, I think the biggest and the most important there is, like, you need someone to lift you up. And I'm big, if I start another company, I would like to have a co-founder personally, because I think as you need someone in your life, most of people do, you need to go to someone when you're on your downside and say, this is a challenge I'm facing, and how can you help me? And that was a very supportive and motivational for us, to having 2 other brothers that you can go at any time to.
Now I have one question for all of you, but starting with Tanis, what is the advice you can give to someone trying to build a strong relationship with co-founders? What kind of strategy they can use to build the company in a better way and have a better relation as co-founders?
One of the things I realized was that expectations not communicated become a conflict later on. So I often tell people, if you expected your co-founder to do something, don't be upset if it doesn't happen because you didn't communicate it. And I think one of the key pieces to a strong co-founder partnership is to actually be very intentional about your communication. And so I think when I'm telling and advising folks when they're building their partnership, think daily, weekly, monthly, annually get-togethers where you're sharing what's going on in your role so that the other person is there and is aware of what's happening. And I think that really creates a strong bond. And it also builds trust, which is really the foundation of a co-founder partnership.
Edith.
On this note, I think the #1 conflict is actually equity ownership between co-founders.
Oh, that's
Unless you, unless you know each other since your childhood, a lot of times it's really about, we have heard story where, they're a very, very strong leader. They met in previous company before, but the founder only give out like 1% to the co-founder. And the co-founder come back and say, can I just have 10%? And the person not willing to do that. That is not really a co-founder in this case. So I think, being co-founders, you really should, upfront and communicate, how we're going to share ownership of this company. And making sure that, if a company's worth 0, it doesn't really matter you own 99%. It's really everybody need to be on the same boat when you're on a Titanic so you don't sink. So in that sense, it's really about being able to share. Particularly if you really call each other co-founder to at least almost equal, so then you can really be on the same boat to get to your next stage.
But should approach this challenge of equity the same way from the beginning of the company, when the company is really small, and after some time when the company grows and it's a little bit bigger than the beginning, or would it be the same approach?
There are plenty of companies when they get to much later stage where there are co-founders actually drop off. It's really not their thing. And that's why most of the equities ownership is vested over 4 years. In fact, most of the time, even for a founder or co-founders, is 1 year cliff. So if you don't even stay for at least a year, you get nothing. Which I think actually is fair, because at the end of the day, to get to the stage where like an apply board, it takes years. So I don't think it's fair that if somebody don't want to work on the company anymore and that you take half of the company, that is not fair either. So at the end of the day, it's to set up sort of that vesting schedule and at least 1 year cliff so that person is committed. And then you can also issue more shares for CEO or even new CEO if you hire somebody new. They all need some skin in the game, which is the ownership of the company.
Maddie, I'm curious about your strategy to manage, family in the same business. What kind of strategy would you advise or use to be successful?
Certainly. So we actually did have an early co-founder that left early days. So we went through that process, and I think it is extremely important on what you mentioned. Equity is a huge thing, and when you have nothing, you're not worried about it. Then it becomes something everyone worry about it, and many people are financially driven. So I do agree with that vesting schedule. And a lot of investors ask you on the very early days to kind of do the vesting. I think co-founders are co-ownership. So I do agree, even if someone came up with the idea, but if you really want to treat someone as your co-founder, be equal. And the equality matters. Doesn't matter what role you have, whether you're the CEO or whatever you do, at the end, you need to know that this is a shared decisions making. And I see a lot of co-founders, I've been around a lot of startups, that they can't communicate enough. And is at the end, one person has to sacrifice when you're not aligning on who that person would be. And it can't be 1%. So I think as long as you treat it as a partnerships and you have the good balance of personal life and work life, a lot of co-founders treat each other as colleagues, and that's not going to work out. You're going to spend 12 hours in a day for the first few years with someone. That person is not just a colleague.
Yeah, it's almost like in marriage, you need a prenup. You need that for your co-founders.
I love that.
Right.
Tennis, if you're not lucky enough to have in your family the co-founders, what advice would you give to someone struggling to find a co-founder, someone to partner and launch a company? And you have launched some companies with the same co-founder, right?
Yes, that's right. I've built 4 companies with the same co-founder over 25 years. I often advise entrepreneurs 2 things when it comes to I'm looking for a co-founder question. First thing I tell them is just keep building your company. Don't stop and wait for you to find that co-founder. I say go right ahead, keep building your business, Because over time, if you don't find your co-founder and you continue to build your company, you take risk off the table. And what that allows you to do potentially is to maybe negotiate a little more equity because it's less risky. So the first thing I say is don't stop building your idea. Continue. And the second thing I tell people is to put yourself out there everywhere. It's the most important thing because you never know where that person is. So letting people know, saying, hey, I'm building this company. I'm looking for somebody who's interested in maybe being an entrepreneur and maybe being my co-founder. These are the parameters I'm looking for. And so if you put yourself out there to your network, to the network of your network, and eventually somebody might pop up. So never give up and don't be ashamed or nervous to put yourself out there. It's the beginning of the start of the uncomfortable life of an entrepreneur. That's a great place to start. Put yourself out there, say, I'm looking for a founder, and let your network do the work for you.
But do you think geography is a factor? Like, should you be like in Silicon Valley or, Kitchener here in Canada or tech centers or something like that?
Yeah, we're in a new world now. Co-founders can be anywhere. I just interviewed a set of founders where two lived in the same area. The other founder lived in Australia, and they had never met over 8 years. And they were successful co-founders. So it can happen. Just your intentionality needs to be much more significant. Your communication needs to be on point, but it's totally doable.
We've been talking about the qualities and what we're looking for in a co-founder. But Edith, what would be the red flags for a co-founder? Someone that you should avoid as a co-founder?
So many. It's not even funny. A few things. So usually when I mentioned earlier, we ask at least these 7 things to figure out the dynamic of the co-founders. But let's say if the history of the co-founder is, I love Collision. At the same time, hey, we just met last week at Collision, and that's why we're founding a company. That's a red flag. And let's say, and by the way, there are many amazing companies like Eventbrite really worked out a couple as a co-founder. If the two co-founders are dating, I just don't want our companies to go down because the relationship doesn't work out.
Okay.
That's another one. And then I do agree nowadays because of COVID, everybody work from home. At the same time, I think it does work a lot better if you're working from home remotely, but you know each other before. There's some sort of history. So let's say if there are 7 co-founders in 7 different countries, I don't know who is not going to sleep because you will have a very hard time to get things started because of the time zone. So there are so many variables. And last but not least, I love this one, which is we always, before we invest, we ask for the cap table. It tells a story. And when you start to see, how come this person have, at least, let's say, 5%, 10% of ownership, but I never met this person. And it's not even a previous COVID. What happened to this guy? And it happened quite a bit because somebody who's very experienced, willing to borrow credibility, you start a company and they disappeared. So it's important to have vesting, but really understand what's the story the cap table is really telling you. That's the 4 things that we red flag that we look at.
I see. Maddie, a lot of myths and misconceptions around co-founders, and one myth is that you should not start a company with your family, or you should not work with your family. And here we are, you have. But what kind of myths or other misconceptions you think there are surrounding co-founders?
Let me be clear. Founding a company with your partner or family is not easy.
Okay.
It's not like a rosy garden that you walk into everything. It has its challenges, and it can be go opposite, as you mentioned. We got lucky at earliest stage. We brought the executive coach, so really supported us. We were all 3 starting the company, was our first company. So I think like that equality existed in our mind. So that really helped. But at the same time, like I've seen a lot of people, I would have not joined the company early days if it wasn't for the mission. If, for example, was something that only 2 of my brothers were passionate about, I wasn't passionate about, I would have not joined for sake of being a co-founder. I think that end North Star is really matter because then that really aligns. And then for us was like spending enough time because again, we came from a very close family, so we were spending enough time. So the balance was there, but that does not mean we didn't argue. That wasn't a challenging. It was a very much challenging, as it is challenging with any other co-founder. You get to a disagreement and it's easier to be disrespectful to your family because they know they forgive you, versus to your co-founder, you might not be if it's not. So it has its challenges, but I think we saw more blessing out of that than the challenges. And as long as the good memories are bigger than the bad memories, I think that's a good thing. So
Agree.
That's true.
But Maddie, thinking about the stress that you're talking about, do you have any advice on how to manage stress as a co-founder or a founder, co-founder? What are the tips you could give to manage stress in the kind of environment that we have nowadays?
for me, I think it's like a lot of self-soothing. If you want to start something and you're looking for someone else to lift you up, it's really hard because entrepreneurship journey could be a 3 years journey or it could be a 30 years journey or maybe more. So I think you need to know yourself very well to make sure you balance that. That's at least for me. I think that really helps. So.
Edith, I know you were starting a fund, and then we got the SVB collapse, and you had the fund money that, and lots of stress. What would be your advice for leading with stress?
This one I learned from Alfred on this one is because you live and breathe. I actually don't agree about work-life balance. There's no such thing. Like if you're really into what you work on, you think about it all the time. So to balance it out is have some hobby where you sort of shift your mind to that you just love it and wanted to think about it so much, so then you don't go crazy. I think you need to be I don't agree with work-life balance, but you do need to be a sane person to be able to treat your employee and co-founder well. So find a hobby that you really, really enjoy to at least you can turn off just for a couple hours a day and then go back to work.
Dennis, for you, how to manage stress?
Yeah, I want to underline how Mehdi mentioned about getting a coach who can be that sounding board throughout your relationship and your co-founder partnership. Someone who can journey with you through that is an excellent way if you need to navigate a unique situation and to have someone there. And I'll also add, I often do tell people no partners with benefits. That's the best underlying thing that you want to do. But navigating stress, I think what's really exciting about the co-founder partnership, it has the opportunity to be one of the greatest human relationships you can have. And the reason for that is because there's authenticity, honesty, vulnerability that needs to occur in that relationship. And in very few other places besides your spouse, your children, your immediate family, do you get that intimacy. So if you can actually relate with one another and be that piece that lifts each other up during your struggles, you can actually build an incredible human experience that you can look back on in your life. So being able to lean on each other and going in with that mindset, I think is a really beautiful way to handle whatever's thrown at you as you go.
Awesome.
Dennis, Edith, Mehdi, thank you so much. It was great. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. Like, I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
This year, more than ever before, I want to welcome each and every one of you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle. I think one of the biggest challenges facing the world right now is
how we navigate technological adolescence, climate change, the spread of disinformation.
There's a huge potential for abuse.
how do we connect?
Is everything going to work? Of course not. But you have to try, you have to innovate, you have to take risks to find solutions to our problems of today.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision and Managing Director of Techstars Toronto, Sunil Sharma.
Okay. Good afternoon, Toronto. Good afternoon, Collision. It is now time for a marketing masterclass with some of the actual leaders of this global industry. Here to talk about what marketing will look like in 2024, please welcome the CEO of leading experiential marketing platform AnyRoad, Jonathan Yaffe, the CEO of Wolf Olins, which is a global brand consultancy and a pioneer in corporate identity, Sarah Ashman, and the 21-year-old Canadian founder and chairman of Crosscheck Studios, and with over 26 million followers on TikTok, it's Josh Richards.
All right. Yeah, look at that crowd. They told us backstage the crowd was filling in. They weren't joking. Thank you all so much for being here. Sarah, Josh, Jonathan, my thanks to all of you. This is a master class in all things marketing. On this stage right now, we've got 3 total pros. Also me, I'm here as well. I appreciate you all being here. Obviously, the theme of this talk is an eye to the future. But before we talk about the future, I always think it's important to get a better understanding of where we are right now in the world of marketing and how we got here. If each of you could give me one word or so to describe the current state of global marketing, what would that word be?
In transition.
I would say chaos right now.
Chaos?
Yeah.
Hectic.
Hectic. Okay, those are pretty similar. Let me really push up a little bit more. Why chaos? Why hectic? What are we seeing?
I feel like right now we're in a time where we're seeing a lot of people throw everything at a wall and they're trying to figure out what sticks. They don't necessarily know how to reach a certain audience. So yeah, they're throwing money at the problem.
Yeah, definitely volume, often over creativity.
Mm-hmm. And transition's pretty similar to that.
Yeah, but we've been stuck in this kind of like, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter type of social media marketing thing for the last 15 years. And now we see this big shift to new platforms like TikTok, experiential, branded engagement, and it's all in transition.
Absolutely. Sarah, I'd love to ask you, your recent launches for your company include household names like Uber, Instacart, even TikTok. Talk to us a bit more about what that work looks like for those companies that everyone is certainly familiar with and may not really know how they're going about the process.
Yeah. Well, our work in brand starts with, what's the organization in the world to do, and what do they stand for? What do they want to be known for as a result? So marketing happens a bit further down the line. For us, it's about the DNA, and I often say I think of brands as people. They have a purpose, they have a mission, they have values, they have behaviors that back that up, all of those things. So that's our start point. And once you have a really nice foundation for that, then you can start amplifying and multiplying that across the execution and marketing and all sorts of experiences, all sorts of things. So they're a little different depending on who you're working for. So Uber, big idea beyond ride sharing into a mobility platform. Lots to work with there as an idea. Whereas TikTok, our job there really was to help creators get more from the platform and help them have a proposition that encouraged more of that creativity on their platform. So that's what we give advice around.
Very cool. Josh, what do brands get wrong about trying to work with Gen Z content creators and gearing towards a Gen Z audience?
I think the biggest thing is not allowing the creator to have the creative control. They don't give a lot of freedom sometimes to the creator, and there's a reason why the creator has acquired the audience they've acquired. It's because they know how to speak to them. So I understand it's scary when you've worked so hard to get yourself to a position or your company to a position, and then you're going to a 19 to 21-year-old like myself and saying, hey, I believe in you, I trust you, make my product something that people want. Make my product something that your audience desires. It's a scary thing. You've put in all the work. You've gotten your company to where it is. So I understand that, but there's also the reason why that creator's there and why you're reaching out to them. It's because they've been able to acquire the audience and put themselves in a position to get your attention. So you got to give the creator more creative control.
And we'll talk much more about authenticity coming up in our chat in just a bit. Jonathan, on top of everything else that you're a professional of, I know that data and analytics are so important to you. What does that look like for marketers today in ways that maybe our audience might be a bit surprised to hear?
Yeah, when I got my start at Red Bull, was one of the first marketing hires when Red Bull first came to North America. We spent about $1 billion a year on experiences and events. And it worked, right? We created these incredible immersive experiences that brought in thousands and thousands of people each one, with people jumping out of airplanes, going down mountains on tricycles, DJs playing, people are dancing, everyone's having an amazing time. And TLDR, it worked. Red Bull has by far #1 market share, but it drove me absolutely crazy that we had no data. And now we're living in a world where only the stupidest brands are going to actually invest into marketing channels that they actually can't see what that ROI is, right? We don't live in kind of an intuition-based marketing world anymore.
An open question for all of you. Brands, in order to be successful, really need to do an effective job at conveying something that's genuine. We've talked before about the role of authenticity. How much more important will that authentic connection be for marketers, whether it's content creators or clients, as we head into 2024?
Yeah, I think personally from a creator standpoint, I've found more and more as social media has grown and also the consumer has gotten so much more intelligent, that you need to come off authentic. You need to make sure when you're going to either endorse a product or promote something that you believe in it. That's why oftentimes when I go into business, I'm either getting equity in a company or co-founding a company myself, because it needs to be something that my fans can, one, get to feel like they're a part of. They're a part of the process of maybe building that out, like when we built out a drink company. So whatever you're going to be promoting, you don't want it to feel like a billboard. You don't want it to feel like a cheesy commercial you're watching on cable. It has to be something that the audience is still going to get behind.
I think it's more important than ever because everything is so transparent these days, so you can get caught out very quickly. And authenticity is a proxy for building trust. And you don't trust things that you don't understand or that feel like they're being disingenuous with you. So trust and authenticity are not going to go away or go out of style. What's interesting, I think, around brands is how they evolve, whether they're creators, individuals, or whether they're organizations, and how they bring their audience with them in a way that still feels authentic and trusted, when you may, in 10 years' time, feel like quite a different person and be presenting quite a different version of yourself to the world. So how does that journey translate and bring that trust all the way through? Yeah.
And in the world of experiential marketing, we see brands really going out of their way to make sure that the experiences and events that they're creating are authentic to the brand, right? Whether it's Lululemon with these incredible yoga experiences, Nike with their running club, whatever your favorite brewery is with these beer tastings and beer experiences, or when people pop up at Coachella or Stagecoach or these great music festivals, making sure that that brand actually should be there and giving people an opportunity to engage with it.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Coachella and say, why is this brand here? What are you doing?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Cringe, right? There's a cringe factor sometimes when brands work too hard.
That's right. And a lot of brands have gotten in trouble for that.
Origin stories are good, I think. You know, when brands sometimes are trying to reconnect with what's important about them and what people loved about them in the first place. So Levi's, I think, got a lot of kudos this year for going back to their origins and telling the stories about, you know, whether whoever it was, sold the family goat for the Levi's or whatever it was. It was fun, but it was also getting back to the story of Levi's over many years. Yeah.
Sarah, what are some of the biggest mistakes that you see brands making as they try and reach new customers?
I think trying to be things that you're not, so which goes back to authenticity, and being in places that just make no sense, and trying to ride out, trends. I think yes, of course, the channels are going to change, all of those things are moving all the time, but I think, the smartest organizations are really clear about why they're placing themselves in your vision, why they have permission to do that, and what you get from it afterwards, and also inviting you to participate in that, so they're not just kind of broadcasting. So if you think about, undoubtedly we're all going to talk about AI and all of those kind of things. So there's productivity tools, there's things that can help you be more creative and immersive, VR, and then there's the different channels that you use to connect. And I think, smart organizations are really specific about the role of each of those, the message they want to communicate, and what's in it for you at the end of the day. The empathy is there.
Sure. Josh, how can brands do a better job of trying to appeal to Gen Z without making it obvious that they're trying to appeal to Gen Z? Because I feel like oftentimes, especially in your line of work, I'm sure you've seen brands work a little too hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is exactly what my company, Crosscheck Studios, is an expert in, and that is we team up with companies and we will run their TikToks for them, because this way you're getting a mind of someone that's been able to grow a following of over 40 million people in the Gen Z audience, to really make sure that it feels authentic. It's about the people that are running those accounts. If you're going to have someone that's in an older generation running your marketing campaign, a lot of the times it's going to feel like someone from an older generation is running your marketing campaign. They're not going to be able to connect to the 12 to 18-year-old or 16 to 24-year-old that they're trying to connect to. So it's really about the people you're going to put around that effort to go out and connect to Gen Z. And that's why you need to make sure you're teaming up with the right people, such as myself.
That's the plug I was looking for. So I come from the world of cable news, and we always talk about the impressionable, the key advertising demo, and that's always been what cable news networks have been going after for so long, but now that demographic is on other platforms. It's really interesting, I think, to watch a lot of these big brands who for years have tried to play the old school game, and now you got a generation of cord cutters that aren't really watching cable news. I hate to admit that because I'm in it, and now there are new platforms to do so. Jonathan, to you, there have been seismic global events over the last few years. We had a pandemic, we've got Russia's war in Ukraine, we've had social unrest, and I wonder from your perspective, how should brands look to better adjust on the backdrop of a lot of these things that are changing life as we know it in one way or another for all of us?
Yeah, I think it just comes down to values and being authentic to who the brand is, right? So we see a lot of brands that are actually doing very well embracing experiential marketing, and because they want to be where people are having fun, where people are engaged, where people are learning about the brand, but not just seeing a billboard or a online video or something like that, but actually getting to touch the brand and experience it. But we also see brands that are doing very cringe things where they see something happening in the news and they decide that they have to completely pivot their strategy to talk about, Black Lives Matter or whatever, when that doesn't really, people can see when it's fake. And what I'm saying is that when brands are actually true to the values that they started with and go back to it, that's the long-term thinking that'll guide them through it.
A follow-up for you.
Yeah.
You and I were talking backstage about what some people call the backlash to rainbow capitalism. We're still here in the heart of Pride Month.
Yeah.
I am assuming these are big stories here in Canada. They certainly are back in New York. Brands, Bud Light, Target, the backlash from some consumers trying to adjust. Jonathan, who's doing it right and who's maybe misstepping a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that exactly the same way I answered the last question, which is the brands that are doing it right is the brands that are true to their values. We see the brands that have been seriously hurt by kind of this backlash to rainbow capitalism, or whatever words they use on that, are the ones that actually apologized, right? So doing this unapologetically and saying, this is who we are as a brand. If you don't have to consume our products, you don't have to drink our beer, but this is who we are and this is what we stand for, that I think is the most important thing. Right? But when brands kind of backtrack and say, oh, we're really sorry about that, we didn't mean to do this, that's when people start to question, what does the brand actually stand for?
A question for all of you. Spoiler alert, many Wall Street analysts are expecting some degree of a recession could happen later this year, maybe into 2024. What goes hand in hand with economic uncertainty is advertising pullback, and that's true across the board. And so I wonder how you suspect in each of your respective lanes, how should brands navigate that? What does that mean for the client, and especially as a content creator like yourself, Josh, amidst a bit of uncertainty in terms of what's to come economically?
I've been through a few recessions now, and I'm not an expert. I don't want to become an expert in those. But I do observe a couple of things. And one is that you can't turn off the switch, the tap of marketing. Like, that's a really bad idea, because the engine goes cold, and then it's much harder to get started. So I think smart organizations, they have to tailor what they're doing, but they can't afford to stop. And that helps you accelerate out much faster later on. So then if you take that logic and you start to think about, what should you invest in, I think there's going to be a lot of investment in things that fuel sales very quickly, and that is important, and you can do that in a very functional sense. But you can't afford to stop pushing what you actually stand for at the same time. So I think you have to find some balance there. And yes, you have to make your marketing spend go further, but there are smart ways of doing that. And this is probably heresy, but it is really hectic, and we probably could do with seeing a little less marketing in places. So it's not necessarily a bad idea that we go back to basics a bit and what do we really want to say, and where do we really want to be, and why is that important, and why should we be doing this? I think those are good questions to ask. And obviously, I hope that we become very buoyant very quickly, and this does not happen and does not last.
A bit of a good faith reassessment. Josh, in terms of a content creator, are you seeing advertisers pull back?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a little bit of pullback. But if you are a creator during this time, the saying goes, when there's blood on the streets, buy property. Like, there's also a writer strike going on. There's no better time for a content creator than now to start creating their own library of content and owning that content for themselves, building out their own IP, so that when these streamers and when the marketing dollars come back, you already have this catalog that you're able to provide. You're able to go and already own it and sell it off to these people. So yeah, it's now is no better time than any other to really dig deep and start making some of the best content you've ever made.
Show of hands if I can. Does anyone ever get really tired with social media? Social media fatigue? Show of hands, trying to keep up the latest trends, posting on social media, making those reels, making those TikToks. That's more hands than I thought, because I'm one of those many people who feel that way. So I think we all can be honest and say social media fatigue is a reality. How do you all see, how should marketers position themselves, understanding that from time to time people just want to put the phone down?
Every day we see something like 14,000 advertisements, right? Whether that's a billboard or something shown to us on our phone. And I think we've become numb to them, right? And so really, I mean, what we're seeing is that it was Facebook and Google for years. And now folks are saying this is not actually having the intended impact, right? Especially with a potential recession. This money's going to go to where there is higher ROI. And what we see is that a lot of this is going into experiential, right? Because why tell somebody about your product when they could actually experience it? And the ROI is about 12x anything digital. So it's good. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I really worry about people's mental health and well-being. And I think it would be right to pull back from social media and for everyone to be a bit more responsible in terms of what's going on there, in terms of the impact of that afterwards. Otherwise, I think people are just going to start self-selecting and coming off. I certainly use social media an awful lot less than I used to in the past, and I know a lot of people who are in the same situation. So again, I think it goes back to being thoughtful if you're going to be posting content, whether you're an individual, whether you're an organization, and finding ways to connect that do not feel like wallpaper and just shouting all the time. Because I just think that's going to be in the rearview mirror very quickly. And we need more creativity, more interesting content, and not just distraction. And we're going to see a big movement towards a world that is not interested in that so much. So I would encourage everyone to get ahead of that wave, because it's definitely coming. I think it's a tsunami.
Josh, what does burnout look like? And I don't mean to ask you too personally, if you're willing to share, of course, but you or any of your colleagues in the space, I'm sure you've all had times when you said, hey, I love doing this. You are an incredibly prolific content creator, but I'm sure you have days where you say, I would love not to have to make content today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you need to take time for your own mental health, just like in any space you work in when you work a lot. So for me, there's a couple different strategies. Like I set timers on all of my apps, for example. So I have like an hour timer on each one of my apps. And then if I go and extend that, I extend that. But that's me kind of taking that awareness and being like, all right, I know I'm spending more time on my phone today. I know I'm spending more time than usual. I need to make sure that means this weekend I'm going to, go to the beach and have a good time and just take a day to myself. Or me and a couple of my buddies will go camping every single month. So it's just being able to find those ways to kind of light that spark again, and kind of like take some time away from the social media.
I appreciate the context on all those responses, especially through the lens of mental health. It's so important as we talk about marketing and content creation and social media to not forget that, which is most important, right? Which is especially family, friends. But I do want to talk about AI because today ends in Y, so we're always going to talk about artificial intelligence. How do we use generative AI as a productivity tool in this conversation, and how do we know when it's gone too far? For instance, when maybe it starts to displace content creators. That's a question for all of you.
Yeah, as of right now, from what I've seen personally with AI and whatnot, it's not yet smart enough to replace the creators. So the ways that we like to use it, like at CrossCheck, for example, is a lot in the scheduling form, or if that's to assist someone's job and give them an extra tool to get more things done and be able to be more efficient with their job. But I think it becomes too far once you start replacing people entirely, right? Once you start having the possibility of a complete movie being made with no actual actors behind it or writers behind it, that's when we're losing the beauty of human art and our mind, which is able to create and make such wonderful things.
I spent a lot of time thinking about what generative AI looks like for actually offline in real life experiences. We work with a great company out in Scotland called Johnnie Walker. And if you go to visit the Johnnie Walker distillery, before you go, you have to complete a flavor profile to learn, do you prefer cinnamon or do you prefer mint? And actually, what that means is when you get there and you have this experience, you'll have an experience that's tailored to your flavor profile. So if the four of us go, we will all have very different experiences. And so starting to think about what that looks like at a hyper-personalized level where when brands want to create these kind of experiential marketing programs, how do they actually understand who consumers are and can actually build and tailor that hyper-personalized to each consumer? And it's really interesting. It's obviously moving very quickly in that direction.
For sure. Sarah, anything on AI?
Yeah, I think AI is speeding up productivity at the moment. I think that's the kind of baseline of the pyramid of where it might get to. And that's useful, as long as it's not speeding everything up and the volume up, I think, right now. I've shared my opinion on that. But I think it now is a kind of playtime for a lot of this new technology, isn't it? Whether it's immersive experiences that you're creating, blending that with physical interactions and experience as well. And there's lots of interesting examples coming out. Mid-Journey's being used in all sorts of kind of weird and wonderful ways. The ketchup thing last year was quite fun, So I think there's, it is kind of playtime in lots of different ways, but I don't hang my hat on AI as the future of marketing or anything.
Weird and wonderful is a great way to describe it. We've got just about 1 minute left, so a question for each of you. If you could give members of this audience today 1 or 2 solid recommendations. It could be a book, it could be a podcast, could be a TikTok video for them to take the information they heard in today's talk and to go off and continue to learn. What would some of those resources be that have been very beneficial to you in your journeys that they might enjoy as well?
I guess we're looking at me to start with the social media question, eh? I'm gonna say something that's helped me. I'm just going to plug my own podcast, BFS. Go watch it. So, yeah.
Podcast, yeah.
I really love the book, The Experience Economy. It's informed a lot of my views that digital marketing is falling flat and that really, in real life experiences are the way that people not only interact best with each other, but also with brands.
Cool. Sarah?
There's so many directions I could go in there because I have so many interests, but I think I'm really enjoying a podcast right now called Live Well, Live More, which is hosted by Dr. Rangan Chatterjee. And I like the people that he's engaging with and how they're, it's all about how do you have a holistic view of your life, how you look after yourself, how you use social media, all sorts of things. So yeah, I'd recommend that.
Amazing. My special thanks to Sarah, Josh, and Jonathan. My thanks to all of you as well for a great conversation. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of Collision.
Thank you.
Moderating that one, JD, that was fantastic. Listen, with women leaders leaving the workforce faster than ever, including Sheryl Sandberg, who left Meta after 14 years as COO, or Susan Wojcicki from YouTube after 9 years as the CEO, it's especially critical for businesses to recognize and reward talent in a meaningful way, such as through increased pay and steps toward promotion. Now, to share why women leaders need more support navigating economic volatility and why diverse companies do better financially, please welcome, in conversation with Alyssa Cohn of Forbes, the co-founder of Chief, Lindsay Kaplan.
Thank you, everybody. So excited to be here. Lindsay, I'm so excited to have this conversation with you.
I know.
I guess it would be first, maybe a good place to start would be just to tell us about Chief. Give us the sort of founding insight and tell us about what you built.
Sure. So Chief came from a really personal place. My co-founder and I both were executives at our respective startups. And I was a VP that was just trying to do amazing work in my job. And what I hadn't planned on was, as a woman, as a mother, feeling that triple burden of not just being a great VP, but also dealing with that stress and pressure of feeling like I was this model woman in business, feeling like I needed to represent what it looked like to be a great working mom, to do those coffees where people could pick my brain, speak on women's panels, and there was really no place that I could go and be vulnerable and that I could feel like I was going to grow as a leader. And so my co-founder and I decided maybe we need to build a community where executive women who feel that pressure, who feel like they can't be vulnerable in public, we could all come together. And that is what created Chief. So when we started in 2019, we were excited to have maybe 100 members, 200. Today, there's 20,000 members of Chief in the US and UK. And we have an incredible community of women who are VP through C-suite who support each other in their leadership journeys.
Thank you for sharing that, and congratulations on what you built. And that's an incredible sort of space for community for women who really need that in more senior roles. Tell us about kind of the state of women in the workplace right now. We've heard so many different ways of articulating that. What's your point of view on women in the workplace right now?
Oh, God. There's a lot of conversations we could have about the state of women in the workplace. I think there's a lot of opportunity to be had, but there's been a lot of setbacks. And we're seeing women burning out at that director level, which is not surprising because around that time, women decide maybe they want to have families, they want to be caregivers. And we also know that 75% of caregiving, specifically unpaid caregiving, is performed by women globally. And that, by the way, that's even breadwinners. So even breadwinners in the family are still doing the lion's share of caregiving. So it's no wonder that women are dropping out of the workforce around that director level. And we're seeing women who get into these executive level positions They're not feeling supported. They're not feeling like they necessarily belong in their executive positions. And that stress, that pressure, that feeling that they have the world on their shoulders, in addition to all of the work they have to do to run a business, all of that is really weighing on women.
So how do you see Chief and communities really sort of solving that problem?
So I deeply believe that women are in pursuit of different outcomes, whether that's climbing the career ladder and getting that next job, and the next board seat, or even just staying put and not burning out. So at Chief, we believe that community and building powerful relationships is the starting answer to pursuing those outcomes. So in my own experience, I'm a mom of two. I have ADHD, I'm neurodiverse. I'm good at some things at work, I'm terrible at others. It's so important for me to have a network, to have a peer group of other women who get it. Because I have friends, I've got a family, I've got lots of people to talk to, but to be with other people who understand that stress and pressure can unlock a lot for people who are dealing with all of these different problems in their life.
Both to give them a sense of belonging, but also probably to provide actionable solutions for each other.
Absolutely. So it's not just building a community and feeling better. There are tangible outcomes that come with having a network at this level. So we have women who are a part of Chief who have said, we don't have a great parental leave policy. This is very United States specific, I know. And can you give me some ideas on how I can bring that back to my company? I want to make sure that I can be a great advocate for DEI in my company. How do I operationalize that advocacy within my organization? So these are tangible outcomes that you're not going to necessarily learn at a workshop or get through networking with like kind of, just transactional relationships. This comes from having a community of people that are trusted and respected.
I love that, and it really works for the women. Could you give us a sense of why this is important for companies to support this and why they should be pro-Chief and communities like it?
Yeah, so companies, we've seen the data that companies that have a more diverse workforce perform better. Specifically, companies that have a diverse board, that have more women leaders. All of the numbers are out there. And what companies can do to make sure that they are truly attracting and retaining women is three things. The first is all of the policies, procedures within the organization, all of that matters. And that could be as simple as flexibility, because we know that women who have flexible hours, who can work from home, are more likely to stay in their role. Childcare, all of this structure that allows for women to stay. But that's only table stakes. The second thing is the mission and values, right? So what does the company stand for? Easy. How are people actually operationalizing those values throughout the organization so people know what the company stands for, what it believes in, and why they're going to work? The third thing is culture, which, you have to get the first two down to build culture upon. But I think as a leader, it's really important for me to model what good culture looks like. I'm not always perfect at it, but I'm pretty open with my team around my own childcare issues. If my nanny calls out sick, I am the first person to let people know I am offline today, I am feeling harried, and I hope that other people within my organization feel that they can take that also and know that if they're having, a rough day, if they need the time, they can also just, send a Slack and we'll pick up their work. It's fine.
So you as a leader really modeling that ability for people to feel safe, that they have these obligations at home and understand it's a comfortable place to be able to be both someone like a mother, like a family member, as well as being a work woman.
Yeah, the policies you put in place provides that feeling that I'm not going to be retaliated against. Like this, I can make this work, but that feeling of trust, of safety, of saying, but no one's going to judge me, that's the culture.
It's so essential. And could you talk a little bit about, diversity is such a hot topic now, it's sort of everywhere, and it's so significant to all company results.
Yeah.
How do you think about diversity inside of your community you're building at Chief?
Yeah, it's a really important conversation that every company should be having right now. So at Chief, my co-founder and I are cis white women. We knew that diversity was important because our mission is to change the face of leadership. our mission is not just, bring in more women. And so we started day one saying we know that we need to have accountability and hit a goal. And so today, Chief's makeup is 33% people who identify as people of color, which is 15 points higher than VP Plus in the US. But that's not accidental, right? You can't just say, I want to hit a number, we're going to be diverse, and we're just going to make it happen. We've been really intentional about how do we make this happen through outreach and also through access. And so in 2022, we actually gave away $5 million in a grant program to make sure that Chief membership is accessible. So to be a member of Chief, it is vetted. The vast majority of our members are sponsored by their companies. But for those individuals who can't get sponsorship or who are self-funding, we want to make sure that there's a pathway towards accessibility. But diversity doesn't stop at just representation, right? We also want to make sure that we're being really thoughtful about building a foundation of belonging. So we have community groups that are very much thoughtful around how do we bring that intersectional experience into a private area so people can connect in their own micro communities within Chief. And we're learning and evolving. And as I mentioned, this is something that I believe every company needs to have the conversation. It's not a checklist that you can complete. We want to make sure that we are always being thoughtful, we're always listening, and we're always growing to continue to evolve what it looks like for inclusion and belonging to be the heart of Chief.
Very powerful. I appreciate you saying all that. Tell me more about what are some other ways that women can support themselves in driving their own careers? What advice do you have for women as they advance in their career, they're above and beyond community?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm looking out at the audience. I know this is a conversation about women, but how many men are in the room? Can I get a show of hands? How many men are in the room? Not bad, not bad.
I see them.
The conversation around how do we support and invest in women is not a conversation that should just stay amongst women, right? So first of all, how do we as women make sure that we have strength in numbers, right? And build advocacy within our organizations. So I truly believe that if you want to make sure that your career is advancing, that means all of our careers should be advancing together. And so I want women to make sure that they are forming ERGs, that they are working within their organizations to advance change. So if you are a leader, you can help pave the way for others, and we can get in front of more people who are the decision makers, so we become the decision makers, so we can implement those three things I spoke about: policy, procedure, mission, vision, and that culture.
Yeah.
The second thing women can do, just individually, is build network. Build community. And so being here is great. Being at a conference, good job. Step one, change those business cards. But relationships, as I mentioned, can really unlock outcomes for women in business.
Definitely.
Right? So it's providing that scaffolding that allows you to help advance in your career. Because things will happen. You won't get the job. You will feel like you don't belong in an office setting where you're surrounded by people who don't look like you or sound like you. How do you build community so that you can give yourself that strength and others that strength to keep going?
I think that's so powerful because all of us rise together in every context. And so finding those relationships are so important to help you stay resilient. Can you also talk about sort of practical takeaways? When you have a strong network and a robust network, what are some practical takeaways that people can actually then go implement?
Yeah, so I think one of the takeaways that you can build from community is how to be a better mentor, how to lead. So that's a big topic of conversation at Chief because we're a vetted network. You get to be a leader, and the workshops, the panels, they're more skill-based. But being a leader is about people management. And a lot of the conversations all come back down to this is a people problem. So that tangible takeaway is about leading people, both individuals, leading down, leading side to side, and leading up to your board. That's a big one. The second one is just how do you advance and make sure as you're advancing, you can pave the way for others, right? So being a better leader is great, but how do you go back into your organization and make sure that you can affect change as well?
Yeah. Now, how about you as a startup founder since 2019? You must have grown a lot as a leader. Could you share a few ways that come to mind that you've grown personally?
Well, there's that wonderful saying that perfection is the enemy of progress. I have embraced that I am imperfect, that I am learning, that I am growing, and I'm listening. And so one of the most fulfilling moments for me this year has been going on a listening tour and listening to 38 sessions of chief members and hearing what we can do better across many different facets to make sure that the experience is as meaningful and impactful as it can be for all members and for future members of chief.
I love it. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Melissa.
being here today. We
Thanks,
appreciate
all.
the conversation. Great.
Okay. So every part of entertainment stands to be affected by generative AI. But game making is especially laborious and therefore ripe for automation. Enter AI, and the possibilities are endless. So let's get a take on how AI is going to disrupt their industry from two of the biggest gaming platforms in the world. Please welcome to the stage Twitch Chief Product Officer Tom Verrilli and Roblox Chief Scientist Morgan McGuire in conversation with Harry McCracken from Fast Company.
Very much.
Good afternoon, Collision. And hello, Morgan, and hi, Tom. Thank you so much for joining us.
How you doing, Harry?
It's great to be here. I think we're going to have fun, and let's just dive in. This is 2023, so let's talk about AI. And maybe to get us started, let's talk about how AI is having a big impact on Roblox.
Thank you, Harry. It's great to be here. Great to be here with you, Tom. So AI has been transformative for Roblox. It's been a technology we've been invested in at many levels for a long time. Originally through all of our analytics and telemetry processing was machine learning. Then we moved to safety. So all of our text moderation, we moved from a few years back from traditional natural language processing to transformer-based models, and it's what allows us to perform real-time safety moderation for every text communication on the platform. And then very recently, generative AI has been transformative. We are a UGC platform. Everything that's experienced on Roblox is created by the community, not by our company. And the ability to lower the barriers of creation for that community so that more and more people could produce content, and so that the people who are already producing content could work even faster and be more responsive to their own community, that's the excitement today, and that's the future for our company is AI creation tools everywhere.
Roblox has been user-generated content from the start, but is it fair to say that some technical aptitude has been helpful in the past? And are we going to get to the point where it's like ChatGPT, except I can put in a prompt for a game I'd like to see or an element I'd like to see?
Definitely. So through our, as you know, through our free Roblox Studio tool, we made traditional 3D content creation accessible to a wide range of people. We've had many of our most successful creators started on the platform as middle school children, started using these tools, which are really designed to make programming friendlier, designed to make 3D modeling friendlier. And then at some point, many of them aged up into using professional tools and importing into our tool chain. And what AI has allowed us to do is just continually lower that barrier to entry. Today, it's the case that you can now create on Roblox without knowing how to program at all. You can obviously do more exciting things if you learn that skill, but we'll help you learn that skill by when you start typing code, we will suggest the entire next page of the program for you. And then you can learn from that. You can either edit it directly, or you can look at it, see what it's doing. You can create 3D models you can create 3D materials by describing in text what you'd like the material to look like, and we will generate the physically based properties. And you can create animation from your own video. Just act something out, and we will generate an animation. And all of those are skills that traditionally maybe 5 or 10 years of expertise to learn. Now anybody can experiment with. But I think the key thing to remember is that those generative tools, they're not replacing the human creativity. And so there's always a level, and there always will be a level, where giving feedback to the tool, either in a traditional way where you go to 3D manipulation, or where you give natural language feedback and just talk to it. I think any expertise in art or in programming or game design, that will always be necessary. We're not going to make content for you. I don't think anybody will ever create usable content from whole cloth. So that human creativity, but empowered through AI, is the future for me.
Tom, Twitch is where the world goes to play games and watch other people play games, so you have kind of a unique view of the entire industry and all the games. Are you seeing AI having an impact in the way that it has had an impact on Roblox?
Short answer is yes, but I think really where we're going to see AI have an impact is on two things. It's on the longevity of games and the accessibility of games. The games that do really well on Twitch are surprisingly persistent, and in our experience, it's the factor of two things. It's how frequently can you be updating those games with fresh content, or as an alternative means to that, how moddable is that game? Some of the greatest games that exist today started as mods of, Dota 2 is a mod of Warcraft 3. If you go through and you take a look at the entire kind of first-person shooter genre that came Battle Royale, that started as a mod of DayZ. And so as I was listening to this come through, which is like, Roblox is entirely a moddable platform, but as those same tools kind of go out into all sorts of both AAA games and even indie games, the capacity for those to continue developing and for the community to play with those, I think, has a fantastic capacity to kind of walk back there's some tension in the gaming community over the last 10 years around DLCs and how much I have to pay for extra content after I've already paid for content. I think the capacity for AI to supercharge mods is unparalleled. But I think secondly, and it was very briefly touched on here, but I think it's worth amplifying, one of the most obvious applications for AI right now is how do we make gaming accessible to everyone? And I think when you ask anyone in an audience to describe a gamer, they're almost certainly going to picture in their heads a 20-something white man, because that's the image that we have of a gamer. But it's actually not remotely close to true as to what your average gamer looks like anymore. But the type of moderation technology that we can now add, not just to games themselves, but to game adjacencies, like at Twitch, where we have a very long history of this, or even in places like Discord, that only last year managed to kind of bring AutoMod to the fore for those communities. I think the more we can make gaming accessible through AI, the more gaming will advance and grow and continue to flourish.
Do you have a sense of whether the AAA gaming world, which has kind of been like a closed platform for the most case, will start to look a little bit more like a Roblox or a Minecraft, where the players are more engaged in actually creating the content everybody else is playing?
I think they're certainly trending that direction. Whether or not they will let people end up kind of committing code Roblox style, I'm not sure. But I think what you're definitely already seeing is all of the AAA game platforms right now bring streamers into their development. And they are already treating streamers as first-class customers. So they are certainly much more open now than they have always been to the idea that we would add creator packs and that we would kind of customize games for those people who are going to market them best. I think it would be a natural and kind of sensible extension for AAA developers to take Roblox's lead here and kind of add mods to their games and support that more fully. But I think that probably comes when you keep seeing games that have a robust mod ecosystem succeed as they have been.
Any sense, Morgan, as to whether the rest of the world will start to look a little bit more like Roblox over time?
So I think it's really important that creators can decide how much they want to lock down their world and their content and their IP, and how much they want to invite others in.
Yeah.
And so there's a creative decision there, and it's one that on Roblox we allow developers to say, do you want people to show up as any avatar? Do you want to impose an avatar? What kind of communication do you want? Do you want to let people build and create within your world? So I think from a creative side, there is always going to be a space for auteurs. There is always going to be a space for AAA. I think from a business strategy, from an economics, and from what the community wants, I think people have always wanted to engage more with content. This is where you see fan fiction, you see parodies. There's all these ways that people want to sort of go into these worlds that content creators have made for them. And whether it's the tradition of PC modding or hacking games, or today what Roblox enables with an entirely UGC platform, I think that UGC is the future. I think it's the economically scalable way, and I think it's what the community wants. And what's really interesting, thinking about what Tom just said and thinking about streamers, is there's sort of these meta levels of, there's UGC within the UGC, right? So there's sort of mods within mods. And then streamers are adding, it's a different kind of content creator, but they're also engaging with our platform on Roblox. And so I think all of these different ways, different media that people can use, I think embracing that is the only way forward for the field. That's the growth that the audience wants.
As you mentioned, Roblox was originally a product for quite young kids. And your audience has been aging up in recent years. And you originally had a vibe that was friendly and a little bit like Lego or Playmobil. But you've also been allowing people to create games with all kinds of look and feels and stuff that's a little bit closer, at least, to a AAA game type of environment. How are you accomplishing that? And is AI part of what lets you do that?
Yeah, so job number one at Roblox is going to always be safety. So we have strong moderation of content, strong moderation of player interactions. And as I said, AI is the only way you can moderate everything that everybody is saying around the world. And do it in a way that preserves their privacy and does it appropriately for different areas. So I think from that base of if you are safe, if you are private, it's easy to start rolling that back. It's very hard to back into safety. You can't start with an unsafe platform and secure it. And we've seen that throughout the industry with various products that have had a hard time if they started fast and loose and then tried to mature and get more responsible. It's very difficult for those other platforms. So we started saying everything is safe for everybody, the most vulnerable members of the community. And then we've now released age guidelines. We're now allowing opt-in. And so now we're rolling that back and saying if you're 13 plus, you get some additional interactions. You get more freedom of interaction. If you're 17 plus, you're going to get more. And there are parental controls. All of that is enabled by AI because it allows us to specialize moderation for different groups. And what you're starting to see from that is new games like Riot Fall, like Frontlines, and whole new brands, NFL, McLaren, the sports car company, that are clearly targeting an older demographic coming onto the platform and engaging. And I think, so we're making it possible for different creators to make what they want, but still target an appropriate audience and make it safe and accessible to everyone. And that's been all about AI on the moderation side, as well as just helping the creators move faster so that they can look at more niche markets rather than having to target the broadest possible one.
Tom, if the rest of the gaming world is opening up a little bit, do they need to think about moderation in the way that Roblox has always had it at its core?
I mean, I think moderation is essential to ensuring that everybody has an equitably good gaming experience. I think I may differ a little bit in that ML is the only answer to those solutions. I think one of the things that is maybe underappreciated about Twitch is that when you form a deep community, that communities will actually police themselves. I think ML and AI is a really great way to scale policing for particular infractions or looking for certain types of behavior. But I don't actually think rule sets are the reasons that people behave well in life. I think, and I talked a little bit about this in a speech earlier, which is most of the things that govern our behavior aren't laws and rules. It is, generally speaking, a desire to be accepted and to continue to have access to something I value. So the capacity for community members to also contribute to that and for kind of reporting. And on Twitch, we are very lucky that we get to combine a pretty advanced AI system for moderation, both video and text, along with the fact that we have 1.5 million community members who are contributing human-level moderation to channels in any given month, gives us a layer of kind of how do we, to your point, Morgan, enable creativity and something that is appropriate in one community without trying necessarily to always apply a universal rule set. So we think of this as site-level safety versus channel-level safety in the Twitch mode. But I do completely agree with Morgan's statement, which is if you aren't doing what we would call safety by design, if you are trying to retrofit your game or your application for safety, you've already lost. If you're not doing that on day one, you won't succeed in the way that you could.
If we had held this panel a year ago, we might have talked about the AR and VR and what lies beyond that. The hype cycle has subsided a little bit, but does that mean that that stuff is not going to happen? Morgan, I know you've been deeply interested in some of this stuff for decades.
Yeah, so I think to do really great things with technology, going back through the centuries, it's always been about having a strong vision, but then a lot of hard work for a long time. And so things become fads for consumers, for investors. You'll see a lot of activity that's a signal that an area is starting to get commercially viable. But you can't pay attention to the hype cycle if you're trying to build, if you're trying to invent the telephone, if you're trying to invent the camera, the video game, the internet. There was a huge hype cycle for each of those. There was a huge hype cycle. Many people in the audience probably remember the early days of the web. And I think if in 1998 you had said, well, that web fad is over, let's move on, you would have missed the true signal, which is it's going to be a long, slow burn that changes society. And that's my feeling about the social 3D, the metaverse space, is that this is the next camera, the next invention of the printing press, the next telephone. It's a new way of communicating. It's a new way of interacting. We are seeing a fad cycle around VR. We saw a fad cycle around metaverse that I think is calming down a little bit. We're seeing a fad cycle around AI and generative AI. And I think watching that trend is not interesting for predicting the future. That's predicting the stock market for the next 6 months. It's not predicting where society is going to be in 10 years. And I am incredibly optimistic about the hard engineering data and the scientific publications I'm seeing, that after roughly 60 years of work on VR and AI across the industry, across academia, we are now genuinely on a stable trajectory. And what I'm seeing from our own growth in this space is that the demand is insatiable and the technology is now real. But I think there are decades of amazing advances, and I don't really care what the fad cycle is or in 6 months. I know that in 10 years, we're going to have even more amazing 3D experiences than now. This is not something that we can ever retreat from.
Harry, I might even be a little more pointed if you don't mind. Sure. I think one of the reasons I'm so glad we're talking about gaming on this stage is one of the things that I think tech has a habit of doing is it observes and scales a behavior that is first evident in gaming and then acts like it invented it. So many people already exist in a metaverse. Metaverse to me is simply when I value my online identity equally or greater than my real-world identity. And I could point you to many, many, many thousands of people for whom that is true, both on Twitch and throughout gaming as a whole. I think the real shame in the fad cycle, as Morgan said, is that one particular company managed to brand it, and that company had the least good understanding of it. And so I think the honest answer is we already live in one, many of us, and only more of us will continue to do so as a lot of the hardware and software that Morgan just talked about catches up.
Oddly enough, even though Apple never mentions the metaverse and maybe never will, having tried Vision Pro, I'm now a little bit more optimistic now that some of the hardware challenges are not insurmountable.
That's an amazing humble flex on this stage, by the way, that you've tried the Vision Pro.
Sorry, folks. We have just a little bit more time, but are there any other kind of emerging gaming trends we should cover before we wrap up here?
I might jump in for one which I think is really interesting, which is, I mentioned just now that we take behavior seen in gaming and move out. One of the things that we're really seeing at Twitch is just how fast gaming-based creators and gaming-based celebrities are becoming like full real-life influencers. So for those of you that don't follow European football, there is this emerging league in Spain right now called Kings League, which is various members of the former Spanish national team who all won World Cups, right, have decided that the future of football lies not in the organized competitions that exist today, but in shorter format, 4v4 and 6v6 kind of games. And when they wanted to launch that, people who 10 years ago we would have called the megastars of European footballs didn't launch that league on their own. They turned to Twitch streamers in order to help them establish that league and build that content. And I think it is fascinating how quickly we are going from, in this through cycle of games has been this quiet undercurrent that quietly overtook the movie industry in terms of its value, into gamers as celebrities, into gaming celebrities are now just straight celebrities. And I think what that probably means is the behaviors that are so native to gamers will only kind of emerge in society more quickly than they might have over the last 10 years.
Are there Roblox celebrities, or will there be Roblox celebrities?
So there are many Roblox celebrities, and I admit to being a fan of several of them myself, and at our internal Roblox Developers Conference, going around and getting selfies and autographs with several of these folks. And in many cases, it's amazing because it's the tradition of the streamers and some of the early esports folks they're really folk heroes, right? They're not a constructed personality, and you watch them grow from somebody who's in your community to then someone who has a talent for communication and for getting excitement and creating a brand. But there's this sort of bottom-up authenticity of that and this folk hero sense that I really admire. And in general, to me, that's just been the most exciting trend throughout all of gaming. And I think gaming really brought that trend in general to the entertainment industry, which is the notion of there was once a consumer, and your job was to consume pre-created entertainment. And gaming opened up the notion that you're a player, that you're a creator, that you're making your own story in this world. And now with UGC, with the advances from tools like Roblox Studio, there's a notion of anybody really can create, that mods aren't only for extreme hacker programmers, but for everybody. And I think that trend, to me, is the most exciting trend, not just in gaming, but all of entertainment and all of media, is that notion of everybody can participate and interact at whatever level they want, that you don't have to be a passive observer anymore. And that, to me, is just so positive as a trend for the world, that creation and a global platform is a possibility for everybody today.
That's a great note to end on. I hope we get to continue this conversation. Thank you so much for starting it on the stage. And thank you, audience, for being here as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks, everybody.
All right, amazing. So Airbnb, it's built on trust. And on any given night, a population nearly the size of Toronto is staying in people's homes all around the world via this platform. I'm sure a lot of you have even been staying in Airbnbs here to attend Collision. I actually even thought about it myself, as my home in the suburbs is a little too far from some of the after parties. But what we're here to discuss is how Airbnb ensures trust. In this session, led by Amy Bernstein of the Harvard Business Review, we're going to hear from Airbnb's trust and safety leaders talk about their ongoing work to help ensure that their guests sleep well at night. So please welcome to the stage from Airbnb, Tara Bunch, she's the global head of operations, and Naba Banerjee, the director of their trust product operations. Please welcome them.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you out there, although I don't really see you out there because of the lights. And Naba and Tara, thank you so much for joining me here
Great
today.
to be here.
Let's start with the sort of fundamentals. When you think about safety and security at Airbnb, what are the dimensions, the big categories you think about? I'll start with you.
Sure. I think just starting with the basics, trust and safety are absolutely core to Airbnb. It's who we are. It's foundational. You can't ask strangers to stay in each other's homes and host other people if you don't have that foundational element in place. And we really treat it as we're more than a marketplace. We're creating a community that's based on trust. And so we want to make sure that the guest and the host are both acting in a way that's respectful and responsible. And we're there, should something come up, that we're responsive in a super meaningful and an appropriate way.
Right. But Naba, when you think about it, you're thinking about guests, you're thinking about hosts, there's all kinds of stuff around protecting data. What am I leaving out?
Yeah, and before I answer your question, Amy, just as a show of hands, I would love to know, how many of you have ever been a guest in an Airbnb? That's great, that's awesome. Now, how many of you would be comfortable opening up a bedroom in your house to a complete stranger in an Airbnb? Yes, not so many hands. And I think that's what we are talking about when we talk about trust and how we think about the different dimensions of trust. So, and I think that's the biggest fear of our prospective host, fear of stranger danger. So we need to make sure, and we recently announced that every guest booking on Airbnb needs to go through identity verification, which means that we need to make sure that you really are who you say you are, so that we can do a little bit in making sure that that stranger danger goes away. We are also, on the host side, every host booking needs to go through the identity verification process. Through the entire customer journey, whether at the time of account creation, we are checking for bots. We are making sure that that account is not taken over fraudulently. If you're a guest and you're looking at listings, one of the biggest fears of our prospective guests is this listing going to be real? Am I going to be scammed? So we are making sure that that listing is a real listing. When you're staying, we have our machine learning models that are running to make sure that no unauthorized party happens in the listing.
Right. Yep.
And then when you're looking at reviews or writing a review, we are checking to make sure the reviews are not fake. And so this cycle continues, and as our community keeps evolving, we continuously learn, take their feedback, and keep making the community more trusted.
So you listed a number of very specific concerns. You're both fairly new to the company. You Tara, came from Apple 3 years ago?
3 years.
3 years, and Naba, you came from Walmart also 3 years ago, right?
4 years ago.
4 years ago, okay, almost. What security concerns were most surprising to you? What didn't you expect, Naba?
I would like to start by saying that out of the 70 million plus trips that happened in 2022, less than 0.1% of them actually result in even a safety report. And by a safety report, it could even be a slip and fall accident. So it's very rare. And actually what was surprising to me was majority of the people on the platform are good. They're people like you and me, who just want to go out there, want to have a great time, want to have that vacation of a lifetime. Or as a host, and apparently this is a stat in Toronto, that majority of the hosts are hosting because they want to be able to pay rent or go on their dream vacation. So majority of the people are actually doing this because they are really good people. But I think what surprises us sometimes is when the pandemic happened and bars and hotels shut down, we did see that Airbnbs became an interesting product market fit for unauthorized parties. Tara has teenagers, I have teenagers. Just the other day, my 17-year-old was saying, my friend is having her 18th birthday party. We were thinking whether we should use an Airbnb. And I'm like, your mom works in Ruston.
Yeah.
Please do not do that. And our models will catch you. So what is surprising is that people find creative ways, sometimes without realizing, to do bad things. And for that reason, we have policies and products and systems in place to help nudge them in the right direction or to redirect them to safer places.
Yeah.
Tara, anything surprise you?
All the things that Nava said, but I also feel like what surprised me probably the most is how committed our hosts are. We have some amazing hosts all over the world. And one of the things we introduced this last year, and we always have been monitoring quality on our platform, guest quality, host quality. We take action when we see guests or hosts that are not living up to our standards. But we created a new product where we're monitoring this all the time, looking at a number of different signals. And we found that sometimes if we get involved a little bit earlier, like we see a guest who may be leaving a listing a little bit too dirty, didn't really follow the house rules, or a host who made the check-in process a little bit too, stressful, we'll give them a little nudge. And we'll say, hey, we noticed this. Here's what you can do different next time. And so in addition to protecting, obviously, people from safety or trust issues, we also want to help guests and hosts be better guests and hosts, because that's good for everyone.
So I'm fascinated that you're taking that nudge approach, that you're playing offense, not defense.
Exactly.
How does that sort of show up for you? You say that there might be a little bit of a coaching nudge about taking care of the dishes or whatever.
Right.
What else are you doing?
What else are we nudging?
Yeah.
Certainly, one of the things that we nudge on a regular basis is if we see hosts or guests trying to take advantage of each other. It's just human that sometimes people will try to take people off platform to get a payment off platform, or maybe some extra fees off platform. And so one of the things that we've really been working on with guests and hosts is stay on the platform. That's the safest thing for you. We have a payment system that allows people to interact in any currency and pay each other without exchanging any personal information. No credit cards, no addresses, no phone numbers. Messaging is done on the platform. That allows us to monitor what's going on and get involved if something looks like it's kind of going off the rails. And again, that's another nudge. Like if somebody were to put in the message thread, I'm afraid, we would see that word and we would immediately reach out to them and say, what's going on? How can we help? So it's all of that proactive work that I think stops situations from kind of escalating and allowing us to keep people kind of inside the rails that they belong in.
Yeah, and the thing that I would love to add to what Tara just said is, like I was saying, majority of the people are good.
Really?
One of the things that we are also doing is learning from good behavior. What does great behavior look like? As a good guest, you check in on time, you check out on time, you leave your listing clean, you leave reviews on time. Similarly, as a host, you personally check your guests in, you always make sure the listing is in great shape, it's exactly what was advertised. And rewarding good behavior is another kind of nudge, where you get the superhost status, or you get to see that you have accrued all of these good points also, which then helps you do more of the good things. And sometimes the carrot is almost better than the stick.
And are you seeing changes in behavior sort of at scale?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you talk a little about that? Do you have any data?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the scale of Airbnb now, I mean, it used to be 3 guys and an air mattress. Now, there'll be, this year, 300 people checking in to listings all over the world. At 300 million, if we didn't have this engine that was constantly tuning, eliminating bad actors, and encouraging and promoting good actors, at scale, 300 million people coming together would be absolute chaos. It's like really the size of a country. And when you think about the number that Nava just talked about, this tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of issues that come up, I don't think there's a country on this earth that has that level of goodness.
Right, and compliance.
And compliance, right?
Yeah.
So we feel like while very few people may have raised their hands and said they would be willing to host someone in their home, the reality is people do it every night of the year all over the world, and they have a great experience. And it is something that you can trust. It is a great experience for both the host and the guest.
So you mentioned that when the pandemic hit, you saw this sort of jump in the number of parties. What other kinds of, broadly speaking, security and safety threats emerged in this time?
I would love to talk a little more about the party issue because it was very, very interesting. Is when the pandemic hit, as we said, that bars and hotels shut down, people were starting to use Airbnbs for parties. One of the first things we did was our global party ban. Because before you start using AI and machine learning to find fancy solutions, you actually need to look for signals. Like, I think for us, it's always been start with safety first, start with your why, which is build the most trusted platform out there. And the parties are just one of the issues that we see. To your point, what are the other safety concerns? But this was a great example of where we noticed that, okay, if you are booking something at the last minute, and it's a really new user who has no history on the platform, and you're booking an entire mansion on New Year's Eve for just one night, and you live pretty close by, chances are that it's going to be a party. And both of us are moms. Like, I have 5 kids, Tara has 6 teenagers, and so we have a lot of experience between the two of us on, what teenagers do.
We know what a party looks like.
What does a party look like? So we started putting rules in place, which basically were like, if you're under 25, if you do not have a positive history, last-minute booking on a party weekend, we started redirecting those reservations to maybe Hotel Tonight or a private room where the chances of a party are lower. But as soon as you build rules, people find ways to circumvent the rules. They would get an older friend to book, or they would book it for a longer duration. And so that's when we started experimenting with AI and ML, looking at not just a few signals, but hundreds of factors. And as the world kept evolving, AI kept learning. So we started with Australia, then we moved to Canada and America, and then most recently we launched reservation screening, is what we call it globally. And over the last 2 years, we have seen a 55% drop in the rate of unauthorized parties.
Yeah.
And the other things are, as I said, at the time of account creation, we are continuously using our models to detect, bots. We sometimes see a surge of bot attacks. We deal with it. Then we see, account takeovers. We are increasing our defenses to make sure we watch out for that. Our fake listing defenses. We're constantly working on these kinds of things. I think the pandemic exacerbated some of these things, but fraud has been around, technology has been around, and I think we are just getting better at better, given our dedicated team, our mission, and our community, honestly, our hosts and guests who give us a lot of feedback to make sure that the combination of humans and technology and our community can keep us safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything to add, Tara?
Yeah, I would say the other area that we've spent a lot of time and energy on is eliminating any discrimination on the platform. And it's not exactly a physical safety issue, but it is an emotional safety issue. You don't want to go on a trip and experience any type of discrimination, either guest discriminating against host or host against guests.
And what about AI the kind of embedded?
Yeah, exactly. Well, one of the first things we did was we said, every single member of our community has to agree to our community standards of non-discrimination.
Right.
During that process, 2.5 million people refused to do it, and we took them off the platform. That number. And so, and any time we see in a message thread, again, this is AI, in a message thread or any other interaction, or we also have a program called Lighthouse that runs in the background and it looks at bookings. So when you request a book and the host maybe declines that, we are running that system in the background and looking for situations where it appears to us that either the guest is not choosing hosts because they're discriminating, or hosts are not choosing guests because of discrimination, or anything in the message thread that suggests there's some discrimination going on, and we take immediate action on that.
Yeah, and what you said reminded me, Tara, that I see a lot of women in the audience, and I'm sure you love to travel, and we did see solo travel went up by 33%, over just the last year. So post-pandemic, we are all hungry to get back traveling, and women are traveling alone more than ever, which is wonderful. And we want to make sure that Airbnb is the safest platform out there for women to travel. So we recently introduced our solo traveler safety product, which is pretty unique. where you can share your travel itinerary safely with a trusted one. You can get expert tips on how to be safe when you're traveling alone, as well as we offer you questions that you could ask a host regarding locks on the door, the privacy of the room or the bathrooms. We reintroduced Airbnb rooms recently.
That's right.
Where we are also making sure that you can see the host passport, you can know more about the person that you will be staying with, so that you can understand how to connect, how to feel safe, and how to feel comfortable as you're traveling by yourself.
So you have this sort of broad array of programs to deal with matters of safety and security. What threats do you still feel like you haven't quite addressed? What's keeping you up at night? I'll start with you, Tara.
Yeah, I think AI is it's a two-sided coin, right?
Right.
The good guys have AI, and we're working every single day to make our systems more and more intelligent to detect collusion or fraud. At the same time, the fraudsters have AI too. So it feels a little bit like an arms race. But I think what keeps me up at night is that as the AI tools get better and better and better, we've got to stay way, way, way ahead. Because fraud is real, and we don't want people taken advantage of on the site. And so for me, that's what keeps me up at night. It's a powerful tool.
And it's fraud of what nature? Is it data theft kind of fraud, or?
I'm more thinking like fake listings, fake hosts, fake guests, stolen credit cards. That's something that we battle every single day. And as the fraudsters' tools get better, ours have to get better too.
Right. What about you, Nava? What's keeping you up?
Yeah, I feel like the human fears are still the same. As I was asking all of you, no matter how much we travel and stay in Airbnbs, our hosts still feel stranger danger when they open their homes up. And so we are doing a lot to verify identities, have everyone go through the identity verification process. But to Tara's point, as AI is getting more and more sophisticated, we see people doctoring IDs, and trying to pass fake IDs, or kids using their parents' IDs and creating fake accounts. It happens really rarely, but we want to make sure that we constantly keep up our technology so that we can continue to catch this and also leverage our community. Something that we have been working on and Brian has talked about is community blueprint. We have actually mapped out the various stages of the customer journey, the guest journey and the host journey. And we are measuring at every stage of the journey what's working, what's not working, what are the biggest pain points. And then that's what drives our roadmap, our launches. And what keeps me up at night is this is relentless. It's a never-ending thing. And we have to believe at the end of the day, the fundamental goodness of the human community. That's what this company was based on. And how do we just keep going? How do we keep up?
Okay, well, unfortunately, as you can see, we've run out of time. And wow, great note to end on. Thank you so much to both of you, and thank you.
Thank you.
So Shopify's stock has jumped more than 90% in 2023. They recently sold their fulfillment business, and they are demonstrating continued momentum with double-digit sales increases despite what is a retail slowdown. So in this next session, we're going to get an inside look into what the future holds and what new technologies, including AI, mobile, and community commerce, will enable brands to connect with customers in new ways. So please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Kia Kokolacheva from Axios, the Chief Operating Officer and VP of Product for Shopify, Kaz Nujatian.
Well, thank you to everyone here for coming to our panel and to listen to us chatter. Thank you, Kaz, for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Very excited. So, a little bit of background. You started a company in 2012, a startup, and then you sold it, and then you went to Facebook. And then you decided to take a job at Shopify. Why? What was appealing?
So I had promised my wife after we sold the company that I would do something for a couple of years and then start another company. And we were actually like, this was in 2019 after 2 years of Facebook, and I was about to start another company. And I think 1 a.m. I was on Twitter randomly, and a friend of mine DM'd me saying, hey, we're thinking about some problems at Shopify. Do you want to come meet Toby? And like, I've always been in awe of Toby for having started this company in Canada as a Canadian outside Silicon Valley.
And that's Toby, CEO of Shopify.
Toby Lutke. So I flew to Ottawa to meet with him and saw these signs all over the walls that said, make commerce better for everyone. And it felt like a very weird company that shouldn't exist. Like, this place shouldn't have existed in this world. And I just fell in love with the company. And I decided, like, literally in my first half an hour that I had to work there. So it was not the plan, but it's how it worked out.
All right, that makes sense. So a big piece of news that came out of Shopify in recent months was that you guys had spent a few years building your logistics business, and then you decided, nope, we're going to sell it off. We're going to rethink the strategy. You sold a company that you bought for $2.1 billion just a year prior, Deliver. What happened? Why the 180? What did you realize?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's two things that are like, because Shopify is a founder-led company by founder, like we're a bunch of us who are founders, we do two things that are uncommon in tech. First, like, we reserve the right to wake up smarter tomorrow, which is uncommon in tech. And second, we do this pattern of building products through partnerships. So we've done this before. So Shopify Payments, which is the best payment product on the internet, was built with Stripe. Shopify's Shop Pay Installments was built with Affirm. Our Bill Pay with Melio. So we've done this before. And very frequently in these cases, we've had a product ourselves that we have shut down to build a new one with a partner. And what happened when we talked to Flexport and we were investors in Flexport is that they were just straight up better than us at this. This was their main mission. And it was never going to be our main mission. Like, we're software people. Turns out atoms are different. So I think it's going to be working out really great. And I think it's going to be, look, I think the Stripe and Shopify relationship has created more value on the internet than any partnership in the history of the internet. And I think the Flexport one is going to work out similarly.
Was it just not working out as well or as easily as you thought?
No, I think it was working out, like, it was working out well internally. Like, we were hitting all the numbers we wanted to hit, but I think it's just one of those things that it'll just work out insanely better with Dave Clark at Flexport running it than Kaz Najati at Shopify running it. He's just better at this. And we're we're a positive sum company. Lots of parts of Shopify's are built in partnerships with other companies. So it's just a core part of our DNA. And if your goal is to, we have millions of merchants around the world, and our job is to help them get their packages to their buyers, I think it'll just work out better.
Is there a lesson there in terms of maybe next time start with a partnership instead of building it and unwinding it?
I mean, I think there's two lessons. One is we looked for partners that just non-existent, right? I'm actually perfectly good with how this worked out, because we actually moved the ball significantly down the field at a point where Flexport could pick it up. That's one. The second one is, look, it's really easy for companies to get distracted from the main mission of the company and focus on side quests. Like, everyone has a good idea that becomes, oh, I should do that thing also. But that thing also is why most companies can't do their main thing well. So I'm really proud of the company for being able to focus on the main mission.
Recognizing that and shifting strategy. Another interesting thing that's a newer part of Shopify is the Shop app. You guys historically have been, behind the scenes, providing tools to merchants so that they can power their storefronts and everything. And then now you have a marketplace.
Yeah.
Tell me about why that's important. What are you getting out of it? What are merchants getting out of it?
Look, our job is to help our merchants connect to their customers, find customers, connect to them, and build long-lasting relationships, right? That's a core part of their job. And shopping is no longer like, internet shopping and shopping are no longer just single-channeled. It's no longer about the browser. Like we have a point-of-sale product for in-store, and like mobile is the shop territory. But the starting job, which Shopify does better than any other company in the world, is Shopify's checkout is the best converting checkout on the internet. Like, it's not us saying it, it's been independently studied by large consulting companies, and they say Shopify performs 36% better than the next alternative. Because Shop Pay is that purple button that everyone on the internet loves. So when we convert really well in our checkout with Shop Pay, our merchants want to maintain that relationship somehow. And so it turns out package tracking was a large part of maintaining that relationship. It helped lower the cost of customer service. Retargeting turns out to be a real thing. So Shop isn't like a marketplace in the way that like traditional marketplaces work.
Okay.
It's a shopping assistant for buyers that allows them to connect to merchants they shop from. So literally, I did this yesterday. I went on shop.ai and planned a barbecue. I said, I'm planning a barbecue for my 4-year-old son and his friends. What should I get? And Shop literally sent back a set of answers saying, buy these products from these merchants that you've connected with before. And it was kind of badass.
So you don't think of it as a marketplace?
No, we really don't. Like, we think of it as like a shopping assistant for buyers to connect with merchants that they already follow. So our job really isn't to like try to compete with traditional marketplaces. That's not what it does. It is primarily about deepening relationships with brands you already know.
Interesting. But it's still limited to what is on the Shopify platform, no?
Yeah, but it's like millions of merchants around the world are on Shopify, so it's not really a small selection. Like, we're like, power 10% of US e-commerce. We're larger than like everyone else combined other than one company. It's not like it's not really a limiting factor. Like Shopify powers most merchants on Facebook, Instagram, Google. Like, it also powers most merchants on Shop.
Fair enough. Another interesting area that you guys have been growing in or trying to grow in recently is enterprise. How are you navigating this type of customer and what they want? Because your roots are in small merchants, right?
Yeah, it's been interesting because we didn't really go into enterprise. We got dragged there. So it's been an interesting experience for us. And one of the things we've learned is that most enterprises have a stack they have built internally that they like for lots of part of their business. And they want Shopify for the things we're really good at, right? Checkout, Shop Pay, Cart, the admin, those type of things. And we launched commerce components from Shopify in January. The product isn't that old, and we don't release numbers about it, but I lead that product area, and I'm grinning ear to ear about how well it's doing. And some of the largest brands in the world are now on Shopify because of this. Like Mattel is on Shopify. So Barbie's on Shopify, and that's saying something because that's not a new brand that we're traditionally known for.
Is the goal? You mentioned that large merchants and brands have their own stacks, and there's certain things they really love about it. So you want to maybe sell them pieces, but is your goal to eventually take over the entire stack?
No, we don't. Like, Shopify is not a zero-sum company. It's literally not our goal to be all of internet shopping. It's actually an anti-goal. Like, that's not what we want. That would be a really boring world. What we really want to do is to do what we're look, we're the nerds behind the brands, right? That's what we're really good at, and we're proud of being those people. So we want to be helpful in ways we can, and I think most enterprises will end up taking lots of Shopify, but not all of Shopify. And that's totally cool. Look, I think Shopify Payments is the best payment product on the internet, and I know a little about this. I literally wrote a book on payments. But even that product doesn't have 100% adoption on Shopify, and that's totally okay.
Is there anything that surprised you since you guys launched your enterprise business? Yeah. Is there something you assumed that turned out not to be the case?
Yeah, I mean, I expected this would be a slow grind that would involve lots of steak dinners, and I'm pescatarian, so I was not looking forward to it at all. But it really hasn't been. Like, it's been like the demand has been very high. People came to us, like brands we hadn't ever talked to came through the front door. So the demand has been surprising. The number one.
What do they usually call you for?
So the number one question, literally the number one ask I've had from CEOs of large retail companies is, can I please have Shop Pay? It's like the number one question we've asked. It happens all the time. Like, it happens like many times a week with someone who doesn't use Shopify for everything. Say, can I please have Shop Pay? Because at the end of the day, what matters the most in commerce is down funnel conversion. And if you use Shop Pay, it converts way better than everything else. And up until last week, the answer was no. You can't have Shop Pay without all of Shopify. But last week, we said you now can have Shop Pay as an enterprise without Shopify. So yeah, Shop Pay is very popular among enterprise retailers.
All right. I'm going to look out for that in all the major retailers now.
Yeah, it'd be great. You can use Shop Pay everywhere.
This wouldn't be a tech panel if we didn't talk about AI in 2023. I know you guys rolled out ChatGPT. Where do you think AI can be helpful in e-commerce in the short term and in the long term?
Yeah, I think the meta problem here is really interesting. My mom is a Shopify merchant. For those of you in Toronto, her store is about 50 kilometers north of here. But the thing that's difficult for her is when she competes with big companies, she just gets outspent every single day, right? So she doesn't have an SEO team. Like, her first language is Farsi. She doesn't do SEO. It's not what she does. So product descriptions are hard for her, whereas most large companies have a team on SEO, a team on product descriptions, a team on accounting. Like, my mom has a shoebox full of receipts. Most large enterprises have a room full of dudes wearing green visors. And what AI allows us to do is to build a co-pilot for my mom so she can compete. So we launched this product that was an AI co-pilot for product descriptions. Like, if you're selling, one of my favorite brands on Shopify sells vegan handbags. It's awesome. It's like not leather. And it turns out product descriptions really matter for what, so now we have a product that will write it for you. You can talk about the unique things. It will take your brand language and write it in an optimized way for search engine optimization. That's a really big win for small merchants. I think the future of it will be this like odd exoskeleton around every entrepreneur that helps them get a lot more shit done.
Kind of a hypothetical, but also introspection. If you were building Shopify from scratch today, what would you do differently?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Toby famously started trying to build a snowboard store and ended up with Shopify. I would not have built a snowboard store. Let me think about this. I think we were probably a little late to accepting the answer that enterprises wanted Shopify. Like, I was at Shopify a year ago where our answer when large enterprises came to Shopify was no, like, please go somewhere else. We're probably a little late to it, but that seems to be working out okay. I can't think of one. Because it's honestly been, like, I've worked in this weird corner of internet and money my whole life. And I've only been at Shopify for only 4 years. It's a special company that's different than most other companies. Like, one of the most popular Slack channels at Shopify is the philosophy channel. It's an odd company, it really is. So it's interesting to see the path it has followed and what it has led to.
Embracing the enterprise is a good one. I mean, that's obviously something that came much later in its history.
Yeah, because turns out actually, enterprise or not isn't about size, it's about complexity.
Right.
And there is a thing we can help make less complex. So it took us a while to realize that.
Speaking of Shopify as a company, I know you guys have killed most meetings recently. How is that working out? Have you put back certain meetings that you originally
This is
canceled?
like, honestly, I don't think anyone, when they were a kid, said, I want to grow up to be in meetings. Like, no one said that. But this is what the world does to you. Like, the corporate world just forces your calendar to be a large blob of other people's priorities for you.
Did the pandemic add more meetings?
No, it was terrible. Like, you would wake up, it's such a draining thing to look at Google Calendar. Like, you end up hating Google Calendar. So what we did was on first day of work in January, we deleted every single meeting that wasn't a recurring one-on-one from everyone's calendar. We created a bot called Chaos Monkey, because chaos is a good thing, that reminds you not to book more meetings. And we changed the default answer for meetings from yes to no. So now when I invite someone to a meeting, their default answer should be no, I'm not coming. And we've ended up with significantly fewer meetings. People are being happier at work. People having more time for their families. It has made a meaningful difference. And like, I think this is like a real part of what makes Shopify special, is that we can do weird things like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for less meetings.
Just say no. Like, literally, it's not like, if I have any advice for startups in the room, is that like meetings are like cosplay of work. They're not actually work. Paul Graham has a really good essay about this. I think called it Makers versus Managers, that I recommend everyone read. And be a maker.
But not of meetings.
Not of meetings, yeah. It's a very odd world that other people are allowed to prioritize for you.
Fair enough. And then for a last fun question, because we're almost out of time, what is the last thing you've bought on Shopify or through a Shopify merchant, and what is your favorite thing you've bought?
So this polo, I bought it from, I won't name the brand because I have so many of them, but I bought it in a store using Shopify's all-new point of sale, which if you're a retail merchant and aren't using it, you're making an objective mistake. And I'm Canadian, I don't brag about these things. It's like a very good product. The favorite thing I bought from Shopify is my kids subscribe to a monthly toy service that sends like wooden toys to them and books called Love Every. If you have kids, my kids are 4, 2, and 10 months. It just brings so much joy to me every single time.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you guys for being here with us.
Yeah, thanks for coming to Canada, everyone.
So our planet's future depends on solutions from every industry around the world. And in this session, innovators that are leading the way in food and in energy, Perfect Day and Pristine Sun, will discuss how they view humankind's shared path forward and explore how rising to this challenge is bringing companies together from across industries and across geographies. So please welcome, in conversation with Daisy Dunn of Carbon Brief, it's the co-founder and CEO of Perfect Day, Ryan Pandya, and the founder and chair of Pristine Sun, Troy Helming.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this session, Can We Disrupt the Climate Crisis? My name's Daisy Dunn. I'm special correspondent at Carbon Brief, which is a publication that analyzes and looks in depth at climate change, energy, nature, and related issues. So I'm moderating this panel today, and I'm joined by two very interesting US entrepreneurs. So Ryan is the co-founder and CEO of Perfect Day, which is a food technology startup that has developed a way of creating dairy proteins through precision fermentation. And Troy is the founder and chair of Pristine Sun. He's a unicorn founder and a renewable energy pioneer. He's also an athlete, an author, an inventor. His company, Pristine Sun, develops small and large-scale solar projects. So my first question, just to kick us off, could you both talk a bit about the technologies that you work with and why they're relevant for the climate crisis? I'll go first.
Sure. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. So I think it's pretty common knowledge at this point that there's a huge climate impact and resource impact of animal agriculture, and that's primarily what sort of started our journey. I think disproportionately people forget about the animal agriculture side of climate as we talk about transportation and energy and all these other things. Now, for the last couple of decades, I think the focus has been on creating alternatives that are good enough that people don't want the animal product anymore, right? So you had tofu and you had plant-based milks, and you had even things like the Impossible Burger, where you're saying, you know what, I'm going to take plants and make them so darn delicious that you can't tell the difference. Our perspective has been a little bit different. We're saying, rather than change what people have craving and demand for, why don't we meet them where they are and actually find a better way to make the foods that we've loved for thousands of years, 10,000 years. And the way to do that is by looking at the foods that we love, not as imbued with magic because of the animal that produced it, but as chemistry, as food chemistry. And so when my co-founder and I started about 9 years ago, we had the initial perspective of asking, what is it that's in milk that lets it turn into the things that we love in dairy, like cheese and yogurt and ice cream and all the other things that milk can do? What is in milk letting it do that that's somehow missing from plant-based milk? Like, you can't take almond milk and sell it to a cheese plant somewhere and have it turn into a good cheese. What is that something? And that something was the protein. So at its core, we started off with this very simple but difficult proposition of, why don't we find a way to make animal protein, specifically milk protein, without cows? It should be possible because the world has used fermentation to make food ingredients that you and I might find boring, enzymes, flavors, amino acids, for about 50 years. What has changed now is that the technology has gotten mature enough to where you can actually make large volume core macronutrients like milk protein. And after about 9 years of development, my team has finally been able to do it. We've scaled up, we've commercialized, we're selling our protein to some of the biggest food and beverage companies in the world who are eager to solve that ESG resource utilization crisis, climate crisis that's in front of us by using a protein that actually kilogram to kilogram uses up to 99% less water, up to 97% less greenhouse gas emissions, up to 60% less energy, and it's the exact same protein that gives milk its nutrition and its functionality. So thank you again. I'm excited to share more.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Troy Helming, I've been in solar since 1980, if you can believe that, so 40-something years. But obviously I was a kid then, and I was maintaining our solar hot water system growing up. But Pristine Sun develops, builds, owns, and operates solar farms, out in the field, and we also have agrivoltaics. And solar is, in my opinion, going to become the dominant source of energy by 2050, probably 30-40% of the world's energy. The cost drop has just been astonishing. Way beyond, I wrote a book 20 years ago called The Clean Power Revolution, and it's way beyond my most optimistic projections, so kind of exciting. But I'm the chair of the company. I don't run it anymore. I spend most of my time on another company called EarthGrid, and we're developing an underground network of tunnels for a supergrid to enable solar, because the biggest challenge of developing solar farms is lack of transmission line capacity.
Thank you. Very optimistic introductions from both of you, and I think for good reason as well. But I wanted to ask you a bit about, what are the biggest challenges you've come across when you've been working to ensure that your technology is in the transition to a low-carbon world? I don't know if you want to go first.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we really look up to the solar and renewable energy space as a good example of what we hope to follow, and I think we're hitting the point now where Perfect Day has developed this technology. We have the economics and KPIs where we want them. We have the demand proven. We're starting to sell this all over the world. And the next challenge is infrastructure. And I think the same exact thing must have happened. I know it did, but I know you have data points that I'd love to hear, where this isn't like software, right? It costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time to build infrastructure, but it's necessary because that's how you get real things to real people.
Exactly. Yeah, totally agree. Challenges for solar, I already mentioned the grid challenges, and I'll just define that more clearly. 80% of all the solar and wind projects in the US, and I think it's similar in Europe and in Canada, 80% of them die. The projects are abandoned after 3 years of work before they're ever built, development work, and about $500,000. Why are companies walking away? Again, it's because of the grid transmission constraint. Another challenge for solar is permitting. They'll say everything. I've been to hearings where, your solar panels are going to blind my kids when I take them to school, and it's going to hurt agriculture. So, permitting challenges. NIMBYs and bananas. People have heard of NIMBYs, right? Not in my backyard. Anybody hear of a banana? Build absolutely nothing, anywhere, nowhere, anytime. Who's got one in their neighborhood? Anyway, and then, Earth Grid is trying to solve the second challenge.
Interesting. So you just touched on my next question, which was, I think both meat alternatives and solar are subject to a lot of myths and maybe sometimes even misinformation. And I wondered, what are the most common examples of that you come across in your careers, and how do you counter those? So don't mind who goes first.
Let's see, myths. I mean, I think it takes a leap of imagination to think about a product that we've known for generations to be made from animals, not coming from an animal. Again, it's one thing to say, I've made a plant thing so good that you don't know it's plants. This is different because the protein that we've developed and scaled up is identical to the protein found in cow's milk. It literally is a milk protein. It's a whey protein. And so it brings unique challenges to the labeling and regulatory journey for us, where obviously if you take this protein and combine it with vegetable-based fats and non-lactose sugar and stuff, no one's going to say that's a milk. At the same time, the protein is a milk protein. And so I think I wouldn't necessarily call it a myth, but it's an interesting new challenge that I think regulators and even consumers and food companies have to start to figure out a new way to talk about these things. Because what we thought was possible has been completely blown open now, and you can truly make things that we didn't believe were possible 10 years ago using this new precision fermentation.
The myth in solar is cost. Everyone's, generally thinks it's too expensive, right? The payback is too long. I mean, used to be the payback was never. And then it was 20 years. And then, when I really got serious about it, maybe 15 years. Now, for a solar farm, the payback's typically sometimes 5 years, but typically 7 years, maybe 10, depending on where it is. And to put things in perspective for folks, I don't do residential solar, but it used to cost $75,000 US for a residential solar system. Now that cost is down to roughly 10 or 15,000. And if you add a battery to it, so if power grid goes out, that's maybe another 5 or 10. So the payback, even on residential, is 5 to 7 years. And they have a 25-year warranty and a 45 to 50-year design life. So solar it has really come a long way.
Definitely. And another thing I think is kind of in common between the two technologies is, in the US in particular, there's a lot of lobbying from fossil fuel companies, and there's also lobbying from big agriculture. Does that worry you guys? Is it something that comes up when you're trying to operate and just do business in the space?
I don't think so for me, because it's just always been the background. It's always been there, and we're developing despite it. And I think one of the things that's been really inspiring for us is that we're not doing this completely alone. The story here is collaboration. The way that this is going to succeed is because we've created this ingredient, and we're making it available to the food, ag, dairy, beverage companies that really drive that scale, that really have the ability to make a positive impact by changing their supply chain. And so we see a lot of interest and demand and understanding from that very same existing incumbent industry, who know that something needs to change, but they don't have the ability to develop this kind of technology. We're trying to be as collaborative as possible and help them to reach their targets.
Yeah, I'll say that solar and wind historically were considered alternative forms of energy. And when I first started almost 30 years ago, I started the first wind farm company in Kansas, pretty conservative state. And I used to get death threats. My picture was up on a dartboard. You know, there's policy drivers that can help, and there have been over the years in the industry. You know, recent legislation in the U.S. is certainly helping a lot, the IRA, infrastructure, but yeah, we collaborate as well. Now solar is really well, you know, accepted, and the economics on a wholesale level are so good. It's down to where solar, you can make money on a solar farm at 3 cents, selling the power wholesale 3 cents, 4 cents, maybe even 2 cents. That's cheaper than coal and nuclear everywhere, and it's cheaper than natural gas almost everywhere.
Wow, it's really interesting to hear about the kind of shift in perspective towards solar just, you know, over the last couple of decades. You touched on the IRA. I wanted to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. So obviously it's going to be transformational, not just in the US, but everywhere. And one thing that I encounter a lot reporting in the UK is kind of fears from businesses about the IRA kind of, you know, sucking up all the business for renewables and for low carbon technologies. And I think there's a kind of similar fear in Canada and in other parts of the world, in Asia and whatnot. I just wanted to get your take on how the IRA is, you know, affecting what you're doing and how you see that kind of debate playing out.
I think those are two different questions in a way. Like the IRA we can talk about, but I'm curious about the second one, because my first reaction was these are huge, huge industries. I mean, almost limitless demand. I don't think it's something that any given geography needs to worry, like, oh, all of that is going to go to the United States and what's left here. I mean, I think both for solar, for energy, for food, like these are things that are needed the world over, and I think the right way to scale these kinds of technologies is in a more distributed way that really can quickly, I mean, right, we're here to talk about solving the climate crisis. We can't do that if we're very slow and incremental and uncreative about it. It has to be something you can deploy really, really quickly and in a parallel way around the world. And I think things like the IRA help with that in any given geography. We've talked, you know, the Singapore government has a lot of interest in precision fermentation as well. A lot of different places around the world are looking at ways of encouraging not only energy, but nutrition-based, you know, food security-based solutions. And so from a lot of different angles, you can look at it as defense, as climate, just as investment that makes sense and brings jobs to, you know, to an area. I think in all these ways it helps.
The thing I'm most excited about with respect to the IRA is that it's going to onshore manufacturing a lot of the solar supply chain. Historically, there have been times when, you know, I would show up to a conference 20 years ago and we were lucky to have 100 people show up. The industry's come a long way, but over that course of the history, there were times when we couldn't get solar panels. They literally were sold out. You know, we would try to place an order with all the suppliers and they'd be like, you have to wait till next year. Same with wind turbines when I was doing wind in the 90s and the aughts. So, and I think something like 80% of silicon solar panels today come from Chinese companies. Nothing wrong with that, but I think it's really good to diversify the industry. So a lot of new jobs, a lot of factories are being created in North America thanks to the IRA, and I think that will improve technology, lower costs, and speed up the transition to the clean power revolution.
Great, yeah, and I mean, I take your point as well. Obviously, we're seeing big economies kind of responding and, you know, doing their own kind of IRA-inspired moves. So, yeah, I take the point that it can lead to more movement, more climate action. So just moving on to talk a bit more generally about technology and climate change. There's, you know, arguments made in some quarters that technology is ultimately a distraction from the need to cut emissions, and that should be the priority. And I just wondered what your response was to that.
So that I think reminds me of the mindset that I was talking about at the beginning of, well, why don't we all just stop eating animal products? And it's a great idea, but it's not happening, right? Like we've had decades of that paradigm to see if products can get good enough that people switch. And the products have gotten really good, and people still don't switch, right? The reality is, I think saying, why don't we just do it this other way, that we've already been trying for a couple of decades, if it's not working, you need to try something else.
Do you have anything to add? Or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, it was just what your response was to kind of criticisms that there is too much emphasis on technology.
Oh, technology, yeah. Ryan was talking earlier about, you know, the infrastructure is critical. Solar, the technology is mature. I mean, sure, it gets about 0.5% more efficient every year, and the cost lowers generally every year. But to focus on EarthGrid a little bit, the company I spend most of my time on, it's a plasma tunnel boring robot, so imagine a tractor with lightsabers on the front, vaporizing rock and soil. And those types of technologies and a lot of other companies out there are going to be what are needed, in my opinion, to solve the climate crisis. I mean, we need software, we need all kinds of technology, but the physical infrastructure is, in my opinion, the most important part to really make a big dent on the climate crisis.
Okay, thank you. So in a few months' time, global leaders will be meeting for the next UN Climate Summit, COP28 in Dubai. And I just wondered, just from the perspective of your industries, what's kind of the next big change you'd like to see policymakers agree to kind of get climate change action going?
I think what we're starting to see is great. Like for example, the IRA is one thing, but then there was a massive biomanufacturing announcement, investment interests coming from the Biden administration in Q4 last year. I think the right things are starting, and we just need to see them accelerate and come to fruition. At least in my space, it's a little bit earlier in the trajectory than certainly solar and renewable energy, but we're now ready. We're ready to start having those facilities and plants get built. And I think as the first few start rolling out and proving the economics, that's when I'll be saying, all right, guys, let's really multiply this in a big way.
Yeah, I would say two things. In terms of policy drivers, they can be helpful. I mean, the industry, the solar industry at least, can stand on its own even without policy drivers and tax credits. Subsidies are no longer there for solar. Yes, there's a tax credit, but there used to be actual subsidies on top of it. But the industry can stand on its own without it. I would say, let's get rid of the subsidies to the fossil fuel companies, because those have been there for decades, in some cases like a century, and the calculations are astonishing. Do some research on it. So that'd be my choice, is get rid of all fossil fuel subsidies, not only in the US, but around the world.
It's a big call, but of course backed by lots of experts have said the same thing as well. So we're coming close to the end of the session. I just wondered, is there kind of a final thoughts that you wanted to leave the audience with? I would just go both of you in turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will leave you all with the following. The revolution is here with respect to food. I think we can finally have all the things that we've loved. Don't have to change what you eat, don't have to change where you buy it, and the technology is here to be able to make those same things in a new way, I think limited only by our imagination. So we're excited for these to roll out in a bigger way in the next few years, and for you all to be able to try it.
I'd like to end with hope. There are a lot of technologies coming out, whether it's food, agriculture, clean energy, and so forth, and we're electrifying everything. We took out our natural gas stove, replaced it with an induction stove. We took out our natural gas furnace and water heater. We now have a heat pump. People are doing this. We're electrifying our heating in homes and buildings. We're electrifying industry processes, and we're electrifying our transportation. And the technologies will be there to upgrade the grid and make it happen. Just keep supporting that. Electrify yourselves and tell your friends to electrify, and we'll get it done.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much, both to you. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. And yeah, see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay, it's the money panel. Now, while many VCs are still adjusting to a new world after an unprecedented bull market, the opportunities presented by AI are creating huge excitement in the industry. So for leading investors, what areas are they most excited about this year? Let's find out what VCs are investing in right here on center stage. So in discussion with Calum Williams from The Economist, please welcome Tribe Capital's Arjun Sethi and Bessemer Venture Partners' Mary D'Onofrio.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for being here. It's great to be here. It's quite a full audience. I think people probably are here maybe for Geoffrey Hinton rather than for us, but we're gonna take advantage of your presence. My name's Calum Williams. I'm an economics writer for The Economist. And Mary and Arjun, thank you both very much for being here. Hopefully this will be a freewheeling conversation. And please do argue with each other if you can. That would always make it more interesting. So I guess the first question I'd be interested to know is, the sort of premise of this talk is where I'm putting my money in 2024. Now, as a sort of detached observer, it seems to me that valuations in private markets are still pretty high. Inflation is maybe coming down, but it's still pretty high. Interest rates could still go a lot higher. And a lot of the kind of really successful go-getting companies raised a lot of money in 2021 and 2022 and don't really need to raise money at the moment. They've got a lot of runway. So my question is the answer to the question of the panel sort of nowhere? Shouldn't you just keep your money in cash? Who would like to answer that question first?
I'm happy to take it first. I think as I'm a growth stage venture capitalist, I focus almost entirely on software as well. I still think that you can derive some fantastic returns in this current market environment, and investing mostly in software, investing mostly in cloud. The public markets have come down. In 2021, there was a peak valuation of the average public cloud software company of 26 times. Now it's only 7 times recurring run rate. What that does is it boils down through the private markets as well, and as a growth stage investor that's looking to near-term time to liquidity, and the public markets serve as one of those benchmarks, what you're seeing is investments in growth stage private cloud software companies are actually getting more and more rational. I saw some Carta data that suggested that Series Ds were down about 50% valuation from 2022, 2021, whereas seed was only 15%. So I think, while cash is going to preserve your investment to a certain extent, you can actually generate some good, interesting return at growth stage private cloud now as well.
Okay, Arjun?
I think a program or a way in sort of think about the world is that you have interest rates that have gone higher. You also have different economies that are growing at a different speed, right? Developed versus underdeveloped. And the whole notion of where you should put your capital, in our opinion, is sort of based on that. So if you take a look at India or Southeast Asia, those markets are growing. Those markets are growing at, let's call it 6 to 8% year over year. And if you look at the United States, between 1 and 4, depending on how you define it.
Yeah.
And our whole notion has been, okay, great, well, there's rates, there's normalization of rates, and then there's the interest rates that are around how sort of the Fed is making those projections. Those are all short-term duration thoughts, right? Like even how the public markets are volatile in comparison to that. And so our whole notion is that we think 3, 5, 7 years out, regardless of if you're early, mid, or late stage. So if you're very early, you're kind of inoculated by this. If you're Series A to Series B, then they're a little bit more sensitive. And then growth stages, you mentioned, you're a lot more sensitive because then you're thinking about public market comps. And the reason why that's the case is that there's different growth rates for those companies. And so what we typically like to look at is, post-World War II in the United States, if you threw a dart, you could probably make money.
Yeah.
And so we like to look at markets where you have the ability to throw a dart, but be pretty precise and surgical.
Yeah.
And our whole model is like, how do we quantify private markets through the proprietary data sets that are at the company itself and then benchmark from there. And so we're set up as a technology software company where we sell our software and then we are clients, our funds are clients of that software, and then we can sort of think about where we want to spend our time. And so we've always been bottoms-up software investors, and we've always been bottoms-up investors in markets that are growing at that velocity. So it's really just today, US, Latin America, parts of Southeast Asia, India, and then Israel because it serves the US markets.
So is it a geographical thing only, or is there a kind of industry mix there too?
Well, financial services and healthcare end up being like 50 to 70% of the world's GDP, depending on where you focus on.
Yeah.
And then depending on the society or the aging society, and assuming they have some sort of growth rate of their economy, you want to sort of look at that. But again, that's a very high level. If you start, getting deeper and deeper, then we can get into the details at some point.
Got it, okay. One kind of big thing that everyone is talking about here at this conference, obviously, is generative AI. It's garnering a lot of interest. And that has been a kind of bright spot, I guess, both for public markets and for private markets over the past 6 months. I'd just be very interested on a personal level, Mary, if you could, just for people who are kind of not from Silicon Valley, not from Toronto, What was kind of like the atmosphere like in your industry when GPT-4 was released? Was it a kind of like headless chicken, everyone running around not sure what to do? Was it just excitement? Was it fear that your portfolio is going to get totally disintermediated? Like, can you kind of give the audience a sense of kind of what it was like in March and April?
I think with every big platform shift, cloud, mobile, et cetera, there's a combination of some people who are nervous about being disrupted, and there are some people who are really excited to be the disruptors. And I think like every major platform shift as well, there are going to be a lot of early adopters, and a lot of those are going to be consumers. And so when ChatGPT came out, I think there are a lot of individual users trying to play around with the tools, create fantastic images, videos, and the like. And I think there was a lot of excitement around that as investors, like being able to invest at a time when prices are more rational and there's a major platform shift. That's really exciting. Right. That being said, I think the outstanding question, which continues to be one, is like, what is enterprise adoption going to look like? Yeah. And even today, I woke up to some news that the Biden administration is thinking through AI chip regulation and sharing it with China or lack thereof. Chuck Schumer came out with a set of proposals on whether or not there's going to be a framework for AI regulation. I think incredible amounts of excitement with a lot of unknowns of what exactly does that mean for enterprise adoption, where historically a lot of the value ends up being captured.
And how at Bessemer are you thinking through, in kind of sort of theoretical terms, what are the type of companies that are going to do well under this new world? What are the type of companies that are going to do badly? Did you all kind of sit down and talk about that and come up with some kind of matrices, or like how did you think through those questions?
I don't know if it came in the form of a matrix, but I think it's just thinking through, in this world in which AI is both incredibly novel, but then also widely accessible given the foundation models, where are industries, or what are industries in which data can truly be a moat? Data turns into additional data inputs, which then turns into user engagement and then more of a real moat rather than commodity access to a foundation model. And so I think some of the places that we're the most excited is simply cloud incumbents leveraging AI, because they have pre-existing data sets that they can kind of do last mile customization and tuning on and further their advantage, in addition to AI native companies. But I think what we're trying to think through is where we can find AI to be a force multiplier and actually have companies with data moats around them rather than simply commodity access to foundation models.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that, but any thoughts on that question for you, Arjun?
Yeah, I think people make up a lot of shit about like what AI is, how long it's been around, and sorry, I don't know what's happening. And if you go back in time and you take a look at how long data has been around and how we interpret it, the way to sort of think through this is that it's already been here. We use this terminology called the future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed. And so AI has been around for 25, 30 years. It's just compute was more expensive, storage is more expensive, retrieval of that was more expensive, and then interpretation of that was expensive. And it's just gotten cheaper and cheaper. And then I think the other way to sort of think about it is now that, and I think Sam did this pretty brilliantly with OpenAI, is to explain, hey, now that we have these learning language models, now that we can have an interpretation of normalized as well as unnormalized data, what can you do with it? And then you can evenly distribute it to developers that develop every single day. Hey, by the way, on top of that, anyone can become a developer at a faster pace because there's a base level foundation. That's actually, it's not a paradigm shift, it's just like, it puts us on a path of super linear adoption to what we were doing already on software. It's not like we're going to be doing anything different. We're just going to be doing more with less, and now we're going to be able to do a lot more with that. And so when people say like, oh, what is this going to revolutionize? It's everything, right? Like just like literally everything we do. Banking, healthcare, supply chain robotics, payment rails and systems. And it doesn't matter if you're a crypto company or a regular software company. It doesn't matter if you're a tech-enabled company. All of these tools that you're going to be able to build through machine learning, AI, AGI, generative on top of that, prompts and user agents. The whole point is that we're augmenting a system. And so I literally look at the businesses like, great, what's a good business? Are they leveraging something? Are they being enabled by it? Or are they being powered by it? And in my opinion, that's no different than thinking about the same way in which you invested in software. You now just have something that is augmented at a much faster rate.
But presumably that's not consistent with how the public markets have developed in the past kind of few months, right? Because you've actually had an enormous market concentration effect where a small number of companies, obviously most famously NVIDIA, but a few others, have powered basically the entire S&P 500 return over the past 3 months.
Sure.
So it seems to me the market sees the effect of AI as being actually very unevenly distributed. But it seems to me that you're saying that actually all companies are going to kind of benefit equally, or are you not saying that?
It's not equally. There's always the power law. But look, every company is either valued intrinsically, right? So she talked about like rational investing. And then there's the options value, like how do you ascribe value to something, what you think it's going to do in the future. So everyone says AI. Okay, great. Like, what is that going to have an effect on? It's the same as putting .com at the end of your company. Yeah. And so you see this every single time across all asset classes, right? And so, are some companies more predisposed to have value accretion because they're leveraging these systems and they have a larger data set that's proprietary? Yes. Then there's other companies that will have to start from scratch. And so there's kind of everything in the middle. Will every company be able to be more efficient leveraging software plus AI? Yes, but again, the power law is going to be different depending on what the business model margin structure looks like.
Got it. Okay, interesting. So, Mary, I've noticed that like there are a lot of companies, kind of going off what Arjun just said. There are loads of companies these days that are doing the kind of .com strategy, where they're like not. It's very hard to imagine how they are AI companies, but they kind of rebrand themselves as AI companies. So like Domino's Pizza talking about how it's going to use AI, or Starbucks talking about how it's going to use AI, or whatever. Is there a way to kind of distinguish between companies where AI is going to be actually like genuinely useful for their business and will make them a better company versus a company that's just trying to say it to like pique investors' interests? Or is it very hard to tell the difference?
I think you have to think about the places where more data and more data enrichment, the flywheel between user engagement and actual data, makes the product better.
Okay.
So, for example, Bessemer has a portfolio company called Intercom, and they created this product called Fin, which is GPT-4, is based on GPT-4 or leverages it. And they use their existing customer service information and support to automate tickets. And that's what they've done historically, is the same kind of chatbot experience, but now they're able to do it using GPT-4 and automate away about 50% in the latest press release of existing customer support tickets and only escalate the highest order or the most sophisticated requests to a human agent. So I think you just have to think very radically about whether or not a business is actually going to improve on more data versus, hey, I'm going to generate incremental blog post titles. Like that's not quite as interesting. And so I think as an investor, it's our responsibility to just think critically about companies that actually can create a data moat and use it to propel its differentiation further, even if the existing business was already there and was already successful. How can it get supercharged? And I think those are the most interesting places to invest.
And so how do we think about that conceptually? Is it just a question of, I was at a panel yesterday that was essentially saying that companies that have a lot of data already and have it in like a good format, high quality data, they're the ones who can use AI more efficiently. Or, I don't know if that's right, but that was what they were saying. So is there a kind of, beyond the kind of examples, is there a more conceptual distinction between kind of AI, companies that are going to benefit from AI and companies that aren't?
I don't think there's something that I can say that's so generalizable.
Okay.
But I think if you can automate away, if you can make people more productive for less cost, that's a very helpful framework.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's just doing what you're doing, but doing it better. If you can leverage AI, if you're not going to leverage AI, someone's going to disrupt you to do it. And so I think it's a matter of whether or not companies are willing to onboard the technologies and try to leverage them, or understand that there are going to be AI native companies that are going to do it first.
Got it. Do you have any thoughts on that, Arjun?
Yeah, I think putting into context how this works is really important.
Okay.
So, think of it this way. You go to a medical doctor and you go to the hospital and they have a ton of data, right? It's not necessarily proprietary, it's just like a bunch of dirty data sitting somewhere. And so the whole reason why you think about software and then the data exhaust that exists, and then the second aspect is, okay, what does AI have access to, normalized and unnormalized? I think these two concepts are really important, is that we're speaking right now, something can ingest what we're saying and then be able to proliferate that out. so that we can make actions upon that. So if you're a doctor and you have a patient and you care about triage and patient outcome, it's like, what normalization data are you getting? And then what's the unnormalized data set that you can get, putting it together to be able to synthesize a ton of stuff, right? So doctors meet, hundreds of thousands of patients per month or per year, depending on what they do. And so imagine going back and synthesizing everything this doctor did, this doctor did, this doctor did, to be able to say, hey, now that I've scribed everything, I look at all their emails, I've looked at all the outcomes, what can I do now for this patient, get there at a faster pace and think like how the doctor would. What does that outcome look like? Right. Then you go to the next extreme and say, okay, well, where is that, else does that apply? Loans, access to capital, debt to income ratio. How do I do it so that a regional bank sitting in Mexico that charges 40% doesn't charge 40% because they don't like the way in which someone looks? Like, you start going through all of those processes of friction and say, okay, great, software plus data, that data exhaust plus the AI that leverages to come to decision making. What does the world look like?
Interesting, okay. I guess the other side of that coin, which I'd be very interested to explore, is like, what type of companies are totally screwed in this environment? Are there characteristics of companies that make you, as an investor, think, I would have invested in you a year ago, but not anymore?
I don't think it's about screwing. It's just you're evenly distributing competition more and more. Like, everyone here can compete with my engineers over a period of time for my company. Why not? Like, that's fucking awesome. Which is just that many more people participating. Yeah. That's basically trillions of dollars of new product, economic growth and productivity growth. Like, that actually is much more interesting to me as an investor, because now I have a lot more noise, I have a lot more signal to sort of sift through and find other cool areas of new innovation. Is it going to harm some of my companies? Sure. But then that means they're just not executing and they suck.
Right. Any thoughts, Mary, on that?
I think just a little bit of a different tilt on the same question is just, I think there's a certain amount, especially as a growth investor, of patience I need to have just to understand exactly how AI flows in through the market. There's the regulatory concerns that I brought up, but then there's also just that the AI workflow isn't entirely clear and proven out. For example, there were a lot of vector databases that were funded in the past kind of couple of quarters, and then you see foundation models coming up with their alternatives so that they argue that vector databases are obsolete. I think that it is not yet clear how developers are going to fully adopt AI, how companies are going to fully adopt AI, and so I think there's also a certain amount of patience that's required to make a fund returning bet. And so it's not that individual companies are going to do badly, it's just understanding where companies fit in the workflow and then investing behind that, and I'm not sure that that's fully baked in yet.
But surely some companies have to do terribly. I mean, that's kind of the nature of capitalism, isn't it? Like, it's creative destruction. It's, you get the companies that go under. So I guess it seems to me that unless we have a fairly kind of convincing theory of who fails in this world, then we struggle to have a convincing theory of how the world as a whole can get richer.
Well, I think Arjun's good point on the fact that it democratizes access to engineering, democratizes access to effectively better product. If you're not going to adopt it, then obviously that's a countervailing effect. But I don't think that systematically you can say that this X, Y, or Z kind of company is going to fail. Okay. I think it's a question of whether or not you're using AI and using the tools in front of you to supercharge your business or not.
Right, okay, interesting. On the question of patience that you just mentioned in your previous answer, do you think that private investors in general have that patience, or do you think we're going to reach a stage in a couple of months or maybe a year where people are like, where's the payoff, and there's a huge loss of faith in AI as a technology?
I don't think there's going to be a huge loss of faith. I even think that, for example, the Mosaic acquisition kind of helps to fuel excitement and ebullience about the space. That being said, I don't think that every single AI company, first of all, to your point, is truly AI driven. Yeah. And I also don't think they're all going to result in fantastic returns, but we operate in a power law business. We don't need every company to succeed that way. I also think there's a difference in approach, early stage versus late stage, where I play. In early stage, taking awesome bets and hoping for the 100x is really what we're paid to do. Right. Later stage, for me, I'm trying to pick the winner.
Right. Any thoughts, Arjun?
Look, if you think about what VCs do, we are trying to interpret what the company does at the earliest stage, and then we're trying to deploy capital. So you have LP capital, and then you have us in the middle as middlemen. What I get really excited about is that if you think about what's happening with AI, you can reduce the friction between these two parties, which is not to say that she and I don't want to get paid as much as money, but in theory we shouldn't. And what I mean by that is that access to the data of what the companies are building and how to think about loss ratio, how to think about what's an actual bet, how to sort of be a fiduciary of that capital or a fiduciary of the company, I actually think that's changing very quickly. It has already been for the last 20 to 25 years. And so when I think about what's happening in that ecosystem, there are multiple ways in which to make investments. But I think it's more important to think what are the ways in which this technology has to be able to also disrupt traditional ways of sort of deploying the capital, and then traditional ways of figuring out what's working, what's not. How do you build at the earliest stage, and how do you deploy at the mid or late stage? And so you're seeing a lot of excitement into these companies. You know, Casetext just got bought out. I'm forgetting which company, Thomson Reuters. You saw the Datadog acquisition. To me, this also means there's a lot of FOMO in the ecosystem because some of these companies are not AI companies. They're just hoping that talent can be enabled to build AI tools at those companies. And so when you think about like .com, 2008 timeframe, 2014, or enterprise SaaS is like the next hot thing. Is a lot of capital goes into the idea, but not necessarily the intrinsic value of the company that they're going into. I don't like to focus on like the FOMO, and so we just literally look, does the business work, and 10 years out, can I measure that it's going to be forecasted in a specific way?
Interesting. Okay, so we've got 1 minute and 9 seconds left, so I'm going to use this time to ask 2 questions that have one-word answers from both of you. The first is to do with jobs and about whether everyone's going to lose their jobs to do with AI. So let's say the unemployment rate in the US is 3.5% at the moment, which it roughly is. In 20 years, what do you think the US unemployment rate will be? Mary?
Same.
Arjun?
I hope it's 8 to 10%.
8 to 10%, so a bit of an impact from AI. Okay.
No, not from AI. I just hope it's 8 to 10%.
Oh, you hope? Okay, right. And then the second one is American productivity growth, roughly speaking, at the moment, is about 1% a year, so not very strong by historical standards. In 8 to 10 years or 20 years, what do you think American productivity growth will be annualized? Mary?
I hope 4.
4, okay. Trumpian levels of growth, and then Arjun? 4, okay, great. Well, that brings us to the end of this session, which I've really enjoyed. So, Mary and Arjun, thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. Like, I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good questions.
So the startup community is really at the forefront of what we do here at Collision. And creating opportunities for tech companies of tomorrow is what this is all about. Startups from across the world have traveled to Toronto this week from as far away as Japan, Gambia, Estonia, Australia, Peru, Italy, Nigeria.
And Mississauga.
And Mississauga.
Very far away.
I live in Mississauga. But what we want to do is to give you give a very warm welcome to some of the international startups who made their way to come to Toronto for Collision 2023. Please welcome to some international startups to the stage.
Come on down.
Well, I'll take him right my way. Maybe we'll start with a question. So, your name is?
Jeff.
Jeff. Okay, Jeff. Where are you from, Jeff?
Toronto.
Toronto.
I'm a local yokel.
Local yokel. And tell us about your company, quick.
Cyber AI is into fraud detection, protection, and education.
Okay.
Social enterprise fintech.
Okay. And who's this?
Cyber Ali, our director of PAWS, protection against worldwide scams, and my lovely wife, Suzanne, who's our VP of marketing and operations.
Nice to meet you both. And Ollie? Oh, and there's a book, Cyber Ollie's Ultimate Guide, Frauds and Scams. Thank you so much. Just take a spot right here. Where's Casey?
I'm over here. I think we're bringing everybody up here. The entire conference is here. Let's find out where some of these people are from. Hey, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Latvia.
Latvia.
North Europe.
No, okay, great, awesome. Where are you from?
I'm from the United States, and our company is based in Israel.
Okay, great. Keep going, keep going.
Where are you
Everyone
from?
wants to be on stage.
Israel. What's the name of your company?
Supers.
What does it do?
An interactive live stream shopping platform.
Interactive live stream shopping. Shuperus. Okay. What's your name?
Suzanne.
Where are you from, Suzanne?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. What brought you here?
I'm the founder of RealSpot.
RealSpot. What is it?
It's a mobile app that democratizes influencer marketing for small businesses.
Nice. All the way from New Jersey. Nice to meet you. Casey, you got somebody.
Right here. Don, where are you from, Don?
Manila.
Manila. Where's that?
Philippines.
Nice. Of course I know that. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Keep going, Sunil. Huh?
Juan, where are you from, Juan? Come on.
Juan, from the great state of Texas.
Oh, Texas.
Solving the affordable housing crisis through better data and AI.
What's the name of the company?
Housing Base.
Housing Base, but your sign says superprop.ai.
It does.
It does. All right, so there's a stealth company. Two companies. All right.
Someone's not supposed to be here. All right, I got Dan with 2 A's. Dan, what's your company and where are you from?
My company is Peerby. It's a website where you can borrow stuff from neighbors. And I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Amsterdam, Netherlands. Great. Sunil.
Okay, Karen?
Hi, I'm from Israel.
Israel.
And we are solving the challenge of loneliness and social isolation in older adults.
Okay, loneliness. Huge challenge, legit challenge. We need that fixed. Juan David Rodriguez.
Yeah, hey everyone, I'm from Colombia, and we solved forced immigration from Latin America with generative AI, so we solved it.
So immigration meets AI, LATAM to the world, huh?
Exactly,
Okay.
we solved it.
You solved it.
I solved it.
All right, tell the president. All right.
All right, one couple more here. Hello, Sarah, where are you from?
Toronto.
Okay, never mind. Okay. Jean Bruce, where are you from?
I'm from Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay, all right, Canada. All right. How about Ash? Where are you from?
From Toronto.
Okay, right.
Anything
Mark,
goes
where are you
on
from?
the international
Cambridge.
stage.
Cambridge, where?
Ontario.
Ontario. Oh, I'm hoping
Okay, wait, I got it. Hard job. Come on.
Hi, I'm from originally from Punjab, India, but I'm currently from Brampton, Ontario.
Same thing, right? All right.
All right.
I
Terry,
live
where are you
this
from?
way, I can say
Toronto.
Toronto. Alexander.
Estonia.
Estonia. How
What's
about
your
you?
name?
Atlanta.
Georgia.
Where are you from?
Azura.
Japan.
Japan. What city?
In Tokyo.
Tokyo. And what's the name of your company?
Incubion.
Incubion. What does it do?
So we offer a robot discovery engine.
Robot discovery engine. Okay, Japanese know a lot about robots. That's perfect startup for Toronto. Casey, who do you got?
All right, Camilla.
From what country?
Where are you from and what do you do?
Okay, I'm from Uruguay, and we reconcile automatically all income sources.
Okay, cool. Don't be shy. Come on out here. Carolina, where are you from?
Costa Rica.
What do you do there?
We do agrotech.
Ayodel.
Yeah.
Nigeria?
No.
Oh.
Caribbean.
The Caribbean.
Yeah.
What's your company?
Company is Smart Term, and we help district and governments become AI ready by automating their data collection processes.
Okay. Your name is Nigerian, though, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Okay, that wasn't just racial bias. That's a Nigerian name. I know a lot about Nigerians. All right.
All right, that's it. That's it. Round of applause for these amazing startups.
All right, this way.
This way.
Which way?
No, this way.
This way, yeah, we're going this way. Let's go. Big talk coming up. Don't go anywhere. You know what this is all about.
Yeah, the Godfather is here.
Godfather of AI. Give us 1 minute. lot of people here. So, cognitive psychologist and computer scientist Geoffrey Hinton started researching AI more than 40 years ago, when it seemed more like science fiction than reality. Now it's on the minds of everyone around the world, and specifically everyone here at Collision. So I'm really excited to introduce our next guest. Not only is he British-Canadian, but he's one of the godfathers of artificial intelligence. And he recently stepped down from his position at Google, having been there for the past decade, so that he can freely speak out about the risks of AI. In an exploration of the future of AI and a deep dive into its potential impact on society, with The Atlantic's Nick Thompson, please give a warm welcome to Geoffrey Hinton.
What an incredible pleasure to be here with Geoffrey Hinton, one of the great minds and one of the great issues of our time. A man who helped create artificial intelligence, was at the center of nearly every revolution in it, and now has become perhaps the most articulate critic of where we're going. So, an honor to be on stage with you.
Thank you.
He's earned the moniker godfather of AI. One of the things that AI has traditionally had problems with is humor. I asked AI if it could come up with a joke about the godfather of AI, and it actually wasn't that bad. It said he gave AI an offer it couldn't refuse, neural networks. It's not bad.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's good for AI. So let's begin with that. What I want to do in this conversation is very briefly step a little back into your foundational work, then go to where we are today, and then talk about the future. So when you're building and you're designing neural networks, and you're building computer systems that work like the human brain and that learn like the human brain, and everybody else is saying, Jeff, this is not going to work, you push ahead. And do you push ahead because you know that this is the best way to train computer systems? Or do you do it for more spiritual reasons, that you want to make a machine that is like us?
I do it because the brain has to work somehow, and it sure as hell doesn't work by manipulating symbolic expressions explicitly. And so something like neural nets had to work. Also, von Neumann and Turing believed that, so that's a good start.
Mm-hmm. So you're doing it because you think it's the best way forward?
Yes, in the long run, the best way forward.
Because that decision has profound effects down the line. But okay, so you do that. You start building neural nets. You push forward. And they become better than humans at certain limited tasks, right? At image recognition, at translation, some chemical work. I interviewed you in 2019 at Google I/O, and you said that it would be a long time before they could match us in reasoning. And that's the big change that's happened over the last 4 years, right?
They still can't match us, but they're getting close.
And how close are they getting, and why?
It's the big language models that are getting close. And I don't really understand why they can do it, but they can do little bits of reasoning. So my favorite example is I asked GPT-4 a puzzle that was given to me by a symbolic AI guy who thought it wouldn't be able to do it. I made the puzzle more difficult, and it could still do it. And the puzzle was, the rooms in my house are painted blue or yellow or white. Yellow paint fades to white within a year. In 2 years' time, I want them all to be white. What should I do and why? And it says you should paint the blue rooms white. And then it says you should do that because blue won't fade to white. And it says you don't need to paint the yellow rooms because they will fade to white. So it knew what I should do and it knew why. And I was surprised that it could do that much reasoning already.
And it's kind of an amazing example, because when people critique these systems or they say they're not going to do much, they say they're Mad Libs, they're just word completion. But that is not word completion. To you, is that thinking?
Yeah, that's thinking. And when people say it's just autocomplete, there's a lot goes on in that word, just autocomplete. If you think what it takes to predict the next word, you have to understand what's being said to be really good at predicting the next word. So people say it's just autocomplete or it's just statistics. Now, there's a sense in which it is just statistics. That is, but in that sense, everything's just statistics. It's not the sense most people think of statistics as it keeps the counts of how many times this combination of words occurred and how many times that combination. It's not like that at all. It's inventing features and interactions between features to explain what comes next.
Okay, so if it's just statistics and everything is just statistics, is there anything that we can do? Obviously, it's not humor. Maybe it's not reasoning. Is there anything that we can do that a sufficiently well-trained large language model with a sufficient number of parameters and a sufficient amount of compute could not do in the future?
If the model is also trained on vision and picking things up and so on, then no.
But is there anything that we can think of, and any way we can think in any cognitive process that the machines will not be able to replicate?
We're just a machine. We're a wonderful, incredibly complicated machine, but we're just a big neural net. And there's no reason why an artificial neural net shouldn't be able to do everything we can do.
Are we a big neural net that is more efficient than these new neural nets we're building, or are we less efficient?
It depends whether you're talking about speed of acquiring knowledge and how much knowledge you can acquire, or whether you're talking about energy consumption. So in energy consumption, we're much more efficient. We're like 30 watts. And one of these big language models, when you're training it, you train many copies of it, each looking at different parts of the data. So it's more like a megawatt. So it's much more expensive in terms of energy. But all these copies can be learning different things from different parts of the data. So it's much more efficient in terms of acquiring knowledge from data.
And it becomes only more efficient because each system can train each next system?
Yes.
So let's get to your critique. So the best summarization of your critique came from a conference at the Milken Institute about a month ago. And it was Snoop Dogg. And he said, I heard the old dude who created AI saying this is not safe because the AI's got their own mind and those motherfuckers are going to start doing their own shit. Is that accurate? Is that an accurate summarization?
They probably didn't have mothers.
But the rest of what Dr. Dogg said is correct.
Bang on, yes.
All right. So explain what you mean, or what he means, and how it applies to what you mean when they're going to start doing their own shit. What does that mean to you?
OK, so first I have to emphasize, we're entering a period of huge uncertainty. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. And people whose opinion I respect have very different beliefs from me. Like Yeung thinks everything's going to be fine. They're just going to help us. It's all going to be wonderful. But I think we have to take seriously the possibility that if they get to be smarter than us, which seems quite likely, and they have goals of their own, which seems quite likely, they may well develop the goal of taking control. And if they do that, we're in trouble.
So, OK, so let's go back to that in a second, but let's take Yeung's position. So Yeung LeCun was also one of the people who won the Turing Award and is also called the godfather of AI. And I was recently interviewing him, and he made the case. He said, look, all technologies can be used for good or ill, but some technologies have more of an inherent goodness. And AI has been built by humans, by good humans, for good purposes. It's been trained on good books and good text. It will have a bias towards good in the future. Do you believe that or not?
I think AI that's been trained by good people will have a bias towards good, and AI that's been trained by bad people, like Putin or somebody like that, will have a bias towards bad. We know they're going to make battle robots. They're busy doing it in many different defense departments. So they're not going to necessarily be good, since their primary purpose is going to be to kill people.
So you believe that the risks of the bad uses of AI are, whether they're more or less than the good uses of AI, are so substantial they deserve a lot of our thought right now?
Certainly, yes. For lethal autonomous weapons, they deserve a lot of our thought.
Well, let's stick on lethal autonomous weapons, because one of the things in this argument is that you are one of the few people who is really speaking about this as a risk, a real risk. Explain your hypothesis about why super powerful AI combined with the military could actually lead to more and more warfare.
OK, I don't actually want to answer that question. There's a separate question. Even if the AI isn't super intelligent, if defense departments use it for making battle robots, it's going to be very nasty, scary stuff. And it's going to lead, even if it's not super intelligent, and even if it doesn't have its own intentions, it just does what Putin tells it to, It's going to make it much easier, for example, for rich countries to invade poor countries. At present, there's a barrier to invading poor countries willy-nilly, which is you get dead citizens coming home. If they're just dead battle robots, that's just great. The military-industrial complex would love that.
So you think that because, I mean, it's sort of a similar argument that people make with drones. If you can send a drone and you don't have to send an airplane with a pilot, you're more likely to send the drone, therefore you're more likely to attack. If you have a battle robot, it's that same thing squared.
Yep.
And that's your concern.
That's my main concern with battle robots. It's a separate concern from what happens with superintelligent systems taking over for their own purposes.
Before we get to superintelligent systems, let's talk about some of your other concerns. So in the litany of things that you're worried about, obviously we have battle robots as one. You're also quite worried about inequality. Tell me more about this.
So it's fairly clear, it's not certain, but it's fairly clear that these big language models will cause a big increase in productivity. So there's someone I know who answers letters of complaint for a health service.
Yeah.
And he used to write these letters himself, and now he just gets ChatGPT to write the letters, and it takes 1/5 of the amount of time to answer a complaint. So he can do 5 times as much work, and so they'll need 5 times fewer of him. Or maybe they'll just answer a lot more letters.
Or they'll answer more letters, right? Or maybe they'll have more people because they'll be so efficient, right? More productivity leads to getting more done. I mean, this is
maybe not.
This is an unanswered question.
But what we expect in the kind of society we live in is that if you get a big increase in productivity like that, the wealth isn't going to go to the people who are doing the work or the people who get unemployed. It's going to go to making the rich richer and the poor poorer. And that's very bad for society.
Definitionally, or you think there's some feature of AI that will lead to that?
No, it's not to do with AI. It's just what happens when you get an increase in productivity, particularly in a society that doesn't have strong unions.
But now there are many economists who would take a different position and say that over time, and if you were to look at technology, right, we went from horses and buggies, and the horses and buggies went away, and then we had cars, and oh my gosh, the people who drove the horses lost their jobs, and ATMs came along, and suddenly bank tellers no longer need to do that, but we now employ many more bank tellers than we used to, and we have many more people driving Ubers than we had people driving horses. So the argument an economist would make to this would be, yes, there will be churn, and there will be fewer people answering those letters, but there'll be many more higher cognitive things that will be done. How do you respond to that?
I think the first thing I'd say is a loaf of bread used to cost a penny. Then they invented economics, and now it costs $5. So I don't entirely trust what economists say, particularly when they're dealing with a new situation that's never happened before.
Right.
And superintelligence would be a new situation that never happened before. But even these big chatbots that are just replacing people whose job involves producing text, that's never happened before. And I'm not sure how they can confidently predict that more jobs will be created than the number of jobs lost.
I'll just have a little side note that in the green room, I introduced Jeff to, I have 2 of my 3 children are here, Alice and Zachary, they're somewhere out here. And he said to Alice, he said, are you going to go into media? And then he said, well, I'm not sure media will exist. And then Alice was asking, what should I do? And you said?
Plumbing.
Yes. Now explain, I mean, we have a number of plumbing problems at our house. It would be wonderful if they were able to put in a new sink. Explain what jobs, a lot of young people out here, not just my children, but thinking about what careers to go into. What are the careers they should be looking at? What are the attributes of them?
I'll give you a little story about being a carpenter. If you're a carpenter, it's fun making furniture. But it's a complete dead loss because machines can make furniture. Mm-hmm. If you're a carpenter, what you're good for is repairing furniture or fitting things into awkward spaces in old houses, making shelves in things that aren't quite square. So the jobs that are going to survive AI for a long time are jobs where you have to be very adaptable and physically skilled, and plumbing's that kind of a job.
Because manual dexterity is hard for a machine to replicate.
It's still hard, and I think it's going to be longer before they can be really dexterous and get into awkward spaces. That's going to take longer than being good at answering text questions.
But should I believe you? Because when we were on stage 4 years ago, you said reasoning. As long as somebody has a job that focuses on reasoning, they'll be able to last. Isn't the nature of AI such that we don't actually know where the next incredible improvement in performance will come. Maybe it will come in manual dexterity.
Yeah, it's possible.
So actually, let me ask you a question about that. So do you think when we look at AI and we look at the next 5 years of AI, the most impactful improvements we'll see will be in large language models and related to large language models? Or do you think it will be in something else?
I think it'll probably be in multimodal large models. So they won't just be language models. They'll be doing vision. Hopefully, they'll be analyzing videos, so they were able to train on all of the YouTube videos, for example. And you can understand a lot from things other than language. And when you do that, you need less language to reach the same performance. So the idea they're going to be saturated because they've already used all the language there is, or all the language that's easy to get hold of, that's less of a concern if they're also using lots of other modalities.
I mean, this gets at another argument that Yeung, your fellow godfather of AI, makes, is that language is so limited, right? There's so much information that we're conveying just beyond the word. In fact, I'm gesturing like mad, right? Which conveys some of the information as well as the lighting and all this. So your view is that may be true. Language is a limited vector for information, but soon it will be combined with other vectors?
Absolutely. It's amazing what you can learn from language alone, but you're much better off learning from many modalities. Small children don't just learn from language alone.
Right. So if your principal role right now was still researching AI, finding the next big thing, you would be doing multimodal AI and trying to attach, say, visual AI systems to text-based AI systems?
Yes, which is what they're doing now at Google. Google is making a system called Gemini that, fortunately, Demis Hassabis talked about a few days ago. And
so now you're allowed to talk about
that's a multimodal AI, yeah.
Well, let me talk about actually something else at Google. So while you were there, Google invented the transformer network, or invented the transformer architecture, generative pre-trained transformers. When did you realize that that would be so central and so important? It's interesting to me because it's this paper that comes out in 2017, and when it comes out, it's not as though firecrackers are shot into the sky. It's 6 years later, 5 years later, that we suddenly realize the consequences. And it's interesting to think, what are the other papers out there that could be the same in 5 years?
So with transformers, it was really only a couple of years later when Google developed BERT. So BERT made it very clear transformers were a huge breakthrough. I didn't immediately realize what a huge breakthrough they were. And I'm annoyed about that. It took me a couple of years to realize. Well, BERT made it clear.
The first time I ever heard the word transformer was talking to you on stage, and you were talking about transformers versus capsules, and this was right after it came out. Let's talk about one of the other critiques about language models and other models, which is soon, I mean, in fact, probably already they've absorbed all the organic data that has been created by humans. If I create an AI model right now, and I train it on the internet, it's trained on a bunch of stuff, mostly stuff made by humans, but a bunch of stuff made by AIs, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to keep training AIs on stuff that has been created by AIs, whether it's text-based language model or whether it's a multimodal language model. Will that lead to the inevitable decay and corruption, as some people argue? Or is that just a thing we have to deal with? Or is it, as other people in the AI field, the greatest thing for training AIs, and we should just use synthetic data in AI?
OK, I don't actually know the answer to this technically. I suspect you have to take precautions so you're not just training on data that you yourself generated or that some previous version of you generated. I suspect it's going to be possible to take those precautions, although it would be much easier if all fake data was marked fake. There is one example in AI where training on stuff from yourself helps a lot. So if you don't have much training data, or rather you have a lot of unlabeled data and a small amount of labeled data, you can train a model to predict the labels on the labeled data, and then you take that same model and train it to predict labels for unlabeled data, and whatever it predicts, you tell it you were right. And that actually makes the model work better.
How on earth does that work?
Because on the whole, it tends to be right. It's complicated. It's been analyzed much better many years ago from acoustic modems. They did the same trick.
So listening to this, I've had this realization on stage. You're a man who's very critical of where we're going. Killer robots, income inequality. You also sound like somebody who loves this stuff.
Yeah, I love this stuff. How could you not love making intelligent things?
So let me get to maybe the most important question for the audience and for everyone here. We're now at this moment where a lot of people here love this stuff and they want to build it and they want to experiment. But we don't want negative consequences. We don't want increased income inequality. I don't want media to disappear. What are the choices and decisions and things we should be working on now to maximize the good, to maximize the creativity, but to limit the potential harms?
So I think to answer that, you have to distinguish many kinds of potential harm. So I'll distinguish like 6 of them for you.
Please.
There's bias and discrimination.
Yep.
That is present now. It's not one of these future things we need to worry about. It's happening now. But it is something that I think is relatively easy to fix compared with all the other things. If you make your target not be to have a completely unbiased system, but just to have a system that's significantly less biased than what it's replacing. So at present, you have old white men deciding whether young black women should get mortgages. And if you just train on that data, you get a system that's equally biased. But you can analyze the bias. You can see how it's biased, because it won't change its behavior. You can freeze it and then analyze it. And that should make it easier to correct for bias. So, OK, that's bias and discrimination. I think we can do a lot about that, and I think it's important we do a lot about that, but it's doable. The next one is battle robots. That I'm really worried about, because defense departments are going to build them. And I don't see how you can stop them doing it. Something like a Geneva Convention would be great, but those never happen until after they've been used. With chemical weapons, it didn't happen until after the First World War, I believe. And so I think what may happen is people will use battle robots. We'll see just how absolutely awful they are, and then maybe we can get an international convention to prohibit them. So that's 2.
I mean, you could also tell the people building the AI to not sell their equipment to the military.
You could try.
Try. OK. Number 3.
The military has lots of money.
Number 3.
Number 3, there's joblessness.
Yeah.
You could try and do stuff to make sure the increase in productivity, some of that extra revenue that comes from the increase in productivity goes to helping the people who are made jobless, if it turns out that there aren't as many jobs created as destroyed. Mm-hmm. That's a question of social policy, and what you really need for that is socialism. We're in Canada, so you can say socialism. Number 4 would be the warring echo chambers, due to the big companies wanting you to click on things that make you indignant, and so giving you things that are more and more extreme. And so you end up in this echo chamber where you believe these crazy conspiracy theorists if you're in the other echo chamber, or you believe the truth if you're in my echo chamber. That's partly to do with the policies of the companies, and maybe something could be done about that.
But that is a problem that exists. It existed prior to large language models. Sure. And in fact, large language models could reverse it.
Maybe.
I mean, it's an open question of whether they can make it better or whether they make that problem worse.
Yeah, it's a problem to do with AI, but it's not to do with large language models.
How is it a problem? It's a problem to do with AI in the sense that there's an algorithm using AI trained on our emotions that then pushes us in those directions? OK. All right, so that's number 4.
There's the existential risk, which is the one I decided to talk about because a lot of people think is a joke.
Right.
So there was an editorial in Nature yesterday where they basically said fear-mongering about the existential risk is distracting attention from the actual risks. So they compared existential risk with actual risks, implying the existential risk wasn't actual. I think it's important that people understand it's not just science fiction. It's not just fear-mongering. It is a real risk that we need to think about, and we need to figure out in advance how to deal with it. So that's 5. And there's one more, and I can't think what it is.
How do you have a list that doesn't end on existential risk? I feel like that should be the end of the list.
No, that was the end, but I thought if I talked about existential risk, I'd be able to remember the missing one while I talked about it, but I couldn't.
All right, well, let's talk about existential risk. Explain exactly existential risk how it happens, or explain as best you can imagine it what it is that goes wrong that leads us to extinction or disappearance of humanity as a species.
Okay, at a very general level, if you've got something a lot smarter than you that's very good at manipulating people, just at a very general level, are you confident people will stay in charge? And then you can go into specific scenarios for how people might lose control, even though they're the people creating this and giving it its goals. And one very obvious scenario is, if you're given a goal and you want to be good at achieving it, what you need is as much control as possible. So, for example, if I'm sitting in a boring seminar and I see a little dot of light on the ceiling, and then suddenly I notice that when I move, that dot of light moves, I realize it's the reflection from my watch. The sun is bouncing off my watch. And so the next thing I do is I don't start listening to the boring seminar again. I immediately try and figure out how to make it go this way and how to make it go that way. And once I got control of it, then maybe I'll listen to the seminar again. We have a very strong built-in urge to get control, and it's very sensible, because the more control you get, the easier it is to achieve things. And I think AI will be able to derive that too. It's good to get control so you can achieve other goals.
Wait, so you actually believe that getting control will be an innate feature of something that the AIs are trained on us, right? They act like us, they think like us, because the neural architecture makes them like our human brains, and because they're trained on all of our outputs. So you actually think that getting control of humans will be something that the AIs almost aspire to?
No, I think they'll derive it as a way of achieving other goals. I think in us it's innate. I think I'm very dubious about saying things are really innate, but I think the desire to understand how things work is a very sensible desire to have, and I think we have that.
So we have that, and then AIs will develop an ability to manipulate us and control us in a way that we can't respond to, right? That the manipulative AIs, and even though good people will be able to use equally powerful AIs to counter these bad ones, you believe that we still could have an existential crisis?
Yes. It's not clear to me. I mean, Yeung makes the argument that the good people will have more resources than the bad people. I'm not sure about that. And that good AI is going to be more powerful than bad AI, and good AI is going to be able to regulate bad AI. And we have a situation like that at present, where you have people using AI to create spam, and you have people like Google using AI to filter out the spam. And at present, Google has more resources, and the defenders are beating the attackers. But I don't see that it'll always be like that.
I mean, even in cyber warfare, where you have moments where it seems like the criminals are winning, and sometimes where it seems like the defenders are winning. So you believe that there will be a battle like that over control of humans by superintelligent artificial intelligence?
It may well be, yes. And I'm not convinced that good AI that's trying to stop bad AI getting control will win.
Okay. So, all right. So before these existential risks happen, before bad AI does this, we have a lot of extremely smart people building a lot of extremely important things. What exactly can they do to most help limit this risk?
So one thing you can do is, before the AI gets super intelligent, you can do empirical work into how it goes wrong, how it tries to get control. Whether it tries to get control, we don't know whether it would. But before it's smarter than us, I think the people developing it should be encouraged to put a lot of work into understanding how it might go wrong, understanding how it might try and take control away. And I think the government could maybe encourage the big companies developing it to put comparable resources, maybe not equal resources, but right now there's 99 very smart people trying to make it better, and one very smart person trying to figure out how to stop it taking over. And maybe you want it more balanced.
And so this is, in some ways, your role right now, the reason why you've left Google on good terms, but you want to be able to speak out and help participate in this conversation so more people can join that one and not the 99.
Yeah, I would say it's very important for smart people to be working on that. But I'd also say it's very important not to think this is the only risk. There's all these other risks, and I've remembered the last one, which is fake news. So it's very important to try, for example, to mark everything that's fake as fake. Whether we can do that technically, I don't know, but it'd be great if we could. Governments do it with counterfeit money. They won't allow counterfeit money because that reflects on their sort of central interest. they should try and do it with AI-generated stuff. I don't know whether they can, but...
All right, give one, we're out of time, give one specific to-do, something to read, a thought experiment, one thing to leave the audience with so they can go out here and think, okay, I'm going to do this. AI is the most powerful thing we've invented, perhaps in our lifetimes, and I'm going to make it better to make it more likely it's a force for good in the next generation.
So how could they make it more likely to be a force for good?
Yes, one final thought for everyone here.
I actually don't have a plan for how to make it more likely to be good than bad, sorry. I think it's great that it's being developed because we didn't get to mention the huge numbers of good uses of it, like in medicine, in climate change, and so on. So I think progress in AI is inevitable and it's probably good, but we seriously ought to worry about mitigating all the bad side effects of it and worry about the existential threat.
All right, thank you so much. What an incredibly thoughtful, inspiring, interesting, phenomenally smart. Thank you to Jeffrey Hinton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So great.
Hello! Where's everyone going? I am the new godfather of AI. You may want to stay and listen to what I have to say. Welcome to Collision's pitch semifinal. I am Casey Lau.
And I'm Bridget Trong, and we will be your hosts for Pitch today. In a few moments, our 10 semifinalists will begin to pitch their hearts out right here on center stage.
To get here, the startups all battled it out through the group rounds yesterday. And I just found out of all the group round startups, they came from 30 different countries around the world, came here to pitch, and all the finalists are from Canada. So that's crazy. And they will pitching here for a spot in tomorrow's finals.
Yes, that does deserve a round of applause. We have a lot of talent here.
We do, we
gotta
do.
Be proud of that.
We do.
Only 3 startups will make it to the pitch final, which will take place tomorrow here on center stage at 12:30 p.m. Now, to determine the best finalists, we'll need stellar judges and lots of them, which of course we have.
So that's semifinals. Oh, come on out. So, judges, play some music. Round of applause. Look at these handsome and beautiful judges.
Woo! Woo! Looking good, judges.
All right. For the semifinal round, there will be no Q&A. All the startups will have 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's final. Also, one of our judges this year is the incredible David Meltzer.
Woo!
He has a super popular pitch show on Apple TV Plus called 2 Minute Drill, and he'll be selecting a handful of the best startups here to pitch on his show next month. All right, that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Let's start off. Give a warm welcome to our first startup, Sizzle.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Azra. I am the co-founder and CEO of Sizzle. Now, the best way for me to tell you what Sizzle does is to tell you about one of our users. So, meet Neeta. Neeta is a gig economy worker, but not in the way that you might think that she is. Because she doesn't drive for Uber, she's not on TaskRabbit, but her and millions of her peers are part of one of the largest gig economies in the world. They make and sell food online. And they've hit a wall because this is not a work from home kind of business. You need commercial equipment and insurance and health and safety and all of these things, so they're stuck and can't scale. Now, if you hold that thought, the other night there was the Collision opening party at the Grand Bazaar across the street. Now, the Grand Bazaar is closed Mondays and Tuesdays. So that's an empty kitchen space sitting there, empty, underutilized. So, enter Sizzle. We bring millions of unused and underutilized kitchen spaces online so that Neeta and her peers are able to scale quickly and affordably and fill up these incredible spaces. And it's not just gig economy workers that find this valuable. We have some of the biggest brands in Canada, places like Nando's and EggSmart, that love us because of our speed, our flexibility, and no upfront capital investment. And there's never been a better time to do this. There's Instagram, Uber Eats, Skip the Dishes, all of these ways to launch your food business, but insurance and equipment haven't caught up until now. And so at Sizzle, we are the only end-to-end kitchen booking experience where you can do everything in one platform. And I want to call out that we have the first of its kind in North America gig economy chef insurance. And we're bringing that to our users, plus in-app certifications for health and safety. So again, making this a seamless experience. And we're moving fast. We've been around for around 10 months, and in that period have grown 318% quarter over quarter, over 1,000 users, 300K ARR, and amazing repeat user rates. And we're the team to do it. We have incredible experiences at places like WeWork and LinkedIn and awesome advisors from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Top Chef, bringing us together to really be a winner in this market. And we make money when our users do, making trust and building that in an industry that desperately requires it. And make no mistake, this is the largest industry on planet Earth, and we are taking a chunk out of the commercial kitchen industry. At Sizzle, we believe that the next Sriracha or Coca-Cola, that is sitting in a recipe card in someone's basement, and now it's going to be brought to life and in your houses because of Sizzle. So thank you very much.
Thank you. What a great way to start this semifinal, right? All right, next on to the stage is Cuckoo Financial. Let's hear it for them. Woo!
Hey everyone, my name is Kulwan. I am CEO and co-founder of Cuckoo Financial. We are a plug-and-play rewards program for card-issuing fintechs in the United States. These fintechs are innovating in two areas. One of them is customized risk models, the credit risk models, and another one is awesome user experience. But where they lack when they compete with the big banks is on the scale. And that's why they are not able to offer great rewards to their customers. And they resort to cashbacks. Now, cashbacks have problems. One, it eats up in all of your interchange fee, which is almost 1/3 of your revenue. Now, that's not the only problem. The second problem is cashbacks go straight to the customer's account, and there is no engagement at all. And because of that, the fintechs have a retention rate of 37% versus the big banks have a retention rate of 75%. Now, why are fintechs not doing something about it? They are trying, but it's very complex to build a comprehensive rewards program, which banks have built through a couple of decades. You have to build a rewards ledger. You have to build a rewards marketplace, ability to transfer points to different partners, and a benefit center. And this is very complex to build when you have multiple geographies. So we at Cuckoo Financial provide all of that in one single API and a white label solution. Now, all of the partnerships are done by Cuckoo, so the fintechs don't have a headache to build the partnerships as well. Now, we don't charge a lot to the fintechs. We charge a flat monthly platform fee. Most of our revenue comes from our partners who share the commissions on each of the sale which happens through our platform. This is a $240 billion worth of the market, even only in the United States, and the segment we are targeting is growing at a very exponential rate, 300%, 770%. We have an amazing team to make this happen. But we have two previous co-founders, techie and a product guy, and I built rewards program for 40 million customers at JP Morgan Chase as their VP of product. And that's why we have $3.5 million worth of the ARR in the pipeline. And we strongly believe that fintechs are going to come back roaring from this downturn, and we are going to help them in bottom line and top line, both of them through reducing the cost of rewards program, as well as increasing the retention. And they are coming back roaring, and we are hoping that we will grow along with them when they come back strongly from the downturn. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right, another strong pitch. Hoping to keep up the momentum is our next startup. Let's welcome to the stage Vope Medical.
Woo.
Good luck.
As you can see here, this is a blurry image. Surgeons often experience a similar level of visibility while they're performing surgery, which is quite concerning if you are the one being operated on. At Vote Medical, we are solving this problem by delivering clear vision in endoscopic surgery through an AI-enhanced software. My name is Amy Lawrence, and I am the co-founder and CEO. 37% of the total time in surgery, the surgical site view is obstructed due to contamination such as blood, fat, or fog that appears on a camera lens that is used to see a picture of the surgical site. Performing surgery when vision is obstructed is highly stressful, and with 225 million endoscopic procedures being performed annually worldwide, there is a significant need for innovation in the space as we trend towards surgeries that are safer for patients. Right now, the surgeon has to completely remove the endoscope from the body to clean it, which is stressful and results in 10 minutes lost per procedure. If we compare that to an AI-driven software cleaning approach, we can reduce the stress for the surgeon, save up to $2 million per surgical center from time saved in the OR, and also reduce surgical injuries. Our solution enhances foggy images in real time, just as the one that you see in this illustration here, and we seamlessly integrate with optic systems that exist on the market. Looking at the competitive landscape, there are many different options to clean lens contamination. However, there is no solution available that is non-disruptive, saves time and cost for hospitals, and also seamlessly integrates with what exists on the market. There's a $34 billion market that we're tapping into, and we're starting first with the North American laparoscopy market before we expand to other endoscopic applications. Right now, we'll license our software to endoscopic manufacturers such as Olympus, and we already have our first hospital partner in Hamilton, where we will launch our pilot project. We are looking to raise $500K for our pre-seed round, which will help us support our go-to-market strategy. This will help us to successfully complete a hospital pilot, and that will bring us to where we can register our device as a Class 2 with the FDA and with Health Canada. Our team has over 25 years of experience in the medical field, where we have experience with fundraising, software development, and AI endoscopic applications. We are also backed by our medical and technical advisors who are top surgeons, AI experts, and computer vision specialists in the medical field. At Vote Medical, we are delivering premier vision in surgery so that surgeons can focus on what matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Vote Medical. All right, will our fourth startup be victorious? Let's find out. Come on out, Profound Impact.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Shannon Vanstone. I'm the founder, CEO, and president of Profound Impact. We connect great people to do great things. The problem that we're looking at is there's over $300 billion in research funding globally available every year. There are hundreds of thousands of industry partners and 8.8 million researchers that need that funding to do fundamental and breakthrough research. However, it's estimated that 1/3 of this funding is squandered. That's $100 million. We as a society need to get the most for those research dollars. What if there was a solution that would automatically match these funding organizations with these researchers, academic and industry? And there is. Research Impact. It's an AI-based solution that provides the perfect match, targeted and best fit match for funders to researchers to industry partners. It is a SaaS-based product that has a easy-to-use dashboard that's informative. We have patent-pending differentiators in our matching algorithms, our communication and workflow, and our data, our robust database of funding opportunities. The market size is about $1 billion annually. Our go-to-market strategy is to utilize our already existing customer base with universities and we're validating our pricing model with them and our ROI, and we'll expand to the US via partners and direct sales. Our customers, as I mentioned, are universities, colleges, individuals, researchers, and industry partners. We're a SaaS-based subscription service. We have 3 tiers of an annual subscription rate per size of the organization. Yes, we do have competition. As I always said, there's no competition, there's no market. We have a experienced senior management team of many years of SaaS-based development and marketing. Myself, I am a serial tech entrepreneur with exits in both Silicon Valley and Canada, 2 IPOs and 2 acquisitions. We closed 2.25 of a raise, and we'll close the rest on August 4th. I hope you will join me on this journey to get the most research for the research buck and connect great people to do great things. Thank you.
All right, thank you for another great pitch. Next onto the stage is a company called Fractionum. Let's welcome them. For pronounce.
Hi, my name is Ron Glosman. I'm the CEO and founder of Fractionum, which is Latin for fraction, just so we're all on the same page. And we're here to help the 99% invest like the 1%. As most of you probably know, investing in real estate is practically how every wealthy family has either made their fortune, grown it, or both. But it doesn't just affect the upper class. When my family came from Ukraine in 1989, they had just $300 between all 8 of them. But thanks to real estate, they were able to work their way up to middle class. In fact, I grew up helping to manage this building you see here, a small 6-unit apartment building where I came to grow and appreciate tenants, property, and the amazing benefits of real estate investing like depreciation, appreciation, and capital gains. Now, we think it's called real estate because it's real or physical, but really it comes from the Spanish word real, which means regal or royal. And that's because the king owned all of the land and he gave it to his friends, the lords, who then used peasants to tend to the land. Landlord, tenants, sound familiar? Not much has changed. Unless you're a family office, a billionaire, or a hedge fund, you're not going to hear about these deals. And even if you do hear about these deals, you need to have expert staff, months of time to underwrite and assess the property, win the negotiation. And if you do win, now you need millions of dollars in cash for the down payment. The system is set up to prevent people like you and I from breaking in. But now, with Fractionum, anybody can invest in real estate with just $100. We work with the top real estate operators in the world, also known as GPs, who review hundreds of deals every single year to find the few profitable ones that they invest in, and it's their deals that you'll find on our platform. Just to be listed on our platform, operators have to have 10+ years of a profitable track record. Coupled with our easy-to-use interface, people are able to invest with the pros just like the pros do. And finally, the big missing piece. Even the best operators in the world are 15 to 20% short on every single deal they make. And the real estate industry is big. We're focused specifically on commercial multifamily, which is a $5 trillion industry alone. That means that on average, our operators need $1 to $20 million in the next 60 to 90 days to be able to close on their deals, and that's where we come in. We connect operators with investors at the right time, at the right place, so investors can invest in deals they would otherwise not see, and operators can close on deals they would otherwise not be able to. And I'm happy to announce here on the Collision main stage that after 18 months, we're officially a licensed exempt market dealer, which means we can work with the 99% of Canadians who are unaccredited, one of the first companies in Canada to do so. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've raised $15 million+, scaled my last startup to 75+ employees. Our Chief Compliance Officer has a background in math and statistics, manages a $40 million mortgage investment corporation. And so if you'd love to learn more and invest in the future of real estate, please check out Fractionum.
Phenomenal.
The standard is high with this one. Thank you so much. So we are already halfway through the semifinal. We have had 5 amazing semifinalists pitching, and now it's time to hear the last 5 and see what they got. Stepping foot on center stage next is NL Patent.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stephanie Curcio. I am the CEO and co-founder of NL Patent. We are an AI-based patent search and analytics platform. Patents are synonymous with innovation. They have helped people go to the moon. They encourage people to find cures for diseases. They help us find new technologies to push humanity forward. Yet, patent technology really hasn't changed much since the 90s. It's a true story. The most innovative companies in the world, not all of them, but some, manage their patent portfolios in Excel spreadsheets. That's really not okay. Most patents and most inventions start with a patent search. The problem is that there are hundreds of millions of patents to search. And the terms used in patents change so much over time. There's millions of ways to describe the same invention. I know this. I have done patent searching in an old life when I was a patent lawyer. This is why we've developed NL Patent. NL Patent is based off of a large language model fine-tuned to understand the language of patents and innovation. Our clients enter in a natural language description of an invention. The AI system reads it, actually understands the invention rather than matching keywords, and generates a list of results that's conceptually similar to their invention. The results are actually oftentimes better than a human expert. We are very uniquely situated at the intersection between AI and IP. We are taking techniques from sophisticated AI systems and applying that to IP management. This is a really unique position, and we're very excited about what we've built. So are our clients. We have lots of paying clients, some of them household names, using our product both in the IP section, so lawyers, and the R&D teams, the drivers of innovation. We also have universities using our product to assess the research coming out of universities. But patent search for us is really just the beginning. We're just getting started. We have plans to apply this large language model understanding of innovation across the life cycle of patent management. We are going to help companies get off the Excel spreadsheets and manage their patents and innovation in a much more effective way. We are currently a team of 7. Our leadership is on the board. I am CEO and co-founder based on my industry expertise. My co-founder, James, is in the audience somewhere. He has expertise in building and managing AI engineering teams. And our chief data science officer, Dario, has expertise specifically in natural language processing. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening to my pitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing job done by NL Patent, but I guess they couldn't get their Dario to smile for that last slide, but it's okay. Next time, I'm sure we'll get him. We have 4 more pitches left. Coming onto the stage next is Ulula, so let's give him a warm welcome.
Hey. Hello. There are 50 million people living in modern-day slavery conditions today, and 9 out of 10 of them work in the private sector. They sew the clothes we wear, and they pick the food we eat. They work in the supply chains of brands we all know, through a complex web of subcontracting globally. And now 50,000 of these brands are mandated to disclose their human rights impacts in their global supply chains by the new EU directive. And apart from reputational risk, 5% of their global turnover can be a financial penalty. Yet companies are struggling to get ahead. 1 in 2 report they lack mechanisms to monitor and mitigate these risks. They rely on social audits, many of which are unreliable and falsified. And 40% of workers are coached prior to social audit interviews. So it's really difficult to capture what's happening on the ground in factories and farms across the supply chain. That is why we created Ulula. We're helping companies create transparent, responsible global supply chains by amplifying worker voices. We do this in many different ways with our technology and are trusted by global brands. We have reached 2.2 million workers in 50 countries and 80 languages, and have worked in sectors from agriculture all the way to electronics, and are trusted by some of your favorite consumer brands. We put the mobile technology in the workers' hands. They can participate in anonymous worker voice surveys, submit grievances safely, and we aggregate that data and send it straight to companies to act quickly. We start from the ground up. We promote locally so all of the workers know that these tools are accessible to them. We provide continuous engagement through any phone they have, and we aggregate analytics and prepare our clients to scale globally. We have 5 things that set us apart. Our multi-channel accessibility, so no worker is left behind, even if they don't have data or smartphones. Our real-time risk mapping with early warning systems, 2-way communication so workers can connect to case handlers, always anonymously and always in their preferred language. We're a leader in human rights analytics. We saw an 80% growth last year. We're on track to close 3 million this year, and have a growing global team of experts from engineers to social scientists with field experience. Join us to do well and do good. We are raising an $8 million round to get a good share of a $1 billion market on human rights due diligence, reach 10 million workers, and 10 million in revenue by 2025. We cannot fail the people behind the products that we consume every day. We can and we must do better. Thank you so much.
I love seeing the passion from these founders. It's contagious. All right, now it's time for our 8th pitcher of the day, Voxel Bioinnovation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Carolina Valente, and I'm the CEO of Voxel. Did you know that 95% of oncology drugs fail to get to the market? The high failure rate is associated to how these drugs are tested. They are tested in very simplistic platforms in the lab, then they are testing animals and in people, and the results, they just do not match. What we need is better platforms that in the lab can predict human behavior, and this is exactly what Voxel is doing. Voxel is using bioprinting technology to create human-like cancer tissue models. And let me show you how we do that. We are combining our 100% of our own technology to create these 3D models. These 3D models have real human blood vessels, and they are creating by combining our own bioprinter, our vascularization software. Oh, let me try again. Let's see. So they are combined with our own bioprinter, which is actually Canada's first high-resolution bioprinter, our own vascularization software, and our proprietary bio inks. Our bioinks are basically our printer's cartridge. And what we want to do as a result of these tissue models is actually to be using as a screening platform. So the goal is to be able to eliminate inviable drug candidates earlier in the drug development process, and to be able to test in humans only the drugs that actually should be tested in humans. The goal is to sell consumables. We don't want to sell software or hardware. We want to be selling our bioinks to people that have bioprinters out there. We are actually developed a universal bioink, which means that it can be coupled in any bioprinter out there. People buying our bioinks cannot mimic our tissue models because they don't have access to our printer or our software. In the case of our cancer tissue models, we want to be using as a screening platform. That means we don't need FDA approval to put these tissues on the market. Our customers will be academia, research centers, CROs, and pharmaceutical companies. And we have a 65% margin on our tissue models and a 70% margin on our bioinks. We spend a lot of time talking to key opinion leaders. Our goal was to try to understand, especially on the tissue model, since it's such an innovative technology, what they want to see in terms of data to adopt these tissue models. So we got their feedback, and we got a lot of letters of intent, and we are validating the tissue models in-house right now. Our inks have gone to beta testing, and it's coming to the market very soon. We own 100% of our IP with provisionals and PCT on the bioinks and provisionals on the tissue model and hardware coming very soon. We raised $2 million last year, and this year we are coming to raise another $1 million. We opened the round 2 months ago, and we are 60% committed in the bank. We are 16 full-time people, 55% women, and our mission is the most important part. We want to accelerate life-saving therapies, getting to the cancer patients sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Voxel, all the way from Victoria, British Columbia. Have we seen the pitch winner yet, or are they still to come? Yes? Okay.
I think that's still to come.
Find out. There was a question mark at the end of that line. Maybe it's one of our last pitching starts. So let's see this one. Climative.
Hey, everybody. Today we're going to play a little game of Where's Waldo. Can anyone spot the 3 homes that are going to get energy retrofits this year? They represent 1,280 tons of CO2, and we only roughly retrofit about 1.5% of the market, representing 4 tons of savings. Given this trajectory, we're going to be around 90 years to hit our climate goals. So we've got a really big challenge ahead of us, and the climate challenge is going to cost around $1 trillion. And this $1 trillion of capital gets put through a very, very small funnel. We have got about 120 million buildings to assess, and about 18% of the current climate emissions come from buildings. And only 10% of the building stock's been evaluated so far. So we talked about the 90 years, but it's also going to cost $40 billion to collect this data. How does Climative solve this problem? We do an energy insights platform that provides low-carbon plans for every building, and we can hyperscale this using AI tools, and we do rapid deployment. We roughly do this with about 100 times cheaper and about 200 times faster than current markets. We provide instant carbon scores, and we provide offers and advice automatically to homeowners. And we have lots of third-party industry validation. We've got a really large market in front of us. We actually need to digitize the existing market for another 1.5%. We've got real estate market coming where building labels are going to be required for purchase and sale of buildings, which represents about 3.5% of the market. And banks and insurance companies need to be able to provide carbon scores to their mortgages. We've got an amazing team. We've got professional product development, we've got professional sales, and we've got a data analytics team. Our market traction, we've got 3 channels and 6 customers. We've closed about $600,000 in total contract value in the last 60 days. We have 3 patents pending, and we're at the front of the line in the US Patent Trade Office for climate solutions. And we're looking to raise $3 million. And the use of the proceeds will be for US market expansion. Thank you.
Right.
Great job. Climative, thank you so much. Last but not least, let's hear it for acrylic robotics.
That last guy was reading the wrong slide. I couldn't stop him. I don't know why you walked there.
Writers saw the invention of the printing press, musicians saw vinyl and then streaming, and film brought performance to the masses. But fine art, artists are still stuck in the Renaissance. They sell each piece one time to one person through the archaic, opaque, often exploitative gallery system that is accessible only to the top 1%. Before I became an engineer, I was an artist. I sold my first piece at 14, curated my first show at 17, and I can speak firsthand to the fact that there's a reason why the term starving artist still applies. And that's because art monetization right now is a mess. Artists can chase after the gallery system dealing with the exploitative middlemen, or they can try and sell an extremely high number of flat photo prints, but people won't pay very much for these, and online now you can print out a photo of an artist's work. What this means is that even though the global art market is massive, 67 billion US dollars, most artists still live below the poverty line. And it's not much better for buyers either. Most people can't buy any art, instead heading to places like IKEA to pick up a cheap mass-produced photo print. In between these two extremes, we see a massive market opportunity, and it's one that's growing fast. Paintings with embellishments or textures sell for 10 times that of flat photo prints. Google searches for textured wall art are up over 700% in the last few years. My name is Chloe Ryan. I'm the CEO and founder of Acrylic Robotics, and we're building the technology to allow artists to capitalize on this rising demand. That means building the world's first way to produce painted works of art at scale. Our technology allows artists to design their pieces using our software, and then our robots match each and every stroke with real paint on real canvas, capturing pressure, pigment, texture, and hue, building up the exact same piece layer by layer. This is a radical step forward for fine art. For the first time, allowing us to capture the aura, depth, and luminosity of an original piece, but at scale. And after 2 years, we've proven that it works, even though most people at the beginning, when I first pitched this, told me that the technology would never be possible. And for artists, it's a radical step forward as well. Take this example collection by Matt Chesko. He sells his original works for $40,000. Most people will never be able to buy this or own it or have it in their home. With our technology, Matt's launching a collection of 10 pieces for $4,000. For buyers, this is 10 times as affordable. For Matt, he has 10 times the audience and 10 times the revenue compared to flat photo prints. And for us, the unit economics makes sense with a COGS of only $100, leaving us lots of room to expand into the emerging artist and lower-priced art market. And this has been truly the most pivotal moment in acrylics history. After 2 years, we're launching next week with Matt Chesko our first ever collection, bringing in $50,000 in revenue. We're raising an angel round to allow us to commercialize and get to the next step, unlocking our artist waitlist of 80 artists. If each of these artists launched even just one collection with us like Matt Chesko, we'd bring in nearly $4 million in revenue. My name is Chloe Ryan. I'm the CEO and founder of Acrylic Robotics. I'm an artist, I'm an engineer, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I am deeply excited to be bringing to you the future of fine art creation, one that is automated, authentic, and accessible. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, center stage audience, please give a massive round of applause for acrylics and for all the semifinalists here today. Amazing, amazing work.
Woohoo! All right, judges, now it's time to lock in your scores and decide who will make it to our pitch final tomorrow, which we will announce in just a few minutes. Now, you must now engage with, oh, sorry.
That's our
for me.
stage directions.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right.
Oh, I'm going to steal that from you. Thank you.
All right, so first, whoa, David Meltzer, what's going on? David, before we ask you who some of your favorite ones were, tell us a little bit about 2 Minute Drill.
Sure, we have an Apple TV program where we give 2 minutes to pitch, but we give $50,000 of cash and prizes. We bring in expert entrepreneurs, and then usually one celebrity, some entrepreneur, celebrity, or an athlete or an entertainer to help judge as well. So it's in season number 5. And we have a whole episode dedicated to Web Summit and Collision.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, so we're going to pick a handful of the ones that pitched out here today. Which ones do you like the best that you just saw?
Well, you know, surprisingly, my hardest time is I forget about the first pitch, but I thought that was an incredible pitch with Sizzle. I have a background in legal tech, so the IP patent, NL patent one was extremely, and then as far as the social side of things, I think there's some impactful solutions looking down for the names Alula as well as the Climative. So I look for things that not only do good, but do well.
Great, awesome, awesome.
Okay. Hi. What is your name, and tell us about which fund you're from?
Hi, everyone. My name is Gina Jackson. I'm a proud member of the Seashell Nation on the Sunshine Coast, just out of Vancouver. I have a TV show called The Bear's Lair, which is a Dragon's Den Shark Tank, but for Indigenous entrepreneurs. And I really like the patent business. Really interests me. I deal with entrepreneurs all the time, and it's such a barrier of where do we go and what do we do and where do we hire a lawyer and how long does it take. So I'm really interested in that, and I thought that presentation was excellent.
Great. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello there.
What is your name and what do you do?
Hi, my name is Cassandra Linklater. I'm co-founder and COO of the Frontier Collective. We're an ecosystem builder looking to put Vancouver as a top 5 global tech leader by 2030. And my goodness, Sizzle did it for me. Vancouver's a food tech capital, and that would unlock a lot of potential for a lot of entrepreneurs.
Hi. I'm going to pick on you next.
Great.
What is your name, and which fund are you from?
My name is Dan Grimm. I lead new product development at AT&T. We're hosting the Developer Lounge at Collision this week as we build software solutions on our 5G and fiber network.
Check it out. Check it out. Out of every presentation, every pitch you saw, is there one that stood out the most?
Effective pitches have us fall in love with the problem before they explain how they're going to solve it. And there are a number of pitches that did that today. I like Sizzle. I relate to the challenge of a scrappy entrepreneur trying to get their start. That was fantastic, and I'm excited about acrylic at the end. The product and technology innovation I see in that one is very interesting.
Great, thank you.
Who here didn't like Sizzle? Raise your hand. Just kidding. Oh, okay, great. Okay, what's your name and what do you do?
I'm Matt Billman. I'm CEO and co-founder of Netlify. We are a web platform that companies use to revitalize their web architecture to ship faster, get more productive, and eventually increase revenue and conversions.
So which one did you like then?
So, I'm in B2B SaaS, and the NL patent pitch really resonated because it's one of those kind of nasty, gritty problems underserved by technology that no one's really likes to deal with. And those are typically the area, if a company can come in and make it really frictionless and really easy to deal with, that there's just a massive amount of time to be saved across lots of different businesses. And the pitch that patent and IP management is one of those areas resonated a lot with me from my experience of dealing with it.
Excellent, excellent.
All right, I'm going to hand this over to you. You were listening intently. First, tell us your name and which fund you're from.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Pernaudet. I'm the global head of strategy for the Shein Group. And I was very impressed with many of the presenters, but I was particularly struck by the Alula platform and how it's a platform built on a social premise and a social mission that applies technology. And I think that's something that we at Shein share. So I was really impressed with their presentation.
Thank you.
Great. Hello. Hi, what's your name and which one did you like the best?
I'm Silvina Moschini. I'm the president and founder of Unicoin, asset-backed, SEC-regulated tokenized security. And I think they were all great entrepreneurs. I love Sizzle. I see a massive need into connecting the shops with the cloud kitchens. And I also like Ulula, a standard for that. It's also very neat, and I think it was great.
Okay, I'm going to hand this over to you. You were telling me with your eyes that you're not a fan of Sizzle, right? Yeah, he's the one. No, what is your name? Which fund are you from?
My name is Jay Das, and I'm the president and co-founder of Sapphire Ventures. So we are a little bit later stage enterprise software investor. And it is really hard to tell at this stage, at seed stage and early stage, which one would actually win out. So if I had my wherewithal, I would actually make all of them winners and give them investments in all of them. But since I invest in enterprise software, some of the presenters like NL Patent and Alula were definitely my favorite. But I also liked the Sizzle pitch. Actually, it was very well done, and I think there is a market for that.
I picked up the wrong social cues then. So he's still a fan. He's still a fan.
What's your name and what fund and which one did you like the best?
Yeah, my name is Shalini Rao. I'm with Technology Crossover Ventures, where I'm a partner there. So again, like Jay, later stage growth equity. Like, I think what is trending toward consensus here, I think my vote would go with NL Patent. I think the only thing Stephanie needed to change about that pitch is the name of the company.
All right, David, to be on TV and to pitch into, we gave them 3 minutes, now they got 2 minutes on your show. What are some tips maybe you want to give some of the startups? They're listening backstage, so they'd like to hear maybe, what did you see out there that you thought could have improved, or you think more dynamically pitch?
Yeah, well, just speaking clearly, I think the credibility of being able to communicate effectively, especially on TV, and quickly is really important. And then, two, the emotional connection. I think part of the reason people like Sizzle and Alula and NL Patent, it wasn't just because of the business model. There seems to be an emotional connection to that. And so I would go with credibility to clearly articulate the quantitative value of the business, but also to connect and bond emotionally, giving favoritism to the pitch.
Is it time? A couple more? Okay, we have some time. Hi, back to you, if that's all right. Sure. You gave us such a great answer before. I love this shot, by the way. If you guys are looking up here, it's like we're on a reality show. Look how nerve-wracking that is for everyone, but it's exciting.
Let's keep them in suspense.
Seriously, tons of suspense. Okay, a lot of industries out there. Is there one that you have your finger on the pulse on right now that's the best to start a new business in?
Cybersecurity.
And why is that?
It's a problem on every CEO, CIO, CTO's mind, and the problem's only getting harder.
Okay. All right, let's call it. How about the audience? And which ones, would you shout out which ones you thought was the best? Yeah. Okay, obviously the staff of those companies are very loud, very good. Okay, why don't we pull up the backstage here and take a look at what they look like back there. All right, look at them. And they have the numbers up. Great. Very good. No roses, though?
Not yet.
No. Okay, great. Here we go. Let's. These are the three that the judges chose, and let's announce the first winner. Who's the first one?
Okay, and in no particular order, the first pitch finalist is Sizzle. Woohoo!
Number one. Okay, great. Number two, and no, oh, not any, just the second one that's on this list. NL Patent.
Woohoo!
All right, great. And the third?
And the third, Fractionum. Woohoo!
All right, great.
So today the power was all in our judges' hands, but tomorrow in the grand finale, the audience gets a say and you become the fourth judge. So make sure you're back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. and have your say in who is crowned the next pitch champion of Collision. We will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, judges.
Well, thanks to the judges, too, yeah.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that